Mountain of Whispers by Keith Robinson, Book 3 in the Island of Fog series. Prologue. The blue-skinned elfin maid burst into the Queen's chambers without bothering to knock. If Queen Adeline's father, the king, was still alive, he would have thrown the maid into the pit for such rudeness. But Adeline was not her father, and she had too much respect for the old maid to worry about decorum when it was obvious something pressing was at hand. She continued brushing her long white hair in front of the mirror, but raised a questioning eyebrow as the maid appeared in the reflection. "Forgive me, Your Highness," the maid said breathlessly. "We have visitors, and you must come." The Queen's brush snagged on a tangle. "My dear, whatever can be so urgent that you neglect to explain yourself?" The maid was a good 20 years older than the young Queen. She had been the previous Queen's maid, tending to her even on her deathbed, and the old King's servant until he too had died. From a broken heart, it was said. The maid was old and loyal, and for this reason had earned the right to be blunt and forthright when necessary. "My Queen, there's no sense in explaining everything twice. Come now and hear it directly from the centaurs." The Queen paused. She studied herself in the mirror, seeing hints of blue in her hair and faint lines on her forehead. Otherwise, her pale blue face was youthful and delicate. She turned toward the flustered maid. "Let us speak with the centaurs, then." A visit from the centaurs was rare, the Queen thought, as she swept out of her quarters, through the anteroom, across the great hall, and into the vast temple corridor. The centaurs had graciously built the temple for the elves just a few years prior, asking nothing in return but their friendship. A residence fit for a king and queen and all their subjects, and far better than the caves and tunnels they had lived in before. The centaurs would always be welcome. The great hall was bustling with robed elf officials, heavily armored warriors, scholars and inventors, servants and maids, and one or two visitors from other settlements. The Queen strode along the center of the hall, her eyes fixed on the stunning mosaic floor as the crowds parted ahead. She was aware of her maid several paces behind, and of two officials stepping in to join her. She spoke to the one on her right, an elderly elf who, like the maid, had served her father for many years. "What is the urgency, Aldrin?" "The centaurs come with alarming news, Majesty." Beyond that, he said nothing, and Adeline clicked her tongue in annoyance. There were 3 centaurs, each respectfully aware that their hooves would chip and spoil the vast mosaic sections of floor that the elves had taken a year to lay, so they remained outside on the temple steps. The Queen strode out to join them. The walled courtyard and gardens were spectacular, the most vibrant array of colors and the sweetest aromas in the land. It was early evening, and the sky had turned crimson. If not for the walled gardens and surrounding trees, the Queen would look out across the valley and see that the land below was cast in shadow, already night, whereas the temple high on the mountain enjoyed a delayed sunset. A crowd of elves had gathered, and a hush fell as Adeline appeared. The centaurs bowed. They looked out of breath and deadly serious. "What concerns you?" Adeline asked, sensing a need to skip pleasantries on this occasion. Her translator, a young bearded elf, appeared as if by magic and repeated her elfin words in the centaur tongue. The lead centaur gave a bow and began to speak. Eyeless picked up the thread immediately and translated his words. "Queen, we have unearthed a prophecy that greatly concerns you. You must evacuate the temple at once, tonight, before a demon rises out of the depths of the mountain and devours you all." The Queen felt goosebumps rise on her arms. She glanced at Aldrin by her side. He gave a nod to indicate that he believed this was very real and serious. "If you were not centaurs," the Queen said, I would very much doubt the sincerity of your words, not to mention the accuracy of this prophecy you mention. However, she pursed her lips, feeling dozens of eyes watching her. A demon, you say? Can we not fight it? As her words were translated, the three centaurs shook their heads vigorously. The prophecy warns of a demon so monstrous that it will fill the width of the temple corridor. We fear the best course of action is to evacuate immediately. We can assess the situation later. Perhaps we can send in warriors to tackle it. But right now, we must consider the safety of your people. Adeline was respected for her decisiveness. Her father had always taught her to consider her options carefully but quickly, and to announce her decision with the utmost conviction, no matter how uncertain she felt inside. So she gave a curt nod and said loudly, "Then we evacuate. The lives of my people will not be put at risk for the sake of one night in the open air. Aldrin, see to it immediately. We will stay at the old village down the mountain." And her simple command turned into a full-scale evacuation of just over 100 elves. The maid hurried to fetch a number of essential things from the queen's chambers, while the rest of the elves bustled out of the temple doors and through the courtyards, most of them quivering with fear. Adeline worried that she had not thanked the gods enough. Every 9 days she and her people chanted, and every full moon a sacrifice was made, usually a goat, but occasionally a volunteer from the infirmary, someone already on his deathbed, prepared to throw himself into the pit in one final moment of glory. Once in a while, a villain was offered as punishment for his crimes. The humans called this sacrificial ceremony barbaric, but Adeline knew better. The gods had to be appeased on a regular basis or bad things happened, and a sacrifice every full moon was a small price to ensure happiness and prosperity for the rest. But now she wondered if it was enough. Had she missed something? Were the sacrifices not suitable, not frequent enough? When the evacuation was complete, just a handful of her warriors and aides remained, along with the 3 nervous centaurs. Adeline resolved to wait in the courtyard, but the centaurs insisted she leave, that they all leave. Reluctantly, Adeline agreed and set off down the mountain with her aides and the centaurs to join her people at the old village. She didn't sleep much that night. For one thing, the bunk was extremely uncomfortable. Still, at least she had a bunk. It was hard to imagine that her people had once been travelers. Growing old and weary, the king and queen had claimed the mountain and built a small village. Many elves continued to sleep under the stars, as they had always done. Then they had discovered the caves and tunnels farther up the mountain, and years later, the temple had been constructed. Restless, Adeline took a horse and 4 of her bravest warriors back up the mountain to the temple. She arrived in the courtyard just in time to hear a muffled thump from inside. She froze, and her 4 warriors reached for their bows. Moments later, the overhanging trees, which had until now been completely still, began to thrash wildly as a terrible wind rushed through the courtyard. It tugged viciously at her robes and hair, causing her to stagger. Branches snapped, and limbs fell in a shower of leaves and twigs. Her warriors ran for the temple, perhaps thinking they would escape the storm. But Adeline sensed this was a mistake. She hurried after them, calling them back, but they disappeared inside. The temple doors stood wide open, buffeted by the wind, and inside was total darkness. All the torches that lined the vast hall, torches that were never extinguished, were out. Breathing hard, the queen stood in the doorway at the top of the stone steps, peering into the dark hall. Her warriors were somewhere deep within, shouting and screaming. Terrified, Adeline ventured into the hall and discovered that the wind was actually worse inside than out. Only the forces of evil could cause such a thing, and she knew in her heart that the feared demon had arrived, risen from the bottomless pit in the heart of the mountain. She listened long enough to hear the dying screams of her warriors and stared into the pitch-black temple until she saw a gigantic pair of unearthly eyes staring back at her. She backed away. The demon must be as large as the centaurs had said, filling the width of the hall. It hissed at her as she turned and fled. From that day on, the elves stayed clear. A few more warriors volunteered to tackle the demon, but they never emerged afterward. The deathly winds continued to rage in the temple grounds, even though the air was calm everywhere else. "It's the ghosts of the dead," one of the elves started to say over evening campfires, warning us to stay away. "If you approach the temple, you'll hear their whispers in the trees. The temple is cursed, and we are banished forever." Adeline refused to leave the mountain. Despite growing up a traveler, always on the move, now she couldn't bear the thought of abandoning what had become her home. She decided to be patient. One day, the demon that lurked in the shadows would be vanquished and the temple restored. Heroes came and went over the years. It seemed that only human warriors were brave or stupid enough to venture inside the temple. It was as if they relished the challenge. Or perhaps they had simply heard the rumors of elfin treasures left behind during the evacuation. In any case, only a few heroes returned, and they came screaming from the temple, claiming the demon had burned them with its evil eyes. They died shortly after. As time passed, the ramshackle village grew. There was always a temporary air about the place, because hopes still lingered that the temple would be returned to the elves one day. Sure enough, over a decade after the shadow demon had risen from the pit, help arrived. At first glance, they were a most unlikely group of heroes. But as though sent by the gods themselves, they descended from the sky. Chapter 1. From Bad to Worse. "Maybe some of you kids should wait outside," the petite but stern doctor said, folding her arms and barring the doorway. Judging by the look on her face, this was a command rather than an idle suggestion. "But this is important," Hal insisted. "We have something to tell her," Lauren said. "And it takes all 8 of you to say it?" Dr. Kessler pushed her small brass-rimmed spectacles back up her nose and peered at the children clustered on her doorstep. "Lady Simone needs rest, and even if what you have to say simply cannot wait and you wake her, well, the room is barely large enough to swing a cat. I'll allow 2 of you in, and that's it." Hal sighed and turned to the others. "I guess Dewey should go in then." Dewey paled. "I'm not telling her. You tell her." "It's your news, Squirt," Fenton said rudely, giving him a hard jab in the back. "You're the one that saw everything in the glass ball." "But—" "I don't mind telling her," Robbie interrupted. "I'm not scared." Abigail snorted. "You? And what will you tell her exactly? The truth? Or the special Robbie-embellished version?" Dr. Kessler came out onto the doorstep and pulled the door shut behind her. "Will all of you please be quiet?" Everyone fell silent. Hal instantly felt ashamed, even though he hadn't really been part of the argument. The truth was that they were all very worried. Miss Simone had been out of action for 2 days after tangling with Thomas the Manticore, and the children were at a loss as to what to do with their news. The doctor folded her arms again. The end of her nose was white, which, according to the locals, meant she was irritated. "Now 2 of you may go in and sit with her. The rest can clear off." Hal glanced around. His friends looked directly back at him. He sighed, wondering why they always seemed to look to him for leadership. He wasn't a leader and never had been, and yet, whenever something important had to be done, it always seemed to fall on his shoulders. Even Abigail, who possessed strong leadership qualities, often preferred to fall in step behind him. He rolled his eyes and nodded. "All right. Who's coming with me?" Abigail and Robbie stepped forward at the same time, bumping shoulders and glaring at one another. Once again they looked to Hal, expecting him to choose between them. Even though Robbie was his best friend, Hal chose Abigail. Dr. Kessler gave a grunt and stepped aside to allow Hal and Abigail into the cottage. She closed the door firmly behind them, and the bright sunlight was shut out. Just inside the door, making them jump with fright, an incredibly old man sat in a chair under a sign that read, "Be patient and wait here," in large letters. The man was more wrinkled than Hal could have imagined possible, and his fingers, curled loosely around a cane, were like thick, knobby twigs. The man looked thoroughly fed up and wore only one shoe. His other foot was heavily bandaged, and spots of blood showed through near his toes. "Be right with you, Norm," Dr. Kessler said quietly. The old man's face creased into a toothless grin. "Ain't going nowhere nohow," he said in a rasping voice. Dr. Kessler bustled past the children out of the small waiting room and led the way down the hall. A sweet scent of roses filled the air, but underneath was the pervading smell of potions and ointments. "She's still asleep," Dr. Kessler said quietly over her shoulder. She stopped at a doorway at the end of the hall. The door was ajar. "You can sit with her and wait if you like." Hal and Abigail tentatively entered the room. Heavy curtains were drawn to block out the bright sunlight, but a candle flickered on the bedside table, giving a subdued orange glow. As they stepped closer to the bed, Dr. Kessler went around to the other side so she could dab Miss Simone's forehead with a damp cloth. Pale and gaunt, Miss Simone looked like she'd aged 10 years and lost 50 pounds. It was probably the flickering candlelight casting shadows in odd places, Hal thought. But the swelling on her left cheek was real. The entire side of her face was still puffed up and blackened, and it distorted her mouth and squeezed against her left eye so that it, too, looked swollen. Her face and throat were drenched with sweat, and her plain white gown patchy with damp areas. A single thin sheet covered her. It was tucked under her armpits with her arms pinning it down tightly. "A manticore's stinger is no joke," Abigail said. "Have a seat," Dr. Kessler said. "She may wake if you talk to her. She looks like she's dreaming again." The doctor quietly left the room. "Miss Simone," Hal said. "Miss Simone, are you awake?" It was a silly question. Of course she wasn't awake. She was oblivious to his presence and continued to dream. Her eyes rolled beneath her lids, and faint grunts and moans escaped her lips. "Try again," Abigail murmured, biting her lip. So Hal leaned across to shake her shoulder. "Miss Simone, wake up." Abruptly she frowned and opened her eyes. She stared directly at the ceiling for a long moment, then blinked and gingerly touched her face. Finally, she focused on first Abigail, then Hal. "I was dreaming," she croaked. "Sorry to wake you," Hal said, "but we have to tell you something. I need water." Abigail hurriedly got up to pour a glass. Miss Simone struggled upright, grasped the offered cup, and drank greedily and noisily. When she was finished, she closed her eyes and sank back onto the damp pillow. Abigail gently took the cup from her hand. Miss Simone's eyes cracked open again. What can be so important that a lady can't even get some rest after being stung by a manticore? She touched her left cheek again. "I was having the most vivid dream." "Tell her," Abigail murmured. Miss Simone looked expectantly at Hal. When he said nothing, she scowled. "Tell me what? Come on, Hal, spit it out." Hal grimaced. "It's just that, well, right before Thomas attacked you the other day, Dewey looked into Abigail's glass ball and saw a few things. Things he probably wasn't supposed to see." "Like what?" At that moment, heavy footsteps thudded along the hallway, and the door swung open. The three of them looked around to find a goblin standing there, heavy-set and dour-looking, with a pig-like face. He wore the usual plain togs with leather belt and boots, and dull metal plates over his chest and shoulders. He clanked a little as he approached the bed. Out in the hall, Dr. Kessler was complaining about too many visitors cluttering up the place. Gristletooth was one of Miss Simone's closest and highest-ranking goblin friends. He was just as ugly as all the others, with protruding teeth, flaring nostrils, and tiny black eyes. When he spoke, his deep voice was accompanied by a familiar scowl. "Got some bad news." Miss Simone glanced at Hal. "Is this the same bad news you came with?" Hal shook his head. "Can't be. Nobody else knows." "Then what is it?" she asked the goblin. Gristletooth stepped closer, and a faint, pungent odor wafted up Hal's nostrils. "This is important, ma'am," the goblin grumbled. "Just got word from Charlie up north. Invaders." After a moment's silence, Miss Simone struggled up in her bed. She looked odd in her white gown, somehow mundane and drab, nothing at all like the entrancing blonde, blue-eyed beauty Hal had come to know. Once again he was struck by how ill she looked. By rights, she should be dead. It was only because she was a shapeshifter that she'd been able to fight death. "Are you telling me," Miss Simone said grimly, "that old Earthers have come through one of the portals?" "They followed the kids," Gristletooth said, giving Hal a steely glare. Hal shared a horrified look with Abigail. Her eyes were round. Miss Simone winced and touched her face again. "I should have guessed this would happen," she muttered. "But I felt sure the dragons would keep them at bay. How did they manage to get through?" The portal lay deep within the Labyrinth of Fire to the north, in one of the long, dark tunnels down a pit, hovering just above a pool of scalding hot water that bubbled up from the ground. The portal led through to the basement of a cottage in Hal's old world. When Hal and Abigail had found their way through to that basement and fought their way out, they hadn't imagined that a dragon would follow them, and certainly couldn't have foreseen that a handful of patrolling soldiers in a tank would blast the dragon from the sky. It was no big surprise to learn that those bio-suited soldiers, or scientists, or whatever they were, had followed the trail of destruction back to the cottage and found the portal. "They have weapons," Gristletooth said, breaking the silence. "Long rods that breathe fire, metal balls that explode. Word is, they blew up a number of dragons on their way out of the labyrinth." "They fought the dragons?" Abigail exclaimed, looking astonished. "And won, just like that?" "They didn't win," the goblin grunted, "just cleared a path. The dragons are wary of them now." "They're going to be unstoppable," Miss Simone murmured, staring at the ceiling. "This is awful. They found a new world with clean, breathable air." She turned to Gristletooth. "Are they still wearing biosuits?" "Not anymore." Miss Simone sighed heavily and closed her eyes. Hal could have sworn the room dimmed further. He glanced at the candle, expecting to see the flame ebbing, but it continued to shine bright and strong. "All this time we've maintained secrecy," she said, "being careful to disguise the few remaining portals so nobody would stumble upon them. And now this." Hal cleared his throat. "Is it that bad, though, really? Sure, they'll come through into this world, but how many old Earthers can there be? I thought the virus wiped most of them out." "Oh, there are plenty," Miss Simone assured him. "All over the world there are underground bunkers filled with thousands of people, and groups who have found a way to live on the surface in hermetically sealed houses, and others who have found it safer to live on ships far out at sea, and yet others who simply weren't affected by the virus. Trust me, there are survivors, but it's the soldiers and scientists I fear the most. The military." She spat the word as if it were a nasty taste. "We have to assume that the news has already spread, and that more of them are on the way." "But," Hal said, trying to see a positive side, "they can't be all bad, can they? I mean, yes, they brought weapons, but only to get past the dragons. They wouldn't use them on us, would they? Maybe they just want to be friends. Maybe we can all live together." In the silence, Hal felt rather than saw Gristletooth rolling his eyes behind him. Miss Simone shook her head slowly and gave him a feeble smile. "Ah, such innocence. I used to think that way too." She winced and touched her cheek with a shaking hand. "Perhaps you're right, Hal, but I doubt it. We need to confront these people and respectfully ask them to leave. Where are they now, Gristletooth?" "Headed southwest, ma'am, on foot. A small squad, but heavily armed, following the tracks left by Blacknail's vehicle. Won't be long before they arrive in Lewis." "What's Charlie doing about it?" The goblin shrugged, and his armor clanked. "Waiting. He figures we owe him a chance, so he's planning to greet him with open arms." For a moment, Miss Simone looked horrified, but then she nodded slowly. "I guess he's right, but—" She shook her head, despair written all over her face. She seemed about to say something more, but shook her head again and turned to Hal. "Well, after Gristletooth's bad news, yours has to be pretty good in comparison." "Don't bet on it," Abigail mumbled. Hal cleared his throat. "The thing is," Dewey looked into the glass ball again, "right before Thomas stung you. And he saw things." He glanced at Abigail. "Tell her, Abby." "No, you," Abigail said. "Somebody tell me something," Miss Simone snapped. Hal blurted out the story in a rush. "Dewey saw how the virus started and who started it. It wasn't man-made at all. It was centaur-made. They made it to stop humans coming across to New Earth. Dewey's not sure if its release was accidental or deliberate, but either way, the centaurs did it. They might have a cure if you ask them, although they might just prefer to let the virus kill off the rest of the humans, because—" He broke off and took a deep breath. Miss Simone's eyes had grown bigger, and her mouth had turned into a hard, thin line. Hal rushed on. "Dewey said he doesn't know how he knows all this, because even though he's a centaur, he never learned to speak the centaur language, only he understands the language perfectly, as if he'd somehow learned it in the past, which is impossible because he never did. So we were wondering if maybe it had something to do with how we were born, you know, how we were cloned. And maybe looking into the glass ball somehow revealed more of the centaur's memories than was planned, or... Hal faltered. Miss Simone's complexion, which had been so pallid moments ago, now turned red. Her already swollen left cheek seemed fit to burst. She was trembling, her hands gripping the bed. The candle on the bedside table flickered rapidly, as if a draught had entered the room, although Hal felt no such thing. He wasn't sure if he imagined it or not, but he felt a strange vibration in the floor, and an unsettling sensation in his stomach that made him queasy. Glancing at Abigail, he saw that she, too, had noticed a change in the air. "Miss Simone?" he asked shakily. Gristletooth planted a thick-fingered hand on Hal's shoulder and pulled him back, at the same time gesturing for Abigail to step away from the bed. Confused, they both did as they were told. Miss Simone's hair started to move of its own accord, as if caught up by the same phantom draft that made the candle flame dance. Her skin took on an odd glow. Something happened under the thin sheet. It flapped and billowed suddenly, and when it settled, Hal saw the outline of a mermaid's fishtail beneath. Scaly fins curled out from the sides of the sheet, glowing in an unearthly fashion. The candle blew out, the room dimmed, and an inexplicable gust of ice-cold wind swept from wall to wall, taking Hal's breath away. The heavy curtains moved. Then an eerie, high-pitched sound bubbled out of Miss Simone's throat and filled the room, growing louder. Hal clapped his hands over his ears to shut it out, but the scream penetrated anyway. The glass in the window cracked, and the nearby mirror shattered. Then the scream cut off. Miss Simone let out a shuddering breath, and in an instant the deep vibration Hal had felt in his stomach faded. He shivered, drawing his thin shirt closed around his throat as the last of the ice-cold wind dissipated. "Sorry," the woman said, sounding out of breath. "I haven't lost control in a long time." Seeing Hal and Abigail's astonished faces, she waved her hand impatiently. "We mermaids can do much worse if we try. We can raise tidal waves and sink small boats. It's what we do." Dr. Kessler appeared in the doorway. "My pots were rattling. I thought there was an earthquake, and that awful sound. Was that you, ma'am?" Miss Simone nodded. "Sorry." She stared at her fins, which poked out from under the sheet. The fins withdrew slowly, and the smooth, slender shape of her fishtail became distinctly human legs. Then she reached up to prod at her cheek, which now looked marginally less swollen. "Change again," Hal urged. "When I was injured, But Miss Simone had already started climbing out of the bed. Gristle-tooth reached forward and stopped her with one large hand on her shoulder. "Nah, he rumbled. "Shapeshifter or not, you need rest. Give me instructions, but rest until you're well. You're no good to nobody unless you're well." "You listen to him," Dr. Kessler warned, hurrying to relight the candle. "Don't you be getting up, Lady Simone. You need to rest for another day. Maybe tomorrow you can get up and go about your duties." She placed a hand on Miss Simone's forehead, then bustled from the room, leaving her irritated patient to click her tongue loudly. "I can't rest knowing that the centaurs—" Miss Simone broke off and gazed into space with a look of intense disbelief, shaking her head as if the news had only just fully sunk in. She seemed unable to comprehend the magnitude of what had been done. Hal understood. He'd thought of nothing else for the last 2 days. He and his friends had grown up on a private, lonely island, never seen the world out there beyond the fog. And yet he knew from stories his parents had told him that the world had been a busy, bustling place with hundreds of millions of people in the United States alone and 6.5 billion across the planet. These numbers boggled Hal's mind, who in his lifetime had known a grand total of 8 friends and their parents. The thought of hundreds, thousands, millions, billions of people. And they'd all gone. Well, perhaps not all of them. Somehow, life had continued. Somehow the survivors had found each other and reconnected, dragged themselves back to some semblance of civilized life, and set to work organizing the mass production of biosuits. But no matter how many had survived, a far greater number had succumbed to the airborne virus, or spores, as the centaur scientist Fleck had said. Hal felt his jaw tighten. When he, Robbie, and Abigail had met Fleck in the centaur shelter, they'd managed to squeeze information out of him. The words still rang clearly in Hal's head. "It doesn't start out as a virus, you know," the centaur had said. "This one begins as tiny spores, lighter than air, blowing around on the wind." Maybe that was why it was safer at sea, Hal thought, where the dust-like spores had nowhere to settle. He shuddered and looked up to notice that Miss Simone, Gristle-tooth, and Abigail were staring at him. "Penny for your thoughts?" Abigail asked him. "I was just trying to imagine our old world filled with millions of people." "It can't work," Miss Simone said grimly. "We have such a fine balance of human settlements alongside the Naga, the Elves, the Goblins, the Centaurs." She scowled. "Well, forget the Centaurs, but the rest. I simply can't see how a sudden influx of hundreds, thousands, maybe even millions of survivors could ever be welcomed by our neighbors. Can you imagine if millions of elves suddenly showed up and decided to muscle in on our territory, taking over our fields for their own crops, clearing forests to make room for more of their temples?" "And think of the endless chanting," Gristle-tooth grumbled. Miss Simone winced. "Yes, echoing across the hills at night, and what if our world was invaded by millions of orcs or trolls or ogres or manticores or harpies?" "Or centaurs," Abigail said quietly. "Indeed," Miss Simone agreed. She gently massaged her bruised, swollen cheek. "Centaurs pretend to be civil with humans only because we outnumber them, but they'd squash us like flies if they thought they could." She paused, frowning. "And that's why they created the virus in the first place, to quietly squash us without lifting a finger in battle." "And they got away with it some," Gristle-tooth grunted. "But now they's gonna pay." He beat his metal chestplate hard with one bunched fist, and the clanging sound reverberated around the room. "They's gonna pay." Miss Simone glanced from Hal to Abigail and back, her bright blue eyes gleaming in the subdued light of the room. "Have you told your parents or anyone else about this?" Nobody but our friends," Hal said. "Good. Keep it that way. Gristle-tooth and I will deal with this." Chapter 2. The Soothsayer. When Hal and Abigail left Dr. Kessler's cottage, they found their friends waiting on the small humped bridge just around the corner, where a shallow stream bubbled underneath. They all looked like they were awaiting school test results, anxious and irritable, but they suddenly became animated as Hal and Abigail approached. "Well," Emily demanded, "what's she going to do?" Abigail frowned. "Keep your voice down. We have to keep this a secret." "So what did she say?" Fenton demanded, in what apparently was his attempt at whispering. "She said she'd deal with it," Hal said, feeling suddenly claustrophobic as his friends pressed in on all sides. "But she's pretty angry, I can tell you." "We're to say nothing about it to anybody," Abigail said again. "I think she's afraid of the centaurs getting wind that we know about this. They might do something drastic before she's ready to deal with them." She looked as though she was about to expand on this statement, but at that moment they heard raised voices from the direction of the doctor's cottage. Without a word, the children rushed around the corner to see what was happening. Dr. Kessler stood on her doorstep with her arms folded, shaking her head. Before her stood the strangest-looking man Hal had ever seen. He wore a long, raggedy grey robe that trailed in the dirt. A frayed rope was tied loosely around his waist, from which hung a partially filled sack. Long white hair flowed down his back, and yet the top of his head was bald and extremely tanned and shiny. In his left hand he held a rough wooden staff that he banged repeatedly on the ground, sending up little plumes of dust. "I have to see her," he was insisting, his voice thin and reedy. But Dr. Kessler continued to shake her head. "Come back tomorrow, old man. She's not fit for your crazy riddles." "He's like a wizard," Abigail whispered in Hal's ear. She had a delighted grin on her freckled face. The cottage door banged shut, and the old man stood for a moment, fuming. Then he swung around as if sensing he was being watched. He only had one eye. The other was an empty socket. His face was weathered and lined, his beard as long as his hair. The man stared at the children intently, his single eye roving alarmingly. Hal tried not to stare back, but found the empty socket fascinating, an abyss of blackness. The old man suddenly hurried toward them, moving surprisingly fast for someone who looked to be 300 years old. Darcy let out a whimper and clutched at Lauren as the man closed the gap and stood before them. He smelled of something bad, something rotten, and Hal felt an urge to run away. "You!" he barked suddenly, and this time Emily squealed. "You're the kids in my dream, only one's missing." He frowned deeply, and his gaze shifted throughout the group. Hal realized he was counting heads. "Who's missing?" "Nobody's missing," Fenton said defiantly. The old man scowled. "I'm never wrong. One's missing. 9 kids and a goblin will face the demon on the mountain. The mountain is the key, you see, the key to everything. You mark my words. Go to the mountain, follow the whispers, face the demon. You'll see. You'll find all the answers you're seeking right there in the temple." "What are you talking about?" Abigail said. Hal realized then that she was holding tightly onto his arm. "My visions!" the man snapped. "All my life I've had visions, and they always come true. This one will too." He leaned in close again, and Hal almost gagged at the stench emanating from the bearded mouth, where a few remaining brown teeth could be seen. I don't always understand my visions. I see the demon in the darkness, a shadow with hideous eyes. I can smell the stench of death, but I also hear whispers, nothing but whispers. He clutched his head suddenly, closing his single eye. I see a long, long tunnel, the man groaned. I see you kids walking into it, or being swallowed by it. The walls are alive, moving. He broke off and shook his head violently. Little bits of dirt and one or two bugs flew free. Then the old man opened his eye and lowered his voice. I see people carrying weapons, weapons that don't belong in this world. The men are marching into this village. He looked fearful now, and his single eye suddenly grew moist. This very village. That's why I'm here, to warn you all. To warn Lady Simone that her people are in danger, and to warn you not to waste another moment. He clutched his head again. The second shot will bring doom upon this village. You must go. Go now to the Mountain of Whispers. Just like that, Fenton said rudely. Okay, guys, you heard the old coot. Let's go pack our bags and hit the road. We've got a mountain to find, a demon to vanquish. Not to mention saving the village from people with weapons, Robbie added with a nervous laugh. Hal was puzzled. Earlier, Gristletooth had mentioned soldiers coming through the hole in the labyrinth. Unless the old man had heard rumors or seen the men for himself, his dreams were disturbingly accurate. Gristletooth appeared just then. He might have been nearby all along, but if so, the goblin had been stealthy, keeping to the background. Now he marched up to the group and grabbed the old man by the scruff of the neck. "Time to go," he growled. "Back to your cave. Don't go spreading your fears around here again. Remember last time?" The old man tried feebly to struggle free of Gristletooth's grasp, but soon gave up. He stared at Hal and his friends. "Mark my words," he croaked. "Go to the mountain before it's too late. The Mountain of Whispers. The mountain is the key to everything." He seemed so sincere that Hal felt himself drawn into the fantasy. He shivered at the prospect of meeting the demon and sliding down its throat, if that's what the old man had meant by the walls being alive and moving. But then Gristletooth marched the man away, and the children suddenly found themselves alone, the spell broken. "Woo!" Emily said, her face white. "I thought he was going to curse us or something." "What a fruitcake," Darcy agreed, tugging with both hands at her blonde hair, as if that somehow indicated the actions of a madman. "And what a smell!" Everyone agreed that the air had been polluted. "It's like there's a brown cloud drifting over me," Lauren complained. "You." Fenton grimaced. "Did you see his eye?" "Which one?" Robbie asked. "The one that was missing, idiot." "How am I supposed to see an eye that's missing?" As Darcy, Emily, and Lauren joined in the discussion, Hal turned to see that Abigail was watching Dewey closely. The small boy was silent and thoughtful, staring off into space. "What's up, Dewey?" Abigail asked, poking him. The boy shrugged. "It's probably nothing." "No, come on, what's wrong?" The others fell silent and shifted their focus to Dewey. A passerby grumbled something, and Hal was suddenly aware that they were blocking the street. "Let's go find someplace else to talk," he said. They returned to the humped bridge, then hurdled the wall and followed the shallow stream. It wasn't the best of walking trails, a little muddy in places, but it was away from the main roads. "So come on, Dewey, spit it out," Abigail said. The boys slowed. They were standing in a yard of dark brown mud that had dried smooth and flat. A cat sat on a fence, watching them closely. The old man said a couple of things that sounded familiar, Dewey said carefully. "I hadn't thought much of it until he mentioned it, but, well, that mountain he talked about, the Mountain of Whispers, well, it's already in my head, like a memory. I saw it in Abigail's glass ball." Hal's heart thumped harder. The last time Dewey had spoken this seriously, just a couple of days ago, he had revealed how the centaurs had slaughtered almost every human on the planet. Now what did he have on his mind? Dewey pressed on, his voice low. There was a mountain the centaurs went to. I don't remember much. These are just flashes, like distant memories. When I looked into the glass ball, Hal said, my memories were perfectly clear, like I was right there, spying on myself in the past. But those were your memories, Dewey argued. I'm remembering someone else's memories and they're kind of blurry. He frowned. Something about the whispering. First it wasn't there, but then it was. While he spoke, Abigail silently withdrew the glass ball from her pocket. The fairies had given it to her, and it was the tiniest thing, no bigger than a thumbnail, requiring a magnifying glass to look inside. Looking into the miniature sphere had not only clarified a few childhood memories for them all, it had also drawn out instincts and skills belonging to the creatures they'd been partially cloned from. Dewey had turned out to be a special case. His pre-packaged memories were more than just instinctive. Inexplicably, he understood a complex centaur dialect and remembered the fleeting thoughts of a specific individual. Hal now wondered if they had been too quick to dismiss the old man as a crazy old coot. So you're saying this mountain of whispers exists? He asked, breaking the silence. That the old man was right about that? Dewey nodded. And the centaurs went there. I don't know why, or if it even matters. But yes, I think the mountain exists. And so do the soldiers, Abigail said thoughtfully. Seeing a number of blank expressions, she quickly told them what Gristle-Tooth had told Miss Simone about the squad of soldiers in the north. So the old man was right about two things, Emily said, her eyes wide. The mountain and the soldiers. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Does it? Fenton said, a little scornfully. Since figuring out how to revert to his full human form at will, he had recovered some of his self-confidence and rudeness. They moved on, leaving the squishy, clay-like mud behind and following the stream out into the open. Now they were back in the public eye again, crossing a wide, dusty road packed with villagers and heading toward the large pond at the center of the village. Here, flower beds were tended to on a regular basis. All the ornate carved benches around the pond were occupied except for one on the far side, which all four girls managed to grab first. The boys were left standing, though Fenton threw himself down on the grass. I like the sun, Emily said, closing her eyes. Do you think we should go? Hal asked, looking around. He was met with puzzled gazes from all but Abigail, who gave the tiniest of grins. She understood him perfectly, always a step ahead of everyone else. On a trip, I mean, Hal clarified. To this mountain of whispers. What, are you nuts? Fenton said lazily. No, I'm just thinking it would be a good chance to explore this world. And we'd get a chance to check on what the old man said. He said it was important not to waste time. He said we should go. And maybe we should. Emily's eyes remained closed while she spoke. Well, count me out. I've had enough adventure. Haven't you, Hal? We've been to the north and met harpies and dragons and ogres. I mean, what more do you want? Let's just stay here in the village and be happy. Abigail snorted. We'll just wander around the place and be stared at like we're freaks. Her sarcasm was so obvious that even Fenton agreed with her. Count me in. You said a minute ago that Hal was nuts, Emily reminded him. Yeah, well, I still want a road trip. Now I've had a chance to see a new world. I can't stand the idea of being cooped up in one place again. I have to agree, Lauren said. Robbie nodded furiously. Me too, then. I mean, yeah, whatever. You know me. I'll go along with whatever you all decide to do. Whatever Lauren decides to do, you mean? Abigail said slyly. Darcy giggled, and Emily whispered something in Lauren's ear. This made Lauren blush, and she stared hard at her fingernails. How about you, Dewey? Hal asked. The boy stuffed his hands into capacious pockets and pursed his lips. "I think it would be a mistake to ignore it," he said finally. "Let's vote then," Emily murmured. She forced her eyes open. "Hands up, all those who want to go on this trip." Hands slowly rose into the air. "Motion carried," Emily said with a sigh. "I guess we're off on a trip then." Darcy snorted. "You think we'll be allowed to go just like that?" Hal doubted it very much. Convincing their parents would be difficult after the near-fatal journey to the Labyrinth of Fire. He thought of the way his mum and dad had been prepared to take Hal and run away with him rather than let him face the dragons of the north. The shapeshifters had returned home victorious and perhaps proved themselves in some way. But still, they were 12 years old, hardly even grown-ups yet. "I think we should convince Miss Simone first," Hal said. "Our parents will never let us go off on a trip alone unless Miss Simone thinks we should go. If it were like another mission—" "Ooh, you're so sly," Abigail said. Hal grinned. "Let's go see Miss Simone again." For the second time that day, Hal and Abigail were admitted into Dr. Kessler's humble cottage. Surprised, Miss Simone broke off from her conversation with Blacknail, another of her goblin colleagues, and glared at the visitors. "Yes? What is it now? I have a lot to do." "Well," Abigail said, "Dewey told us something odd, about a mountain he saw while looking into my glass ball. He said the mountain was important, a place the centaurs visited years ago. He remembers small details and thinks it might give us clues about the virus. We thought it might be worth checking out." Miss Simone looked at Blacknail, who simply grimaced and said nothing. "And," she said, turning back to Abigail, "how does Dewey suggest we go about finding this elusive mountain?" Abigail frowned. Well, I don't really know. But the old man said we should go there too. He was babbling about soldiers and how a second shot will bring doom upon the village, and also about a demon and a mountain that whispers. "The Soothsayer," Blacknail grumbled, rolling his eyes. Miss Simone looked thoughtful. "He has been known to be right. Years ago he predicted the quakes in the north, weeks before they happened." She nodded slowly. "Perhaps you should go to the mountain then." Hal's mouth dropped open, and a look of surprise fell across Abigail's face. "What? You agree we should go, just like that?" Miss Simone shrugged. "I was telling Blacknail here that we need allies. Charlie may need our help, so we should be prepared. So yes, go with Blacknail to Whisper Mountain and check it out." "Whisper Mountain?" Abigail said quietly. "Yes, that's most likely the place mentioned in the Soothsayer's dreams," Miss Simone went on. "And it's true there are reports of a demon there, although I'm sure that can be explained quite easily. They call it the Shadow Demon, if I recall. It eats people alive." She shook her head and gave a tired smile. "Elves are too ready to believe in demons and ghosts, I think. They chant in the middle of the night and, well, we were talking about this just a little while ago." "So, we should go?" Abigail said again, still sounding shocked. "Another mission for the shapeshifters?" Miss Simone nodded. "Maybe you'll find something interesting, but more importantly, gather some of your friends on your journey." "Friends?" Hal repeated. "The Naga live in a nearby forest, and there are ogres to the south. Then there are the elves on Whisper Mountain itself, though they'll never stand by our side. They're too wrapped up in themselves to be useful, but they are close friends with the centaurs. Maybe the elves can tell you something about their visit." "We could take Kanan along," Blacknail muttered. Miss Simone shook her head. "It wouldn't make any difference, you know that." Seeing Hal's puzzled expression, she added, "She's our elf shapeshifter, but as far as the elves are concerned, she's just another human." Hal had to grin. They'd planned to manipulate Miss Simone into agreeing to the mission, but it had been a lot easier than expected. Miss Simone apparently had motivations of her own and saw the trip to the mountain as an additional but harmless expedition that was secondary to her main objective of gathering allies. Well, Hal and his friends had gotten the adventure they wanted. "We'll go," he said. Miss Simone settled back onto her pillow and closed her eyes. She seemed very tired all of a sudden. "I think the doctor was right. I do need rest. Blacknail, take care of it all, will you?" "Right. And Hal?" He stepped closer, but her eyes remained closed. She seemed to be dropping off to sleep before his eyes. "Take Thomas, will you? Blacknail and I were talking about this. Take him along. A bit of time in the company of his friends will do him the world of good. Also, he and others of his kind would make wonderful allies, if only—" But then she trailed off and was asleep. Blacknail, Hal, and Abigail stood in silence for a moment. Then the goblin came around the bed and gestured for them all to leave. He followed them from the room, along the hall, and out the front door. When he pulled the door shut behind him, he turned to face Hal and Abigail, looking even grimmer than usual. "West Gate," he snapped. "Go pack. We leave in 3 hours." With that, he marched off. Hal stared after him, amazed at the development. Take Thomas? Chapter 3. Blacknail's Pride and Joy. Hal's mom was none too pleased with the idea of her son going off on another journey. She immediately dragged Hal along to one of the fields outside the village, where Mr. Franklin was helping a farmer to repair a fence, while sheep stood by and bleated indignantly. When his wife and son approached, Mr. Franklin set down his saw, wiped a sleeve across his brow, and came to greet them. Hal stood aside while his mom explained that the children had been asked to go away for a few days and gather allies, or rally up the troops, as she called it, in an effort to show a wall of strength against the invaders. "Another mission?" his dad said, glaring at Hal as though it were all his fault. "You only just got back from the last one a few days ago. Don't you want to just, hang out in the village? Be safe?" "Well, those soldiers—" Yeah, I know. That Tyler boy was here just now, spreading the news." Hal had never met Tyler, but knew the boy loved being the village messenger, running around everywhere, passing on gossip and news. Mr. Franklin again wiped his brow and stared into space. "I guess you know how to take care of yourself, Hal. Why the mountain, though? What do elves have to do with this? None of you kids can shapeshift into one of those little fellows." The farmer by the fence looked up and opened his mouth to say something, then promptly hit his thumb with the hammer. He grimaced, uttered a colorful word, then reddened. "Sorry, I was just wondering if this has anything to do with the old Soothsayer." Tyler mentioned him too. He said the old man was spouting nonsense about demons on a mountain. Whisper Mountain, right? Hal groaned inwardly as his dad turned to him. "Son?" "Miss Simone just wants us to speak to the elves while we're in the area," Hal said carefully, remembering her warning to keep things quiet about the centaurs. "They might help us if they know there are soldiers coming from the other world." The man by the fence snorted. "Yeah, right." Hal's parents debated a while longer as he stood patiently. They'd agree eventually. They just wanted it to be their decision, not his or Miss Simone's. Once they'd agreed, Hal returned home with his mom for a quick bite to eat before heading out to the main gate on the west side. Hal thought about Thomas all the way there. Had Miss Simone really suggested bringing him along? The idea seemed ridiculous. How could they? What was to stop him transforming into a manticore at any moment and attacking them with his poison-tipped quills and deadly stinger? Miss Simone seemed unusually confident that the boy would be a safe traveling companion. Maybe she'd lost her mind. Word of the new mission spread, and a small crowd gathered at the gate. Hal received a number of pats on the back and several wishes of good luck. It warmed him to know that he and his friends were appreciated, and he suspected it made his mom feel proud, too. He could see it in her face as they walked together. His dad was due to stop by shortly to say goodbye, but in the meantime, Hal slipped away to join his friends. Some of them hadn't yet shown, but Robbie, Darcy, Lauren, and Abigail were loitering by the gate. The girls had small bags, no doubt containing hairbrushes and other overnight things. "What gives?" he said. "We were talking about Thomas," Abigail said. "My mum says they have him under control." "How? Where?" Robbie gestured vaguely outside the gate to the nearby woods. "Up at the barn. You know Eric, that head doctor guy?" Somehow he persuaded Thomas to be human again, then gave him a drink with a sleeping drug in it. While Thomas was dozing, the goblins came and slapped a collar on him. A collar? A group emerged from the nearby forest and ambled down the slope toward the gate. Heading the group was the overweight head doctor known as Eric. He looked out of breath, even though his pace was leisurely. Directly behind him was a trio of goblins, flanking a small, thin boy with bright red hair. Thomas, wearing smart clothes, looked impossibly frail and white compared to the stocky, powerful goblins and rotund, ruddy-faced doctor. The waiting villagers began to murmur, nudging each other and pointing as the small group approached the gate. Thomas was free to walk around as he pleased. No chains, no leash, just a simple but effective dull black metal collar. It was thick and bulky, with a latch plate and lock, certainly strong enough to prevent a transformation into a manticore. If he tried, he'd strangle himself. "Hope he doesn't accidentally change in his sleep like Fenton does," Hal muttered. "He might wake up dead." "I thought of that too," Abigail said. "But he was asleep when they put the collar on him, and he didn't change then, so I guess it's okay." "Ooh," a voice behind Hal said. Emily had appeared and was peering wide-eyed over his shoulder. The 9th child, just like the Soothsayer said. Hal nodded sagely. Had the Soothsayer been right about everything else as well? Was there really a demon on Whisper Mountain? Was the mountain really, somehow, the key to everything? Thomas stood shyly on his own as the villagers pressed in on all sides, murmuring and staring at him. Where were the boy's parents? Had they still not come to see him? Hal searched the sea of faces, wondering if they were watching silently. But there was no sign of them. Instead, Dr. Porter came forward to give the boy a hug and whisper a few words in his ear. As she did so, she motioned for Hal and his friends to come and say hello. But nobody could think of anything to say. 2 days ago, Thomas had attacked and nearly killed Miss Simone. And now they were all expected to be friends. Hal studied the boy's pallid skin, his smattering of freckles, and the rings under his bright blue eyes. Thomas stared at the ground, shifting weight from one foot to the other, his hands balled into fists and his arms stiff. Emily patted Thomas on the shoulder, mumbled a few incoherent words, and stepped back. Thomas made no effort to speak. It was hard to tell whether he was ashamed, timid, or just sullen. He seemed to have very little expression at all. Fenton and Dewey arrived at that moment. For once, Fenton's rough-and-ready nature was just what was needed. He marched up, clapped Thomas hard on the back, and said loudly, "Man, you're skinnier than Robbie, and more scared than Dewey. This is going to be great." With that, he grabbed Thomas in a headlock and pretended to pound his face with a meaty fist. He was grinning amiably, but it reminded Hal of all the times the big boy had actually done that for real to Robbie. Thomas didn't react or cry out, and when Fenton let him go, he remained standing in the exact same passive position as before. Fenton scowled. "You gonna lighten up or what?" He shook his head in disgust. "Maybe I'll use you to wipe my feet on." Dr. Porter put an arm around Thomas. "You'll be fine, dear. It'll take time to adjust. Maybe this little journey will do you good, together with your old friends once more after all these years. Yes?" Hal felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to find his dad standing there, having threaded his way through the crowd. "You take care, son. I've got to get back to the fields, but I wanted to see you off." This seemed to be the cue for other parents to say their goodbyes. Hal listened for Blacknail's buggy, knowing he'd hear the 6-wheeled iron monster long before it came into sight. But surprisingly, Blacknail appeared on foot, jostling his way through the crowd, looking peeved. He motioned for the children to follow him, and they dutifully said their final goodbyes. On their way at last. Blacknail led the way up the wide, dusty road and then cut across into the woods, following a narrow path. Thomas would have trailed behind, maybe even slipped away unnoticed, but Blacknail kept a firm hand on his shoulder and practically marched him along like a prisoner. "Where are we going?" Abigail asked. "Surely you didn't park this deep in the woods." Blacknail muttered something under his breath. They continued through the woods until they burst into a clearing where Hal and his friends blinked at a strange sight, a contraption hovering 20 feet off the ground. It was twice as long as a house, elliptical in shape, with leathery brown material stretched taut around a thin framework, rather like the ribs of a starving animal. It moved slowly, floating back and forth, tethered to the ground with several ropes. Fixed underneath the balloon was a long, lightweight wicker structure, a cabin of some sort, with little openings for windows and standing room for perhaps 20 people. The floor of the cabin was riddled with holes. Hal thought of a giant floating fish, only with rigging and rolled-up sails. A long, whooshing, roaring sound came from the cabin, and an orange glow briefly lit up the interior. The contraption eased higher into the air and tugged on its ropes. It was strangely beautiful and eerie and terrifying. "Don't tell me," Hal said shakily to nobody in particular, "that we're traveling in that." Blacknail stopped and turned to them. For once he seemed to be grinning. "My pride and joy," he said. "I call her Cloud Drifter." "Because she drifts like a cloud?" Abigail asked, unable to keep the heavy skepticism from her voice. Blacknail nodded happily. "Climb aboard," he said, gesturing to the peg ladder that dangled from the front end. Without waiting for a response, he climbed the ladder slowly but steadily until he was able to step across into the cabin. Darcy looked pale. "There is no way I'm—" She turned to face them all. "I can't. I just can't. I'm scared of heights. I can't go up there." "I don't know what your problem is," Abigail said with a grin. She sprouted her wings through the back of her enchanted dress, then grabbed her small bag and buzzed into the air, completely ignoring the peg ladder. "See ya!" As she disappeared into the cabin above, Darcy shuddered. "Lauren can catch you if you happen to fall," Robbie assured her. Blacknail poked his head out of a window far above and glared down at them. "What are you waiting for?" he yelled. Hal took a deep breath and reached for the ladder. He climbed with trepidation, hoping the peg ladder held. Half a minute later, he stepped across into the cabin. He thought he would feel a little safer once inside. He was wrong. The floor and walls stretched before him, a long corridor of wood-framed and wicker-woven walls that leaned outward so that the cabin was wider at the top. Abigail was busy looking around with interest. "This is cool, a bit rickety, but still—" The two goblins stood at the back end. The stern? Did those terms apply to floating sheds? Hal didn't know and didn't care. He peered out of a small window. Being 20 feet up in the air was fine unless you happened to be standing on a flimsy floor that might give way at any moment. He studied numerous holes in the floor with a feeling of dread. As if reading his mind, Blacknail snorted. "It'll hold your weight." "But obviously not yours," Hal said. "How many times have you fallen through?" "Count the holes," the other goblin said, and broke into a fit of guffaws, his shoulders shaking. Blacknail pointed at Abigail's bag on the floor. "Hang that up at the front." He and the other goblin, whose name turned out to be Flatfoot, busied themselves checking rigging and pulleys and other mechanisms. In the middle of the cabin, a large funnel hung below a gigantic opening in the overhead balloon. Hal peered up into the enormous cavity. There was nothing to see except more flimsy framework far above, covered with the odd, leathery fabric. A number of small, ragged holes allowed light to shine through here and there. Didn't the hot air escape? Hal shuddered. Finally, everyone was aboard. Once Darcy collapsed inside, she refused to move. She simply sat down, gripped the thin wooden framework, and closed her eyes. "About time," Blacknail complained. He pointed to some hooks near the entrance. "Right, hang your bags up and keep 'em out of my way." Then he shouted down to a few goblins below, who released 5 ropes from their moorings. Now the cloud drifter was free and rising into the air. Blacknail pulled on a lever, and a sudden roaring blast of fire made everyone jump as the flames lit up the inside of the balloon and sent a wave of heat around the cabin. Nervous, but strangely thrilled, Hal and his friends, all except Darcy, watched as the treetops fell away. "Ooh," Emily said, "the forest is like a carpet of green." "Look at the view," Robbie exclaimed. "There's the village," Dewey shouted, for once forgetting to be shy. "It's full of tiny people. They're as small as ants." Robbie laughed excitedly. "So this is what it's like to be high in the sky. I wish I had wings." "An ogre with wings," Lauren said, giving him a grin. "Now that's something I'd like to see. You'd look pretty freaky." Fenton gave Robbie a sideways punch. He's already a freak, so he'd look perfectly normal. "Tell you what, though, Robbie, I could kick you out if you want. Maybe you'll grow wings as you fall." "Stop talking about falling," Darcy moaned, her eyes still shut tight, and her hands gripping one of the wall supports. "This is awful. I can feel the motion, and I just know I'm a million miles up in the sky, and I'm going to fall right through this floor the moment I look down." "Quit being a baby," Fenton said. "If you don't open your eyes and look, I'll come over there and make you." "You just dare!" Darcy screamed and hunched lower. The wicker floors and walls creaked as the cabin moved gently from side to side. Blacknail's hand rested lightly on the lever that released fire, and once in a while he would yank it and give his ship an extra boost. "A couple of you move to the other side to distribute the weight," Flatfoot ordered. "Why are we flying?" Hal asked Blacknail. "I thought it was dangerous to fly. Isn't that why we used your buggy last time?" Blacknail nodded. "Keep a lookout for Rocs." He pointed toward a crossbow fastened to the ceiling. "I usually have to shoot at 'em, but since you're here—" Hal quailed. He was supposed to deal with gigantic birds if they came close. "So why didn't we take the buggy?" he asked again. "This is quicker, especially going up mountains. Anyway, the buggy's having a roof put on." "Oh, now he puts a roof on," Abigail said, rolling her eyes. Flatfoot, at the rear of the cabin, started loosening ropes. "I'm putting the sails out," he announced, "but with this wind—" "I don't know." Blacknail nodded. "Try it anyway." Fascinated, Hal and his friends watched as the sails unraveled. 2 huge triangles of dull grey material were tugged up the rigging on thin ropes, so they stuck out to the sides of the airship, completing Hal's mental image of a giant floating fish in the sky. As the sails snapped into place, they flapped and billowed wildly until Flatfoot pulled on more ropes and the sails twisted around with a groan. Suddenly, the wind caught them and they bulged forward. The ship lurched, and Darcy screamed. Everyone else grabbed for an overhead handhold. "Seems like a pretty strong wind," Robbie called, his eyes gleaming. "We're moving fast." "Yeah," Flatfoot grumbled, "but in the wrong direction. We want to go that way." He pointed off to the side and then pulled on the ropes again. The small rear fins and large sails at the side wound to different angles, and then the airship started to turn. The bright sun came around and dazzled Hal for a moment before it passed by. The ship was turning to the south. As they turned, the wind ebbed. "I guess this'll do for now," Flatfoot said, tying off the ropes. He stared at a compass fixed to a post and gave a satisfied nod. With their course set, the goblin sat on a narrow ledge seat, slumped back against the sloping wall, crossed his feet, placed his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes. The village was already dwindling in the distance. The cloud drifter skimmed over the forest, ascending steadily. With rolling green hills straight ahead and blue mountains lining the horizon, Hal soon forgot his fears and began to enjoy the journey. After all, he could fly. If he was worried at all, it was for the safety of his friends, not for himself. As the forest petered out, Robbie exclaimed and pointed. Everyone crowded to his side of the cabin, and Hal tried to ignore Blacknail's scowl of annoyance as the floor tilted. Darcy whimpered from her fixed position on the floor. Far below, a long procession of centaurs trotted north toward Carter. Hal counted around 40 of them, in pairs. The frontmost centaurs carried flagpoles, and the little pointed flags flapped in the wind. The majestic beasts in the center wore dashing bright red colors. "Ooh," Emily said. She turned to Blacknail. "Who are they?" Blacknail leaned to peer out of the window. He said nothing for a moment. Then, "That's the Centaur Council. They're the bigwigs. You don't get much higher up in the centaur world. Every clan has a leader, a Khan, like the one near our village. But this lot, well, they're like adjudicators for the entire species. This is just one group, one council, the governors of the entire region. There are other groups. Together, they form a collective, the backbone of their society." Hal and his friends listened attentively. Blacknail rarely spoke more than one sentence at a time. "Where are they going?" "To the clan near Carter," Blacknail said grimly. "Lady Simone sent word to the council this morning, right after you told her the news." "About the centaur's virus," Hal murmured. "Did they admit to it?" Fenton snorted. "Yeah, right. Sure they did." "It's a serious accusation," Blacknail went on. "The council will go see Lady Simone first, then talk to the Khan in the forest. If there's a dark secret to uncover, the council will uncover it. They're a methodical lot. If there's one thing centaurs despise, it's corruption and dishonesty. The centaur Khan, Gratik, is in a lot of trouble." "So what will happen if the council finds him out?" Emily asked. Blacknail shrugged. "The scale of this is unheard of. Another centaur clan's leader waged war on the Naga one time just because he didn't like them. A terrible battle. Disastrous outcome. The Centaur Council investigated and of course found the Khan guilty, and they executed him." Hal felt his stomach lurch. The goblins stared at Hal with small black eyes. "It's out of our hands now. Once the council gets wind of a complaint, they go after it, and don't let go until they find absolute proof. If Gratik is found guilty, then he's going to an early grave." "And if they don't find proof?" Abigail asked quietly. "Then Lady Simone is in serious trouble," Blacknail said shortly. He glared at Dewey, and the boy shrank back against the wicker wall. "So you'd better hope your visions are right. She's putting a lot of faith in you kids. Too much, if you ask me." He trailed off and turned his back on them, relapsing into his familiar grumpy silence. But a moment later he barked, "And will you please spread the weight evenly?" Hal and 3 others leapt to the other side of the cabin. Their movement made the floor sway gently, and Darcy moaned. Chapter 4. Rocs. The journey was uneventful at first. As the cloud drifter ascended, the features of the ground far below blended into one never-ending expanse of green, and the children gradually lost interest. They hunkered with their backs to the sloping walls, finding it surprisingly comfortable. Darcy managed to open her eyes, but remained firmly attached to a support post, carefully avoiding glances through numerous holes in the cabin floor. Thomas remained silent. While all the others chatted idly, the red-headed boy sat apart, staring into space, occasionally fingering his metal collar. When there was a lull in conversation, Hal called out to him. "Hey, Thomas, Are you happy to be human again? All heads turned toward Thomas, and he dropped his gaze to the floor. It feels weird, he muttered. That's only natural, Emily said. She was sitting fairly close to him, on the opposite side, and she reached out with her foot to nudge him. You'll get used to it. No more running around in the forest for you, Thomas. You're one of us again. Thomas scowled and glared at her with bright blue eyes. What if I don't want to be one of you? What, you like being a manticore? Robbie exclaimed. How can you enjoy raw meat? And do you really eat people? Everyone shuddered openly at the thought. Thomas said nothing. He fingered his collar again. Is that bothering you? Emily asked. I hate that you have to wear it, but you don't trust me, Thomas said. Can you blame us? Abigail said. You nearly killed Miss Simone. She nearly killed me, Thomas suddenly yelled, and everyone jumped. His pale cheeks reddened as he took on a fierce expression. She nearly drowned me. That woman is evil. Hal shook his head. You've got it all wrong. She wasn't trying to drown you. She saved your life. Thomas looked away, scowling. He seemed unable or unwilling to believe it. I think Thomas blames her for losing his way when he was 6, Abigail said slowly. Instead of being rescued and returned to his home on the island, he was dumped in another world. He missed his mom and dad and probably spent days or weeks or even months looking for a way home. Finally, he gave up, and all he could think about was this blonde woman, Miss Simone, who'd brought him to this strange place. He needed someone to blame, right? There was a long silence. At that moment, Blacknail blasted fire up into the giant canopy overhead, making them all jump. The cabin creaked. Got company, he said grimly. Hal, get up here. Hal jumped to his feet and looked out the window. Outside, 3 enormous dull white birds hurtled toward them. It was hard to judge their exact size, but they were heading for the airship and looked like they meant business. Flatfoot! Blacknail roared. The other goblin woke with a start and hurriedly wiped drool from his mouth. Blinking, he lurched to his feet, took one look outside, and made a grab for the crossbow that hung high on the wall. Blacknail shoved open the door at the front end of the airship. He turned to Hal. Get out there! Now! Hal quailed. For a moment he was petrified and couldn't think straight. How could he transform? His dragon form would be far too big for the cabin and would damage the walls. You'll have to jump out and transform, Abigail urged. You can do this, Hal. They're just big birds. You've dealt with worse. Go now, they're almost here. The Rocs loomed, impossibly gigantic, each as large as the airship. Hal rushed past a whimpering Darcy and a grumbling Blacknail and threw himself out of the open doorway before he could talk himself out of it. He experienced a singularly terrifying moment, convinced that his shape-shifting powers were gone and that he was going to plummet to the earth far below. But then his weight shifted, and he transformed. In dragon form, he beat his wings a few times, then swung around to confront the enemy. It was almost absurd how flimsy the cloud drifter was compared to the 3 powerful Rocs diving toward it. One spotted Hal and tilted its huge head to one side, opening its curved grey beak to let out a squawk. Hal breathed fire in its direction. Shocked, all 3 Rocs veered off. He'd got their attention, perhaps drawn them away from his friends. Hopefully that was the end of it. He was wrong. They circled around for another attack. These birds worked together like pack animals. They looked like eagles, but with white and grey plumage and a swath of tan on the wingtips. And they were gigantic, with bulbous, staring eyes. Hal roared, hoping they'd come after him and leave his friends alone. But they ignored him. They dipped their heads, threw back their wings, and charged at the cloud drifter a second time. Momentum alone would carry them smashing into the airship unless Hal could somehow force them to change direction. He went after the closest rock first, breathing fire in its face. As it squawked and ducked, Hal immediately veered toward one of the flanking birds. With no time to take another breath, he simply collided and made a grab for its head with his clawed paws. The rock screeched so loud that it hurt Hal's ears, but he grappled and held on tight, twisting and wrenching. The first rock's head was blackened and left a trail of smoke as it swooped under the airship. The one he clung to started to spin out of control as it thrashed and tried to nip him. But the third, the giant bird, smashed right through the front end of the airship's wicker cabin. The flimsy structure blew apart. One of the enormous sails collapsed, hung for a moment, then dropped off. Screams filled the air. Hal clawed at his captive's head and flung his tail around as the bird tried to shake him off. Knowing he couldn't simply hold on forever, he pushed away and sent it spinning. Meanwhile, bits of debris fell from the airship, which swayed from side to side. The other two rocks were coming around again. One still trailed smoke from the blackened patch of feathers on the top of its head. It looked furious. These monsters would severely cripple the cloud drifter before Hal chased them away. He flew at them, roaring and breathing fire, trying to make himself as noisy and fearsome as possible. Flatfoot leaned out of a window, brandishing the crossbow. Tiny arrows whizzed through the air. Most missed their mark, but a couple found their target. One of the rocks squawked and jerked, then slowed, its gaze switching back and forth between dragon and goblin. Then it gave up, promptly changing course and diving away. The airship rattled and lurched in the wake of its powerful wings. But the remaining rock, with its burnt head and maniacal glare, hurtled onward toward the cloud drifter, and Hal knew there was nothing he could do to stop it. He beat his wings until they ached, but he was several strokes behind the rock. He watched helplessly. Through the little windows, his friends scrambled around in panic. Tiny arrows shot forth, all missing their target. Robbie climbed out of a window and jumped straight into the rock's path. In an instant, he grew to 3 times his usual height, a huge mass of hair and muscle with long, powerful arms. The rock slammed into the ogre's stomach. The bird's momentum carried it and the ogre straight through the cabin, in one side and out the other, in a shower of wood and wicker. The remaining sail was obliterated, and it went billowing and flapping to earth along with its rigging. The cabin lurched. Most of Hal's friends had scuttled to the rear end, and now hung on for dear life as the airship turned and twisted, rocking back and forth. A pair of short, stubby legs flailed over the edge of the broken flooring as one of the goblins nearly slid out. But Abigail, Fenton, and Dewey tumbled out instead. Hal immediately dove for Fenton and Dewey. He ignored Abigail, who was sprouting her wings even while she twisted and fell. She would be all right. She had to be, because Hal already had his work cut out, saving the other two. When he came alongside Fenton, he angled his wings and nudged himself closer and closer. The boy's eyes were wide with fear, but as soon as he saw Hal falling with him, he made a grab. He missed the first time, and valuable seconds passed as the two of them realigned. Before his second attempt, Fenton transformed into his sinewy black lizard form. Then his long tail lashed out and whipped around Hal's throat. Not the best place to grab hold, but better than nothing. Now linked together, Fenton was able to twist around and grapple for handholds. First one of Hal's wings, then the bony ridges that ran the length of his spine. Moments later, he was safely aboard. The ground rushed closer. Dewey was so far away by now that Hal feared it was too late for him. But when he angled his wings, it was alarming how quickly he came upon his screaming, flailing friend. He almost passed overhead and made a grab while he had the chance, using both front paws to snatch the boy from the air. It felt odd, gripping his friend this way, holding him aloft like a precious, breakable ornament. The ground. With a patch of woods suddenly coming up to meet him, Hal stretched out his wings and barely missed the treetops as he leveled out. But his sense of relief had to wait. Robbie was still up there somewhere, clinging to a rock's head. Hal beat his wings hard and began to climb. He had a long way to go, but pushed himself as hard as he could, despite the extra weight he carried. Scanning the sky above, he located the airship at last, a small dot in an expanse of blue. Some distance away was the rock, leaving the airship well behind. Hal strained his eyes. Was Robbie still clinging to it? He had to be. No, he wasn't. It felt like a gut punch. Hal let out a cry of dismay as he scanned the air for a falling ogre. It was too late. He'd saved Dewey and Fenton, but couldn't. "There!" Fenton shouted, evidently back in his human form. Hal was unable to see where his friend was pointing. "To your right." Hal swung to the right and finally spotted a tiny human-shaped winged creature with bright white feathers flying toward the cloud drifter. It was Lauren in her harpy form, with Robbie clutched in her arms. He must have fallen or jumped clear of the rock and reverted to human form as Lauren came to help. Robbie was safe. Shuddering with relief now, Hal headed for the pitiful remains of the airship with its half-cabin underneath. Both large sails had gone, and the smaller ones at the rear hung limp. Even the burner was gone, so there was no way to produce hot air for lift. The cloud drifter was a floating wreck. Lauren reached it first and ducked inside the ruined cabin with ease. But Hal was much larger, and his wings beat dangerously close to the overhead balloon section as he reached up to deliver Dewey. The two goblins, clinging to the framework, grabbed the boy and yanked him inside. Then Hal backed off and tried turning sideways, then backwards. Still, his wings got too close to the airship. No matter what he did, he couldn't get Fenton close enough to deposit him safely. Hal was beginning to tire. All this hovering was hard work. It was far easier to fly long distances, with occasional beats to keep the momentum going, than to beat his wings continuously and stay in one place. Out of desperation, he flew away from the airship, circled around, and headed back to the cabin at speed. 2 goblins and 7 shapeshifters crammed themselves against the end wall as Hal hurtled toward them. 9 pairs of eyes widened in horror. At the last second, he reverted to his human form and became separated from Fenton. Momentum carried the 2 of them the rest of the way into the cabin. Yelling in terror, they slammed down, slid the length of the wicker floor, and collapsed in a heap on top of their friends at the far end. It was a long while before any of them spoke. They all lay still and quiet, breathing hard in whatever position they'd ended up in. Around them, the cabin creaked and moaned, and a broken section of rigging banged continuously against the outside wall. Hal was aware of lying on someone's leg, while another's elbow was jammed into the side of his head. At last, Emily muttered, "Get off." They all began to disentangle. Abigail brushed herself down, and Hal guiltily realized he'd not given her a single thought since the Rocs had arrived. "You all right?" he asked. "I saw you grow your wings and figured you'd be able to fly, so I—" She nodded. "The altitude makes flying hard. The air is so thin. It was a struggle to get back." Lauren was gasping. "Yeah, we're pretty high. It makes a difference." "Oh no!" Darcy exclaimed. "Our overnight things!" Some of the others groaned. Hal glanced around. Robbie sat gazing dreamily at Lauren. Dewey was kneeling on the floor, holding his sides, and Hal wondered if he had accidentally clawed him. Fenton leaned against one of the sloping walls, peering out of the window. And Thomas huddled in the corner, silent and shaking. The 2 goblins stood at the wide-open end, muttering under their breaths, discussing the damage and how they expected to finish the journey. "Sails are gone," Blacknail said grumpily, "and without the burner we got no lift. Unless—" Both goblins looked toward Hal. He immediately understood what they were thinking. Dragons had plenty of hot air. He looked up at the gaping square hole cut into the underside of the balloon, a couple of yards out of reach of the ruined cabin. He would have to change into a dragon, hover under it, and blow fire for all he was worth. Still, hot air alone wouldn't get them to their destination. It seemed that the cloud drifter was living up to its name and drifting like a cloud. "No wonder you were worried about the Rocs attacking," Lauren said to Blacknail. "Do they always come after you?" "Not like this," the goblin said, scowling, "and usually it's one at a time." Flatfoot's already gnarled features were now lined with anger. "Last time we were attacked by a roc, a few well-aimed crossbow bolts sent it on its way. But these three together, they meant business." "Were they hungry?" Dewey asked. "Or just being mean?" "Probably both," Blacknail muttered. "I swear they enjoy wrecking things." "Yeah," Flatfoot agreed. He barked a laugh. "Gotta say, I ain't never seen an ogre clinging to a roc's face." "Yeah, Robbie, that was crazy," Hal said. "It was brave," Abigail said simply. She turned to Hal, her eyes wide. "I think you should know that Robbie's my hero now, and I—" She fluttered her eyelids. "Oh dear, I think I might have fallen in love with him." Everyone laughed, although Robbie looked horrified. Still, he went red with pleasure when Lauren patted him on the back. "You're a real ogre. How did you expect to get back here after you beat the roc senseless?" Robbie shrugged. "I don't know. I guess I just trusted that someone would come and rescue me." "Do you mean Hal?" Fenton asked. "No, he was busy rescuing me." "And me," Dewey added. Robbie reddened further. "I meant our harpy friend. Thanks, Lauren." "You're welcome," she said with a shrug. But as she looked away, Hal saw a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Fenton punched Hal gently on the arm. "Seriously, I owe you one, buddy." Blacknail gave a snort. "When you've all finished, how about lending a hand? We're dropping." Alarmed, they all peered out of the nearest available windows, avoiding the gaping open end. They were still extremely high up. "You're sure?" Hal asked. Blacknail nodded. "We ain't landing any time soon, but we need lift and guidance. Think you're up to it?" Hal frowned. "Breathe fire up into the balloon?" "Sure." "And pull us?" Blacknail said, staring hard at him. Hal's mouth dropped open. "Seriously? Pull this thing?" Flatfoot pointed to where the sails once were. "We ain't got nothing to move us along now, and the steering is kaput. We're drifting like a... "Cloud?" Abigail asked sardonically. Blacknail quickly organized a couple of long ropes, looping them together at the front, so Hal would have something easy to grab hold of. "You'll have to be careful," he said stiffly. "Don't yank on 'em, or you'll tip us." He threw the knotted ropes out of the window, so they dangled at the leading end of the cabin. "There, before you go, give us some lift, would you?" Hal took a deep breath and breathed fire directly up through the opening into the giant balloon canopy above. He did this several times until Blacknail grunted his approval. Hal launched into thin air. Again came that moment of panic as he began to plummet. But then he transformed, and his wings automatically started pumping. He circled back to the airship. Carefully, he snatched up the dangling ropes in his jaws and took up the slack. Then he pushed forward, feeling the weight of the cloud drifter tugging at him. He heard yells and screams, and he slowed, fearful that he was capsizing his friends. Then he heard Blacknail yelling that it was all right and that he should keep going. Trusting the goblin, Hal forged onward. Dragons were more comfortable cruising at speed, beating their wings once in a while and gliding smoothly. Going super slow was not easy. This was turning out to be an exhausting journey, at least for Hal. Chapter 5. Village of Elves. It seemed as though Hal had been towing the cloud drifter for hours. Blacknail shouted words of encouragement, saying the mountains weren't far. Then the other goblin, Flatfoot, started yelling, "Left!" or "right," until he was able to convey to Hal which of the many nearby peaks was Whisper Mountain. For a while, Hal wondered why neither Abigail nor Lauren came to see him. Here he was doing all the work, and they couldn't even be bothered to fly over and keep him company. Then he remembered Abigail saying the air was thin. He could understand that being a problem for fairies, but what about harpies? If he could manage all right, surely Lauren could too. But she seemed content to sit around with the others and ignore him. It wasn't fair. Suddenly irritated, Hal put on a burst of speed and felt the airship buck. He listened with some satisfaction as screams filled the air. He thought he heard Blacknail cursing. When Hal slowed and glanced over his shoulder, he felt a little smug as the cloud drifter leveled out. Through the small windows, he could see his friends disentangling themselves. Then he felt ashamed of himself. Stunts like that could get his friends killed. He resolved to be a good dragon for the rest of the way. He grew hungry. Scanning the ground below, he spotted hundreds of brown-colored animals stampeding across a barren plain. Wildebeest. They made ideal dragon fodder, large and plentiful. Hal wondered what one tasted like. He stared, mesmerized, at the galloping animals far below. It would be so easy to dive toward the plain and snatch up one of those beasts in his jaws. He shook himself, suddenly repulsed. What was he thinking? Their destination drew closer. By now thoroughly bored, tired, and hungry, Hal repressed the urge to speed the rest of the way. The mountains were part of one long chain, stretching as far as the eye could see, joined by endless miles of low, sprawling, craggy peaks. Whisper Mountains stuck up out of these peaks, smothered by thick forest that from afar clung like moss on a boulder. The airship had been losing altitude, but still they remained halfway up the mountain's slopes. Ominous clouds blanketed this region, so everything was dull. It looked like it might rain soon. The peak of the mountain was already lost in a murky haze of drizzle. Hal glanced back for direction. Flatfoot pointed and yelled something, and Hal scanned the mountainside. Then he spotted it. A cluster of tiny wooden homes nestled in the forest about a third of the way up. It was time for the airship to descend. Blacknail was already working on that. He pulled on a rope that allowed hot air to escape out of the top of the balloon. The cloud drifter lost height more rapidly. As they neared the village, Hal let go of the ropes and went off to rest his wings, diving and soaring in enormous arcs. By the time he returned, the airship was notably lower. Landing near the elf village looked to be a straightforward operation. There were a number of treeless, sloping fields that would work. But how would the elves react? There was only one way to find out. Hal grabbed the ropes and towed the airship so that it hung directly over the elf village. Then he chose what looked like a suitable landing site nearby. He guided the airship into place while Blacknail continued releasing hot air. The cloud drifter descended, silent and graceful. The field Hal had chosen was littered with rocks and surrounded by immense pine trees. The clearing seemed smaller as he drew closer, but it was too late to change his mind now. Out of the corner of his eye, a couple of figures scuttled away between the trees. It was likely the elves had spotted them and were running to spread the news around the village. Hal hoped the reception would be welcoming. He already knew that elves could be a little touchy and free with their bows and arrows. With some careful maneuvering, Hal parked the cloud drifter. It tipped forward, spilling its passengers roughly onto the moist grass. Blacknail rushed around to tie off a few ropes. The internal framework prevented the balloon from collapsing, but the whole thing looked sad and limp now, like it had just exhaled its last breath and expired. It was mid-afternoon, and there was a dampness in the air. The drizzle from the mountaintop was still working its way down the slopes, but all Hal could think about was food and rest. He reverted to his small, oddly pathetic human self and gratefully fell back onto the wet grass. He closed his eyes, listening to the exclamations of his friends as they dashed about on the grassy mountainside. He heard Abigail's buzzing wings and Lauren saying, "Come on, Thomas, we're here," and Fenton telling Robbie to get out of his way. But Hal paid very little attention to them or anything else, even though his smart clothes were quickly becoming damp. Voices and sounds became a distant drone. As utterly exhausted, he drifted off. "Hey, you're snoring," said a girl's voice, loud and sharp. It startled him, and he woke up. Abigail nudged his foot. "Are you going to lie there all afternoon?" Hal blinked and scowled up at her. "A rest would be nice after dragging you halfway across the world. Just give me 5 minutes." He closed his eyes again. Abigail laughed. 5 minutes? You've already had an hour? The 2 grouchy goblins went off to the elf village ages ago while the rest of us explored the forest. Blacknail's back now. Come on, we're going to see the elves. Hal sat up and rubbed his eyes, grimacing at the tightness around his upper back and neck. He was damp and cold and shaky from hunger. "I need food," he called to Blacknail. "Is there any?" The goblin laughed. "Sure, it's hanging in a sack at the front of the airship." He pointed to the non-existent end of the cabin. His mirth evaporated after that brief chuckle, and he stared at his beloved airship with hands on hips and a deep scowl on his face. Everyone else stood quietly, as if mourning the loss of an old friend. Then Blacknail gave a grunt. "Right, let's go. We're expected." He marched off up the slope and disappeared between the trees. The shapeshifters trailed after him in the sudden darkness of the forest. It wasn't too far to the elf village, though the path was steep. By the time they reached the outskirts, they were all out of breath. Thomas lagged behind, and Fenton gave him a rude shove. "Get moving before I pick you up and throw you." "Oh, leave him alone, Fenton," Abigail snapped. "He's not used to being human like the rest of us." "Quit arguing, the lot of you," Blacknail grumbled. Thomas, saying nothing, once more fingered the metal collar around his throat. Hal wondered what would happen if they removed it for a second. Would Thomas set off running, his red-furred manticore form flashing through the gloom? Or would he turn on them first, jaws snapping and poison-tipped quills flying? It was impossible to predict. The boy had hardly said a word since leaving Carter, and nobody had any idea how he was feeling. Was he angry, frightened, or simply happy to be one of the group at last, but too shy to speak? The first elfin home came into view along a winding path deep within the woods. It was probably half the size of Hal's own home, with walls of rough-hewn lumber and tiny windows set in the sides. An impossibly low door stood slightly ajar, creaking on rusty hinges as a breeze nudged it. An orange glow came from within. The building's roof was low-pitched and completely covered in a thick layer of soil and grass. In the center of the roof was a narrow vent from which a column of white smoke rose into the air. Hal was fascinated by the grass on the roof. Many other cottages had the same unkempt roof lawns. One even had a thorny bush growing in the center. Blacknail told him that dirt and grass was good insulation. "A poor man's thatch," he called it. "Fine if you can keep it from leaking." The landscape leveled out, and the path turned to mud. Hal glanced with distaste at his smart-shoed feet, which were caked in cold, sloppy mud. As more homes came into view, the higher slopes of Whisper Mountain loomed over the village as if daring travelers to climb its walls to the top. Through the trees, Hal saw the clouds far above, nudging against the rock. The village was cluttered, with ramshackle cottages, sheds and barns crammed into whatever space was available. Everything looked damp, and there were puddles everywhere. Pine trees towered above, shedding their needles and cones all over. A waterfall roared somewhere in the distance, and a fast-running stream gurgled in a zigzag between the homes. Glancing around, Hal wondered where all the elves were, and then realized they were everywhere, peering out of darkened windows and through cracks in doors. Blacknail led them along the twisting muddy path to a much wider area in the center of the village. Here, a large building stood to one side, clearly some kind of public house, 2 stories high and with a real tiled roof, and a couple of carts parked outside. But everything looked small. Flatfoot was waiting for them. He'd been dozing again, lying flat on one of the carts. He yawned and stretched, then jumped down and sauntered over. "What are those symbols?" Abigail asked Blacknail quietly. She pointed to the side of the large building. Over the double doors at the front was a star shape, carved into the wood, painted deep red. "Pentagram," the goblin muttered. "Superstitious lot." "But why are they afraid of us?" Darcy demanded. "Shh," Blacknail said. He pointed. A female elf stepped out of the doorway of the large building. Behind her lurked a few others in the shadows. She left them there and cautiously approached the 2 goblins and the children. Flatfoot stifled another yawn, but Blacknail remained perfectly still, his thick arms hanging loosely at his sides. Hal hardly dared to breathe. Any sudden moves might frighten these creatures away. He had seen elves before, from a distance. Blacknail had driven past an elfin village on the way back from the labyrinth just a few days ago. These elves were no different in appearance, although they seemed far more timid. The elf drew closer. She was shorter than Hal and much slimmer. Her blue-tinted skin was smooth and unblemished, her long hair pure white and pulled back into a neat ponytail to expose her slender, pointed ears. With large, deep blue eyes and a snub nose, the elf was strikingly beautiful. She wore a simple, knee-length white frock, pinched at the waist, with a thick belt, but she also wore pale brown pants underneath, complete with matching boots of soft leather. She stepped lightly, somehow able to defy gravity and avoid sinking into the mud. She stopped close to Blacknail and Flatfoot and looked past them to the children. "These?" she asked softly, her gaze dropping to Hal's bare feet. "Yeah, these," Blacknail said, giving a curt nod. "Don't be fooled by their appearance. They might look like a bunch of useless, tiresome kids, but they're shapeshifters and can help." "Thanks," Abigail said sweetly, throwing Blacknail a grin. "You're too kind." Hal frowned. "Help? What do you mean we can help?" "Shh," the goblin said again, turning to give Hal a glare. Then he turned back to the elf. "They need feeding and watering, then rest." "We're not plants," Lauren said indignantly. "Watering indeed." "Quiet," Blacknail snapped. His little pig eyes widened, and the meaning was clear. "Shut up and let me do the talking." Lauren stepped back and said nothing more. The elf looked uncertain for a moment, but then she stepped closer. "Show?" She doesn't say much, Hal thought. The goblin stood aside and glared expectantly at Hal and his friends. Hal suddenly felt as though he were on display. The diminutive elf and several others that had sidled into view were now staring at them eagerly. "Demonstrate," Blacknail urged. "Change, all of you. Show the Queen what you can do." Hal exchanged a glance with Abigail. "Queen?" But she didn't look impressed. Instead, she looked annoyed. Hal felt it wasn't the best time to kick up a fuss, so he stepped away from his friends and transformed. As his 4 feet sank deep into the mud and his tail swung around, the elves fell back with cries of shock and dismay. The Queen remained in the exact same spot, unmoving, either bold or utterly petrified. With his heightened senses, Hal became aware of more elves peeking around corners, hiding behind barrels and carts, even lying low on a nearby roof. They were clearly nervous, but compelled to stick around and watch, a sea of wide blue eyes and open mouths. His friends took his cue and changed. Robbie became a gigantic blundering ogre, long arms dangling, with a sleepy look on his oversized face. With a whomp, Lauren spread her harpy wings and beat them a couple of times, but remained standing. Abigail sighed and spread her own wings, then rose out of the mud and hovered there for a moment. Dewey trotted about in the mud, making wet, squishy noises. Darcy abruptly vanished from sight. Fenton's black lizard form splashed down into a puddle. As he stared with glowing red eyes at the Queen, she stared back with her mouth hanging open. Then she jumped as Emily transformed into her sinister Naga form. Finally, the Queen pointed to Thomas. Him? Thomas stood quietly, seemingly as transfixed by the transformations as the elves. When the Queen pointed to him, Blacknail stepped closer to the boy, tapped the metal collar, and shook his head firmly. Sorry, not this one. Hal couldn't help noticing the boys' look of disappointment as they all reverted to their human forms. This caused another murmur among the elves, and the Queen finally smiled. She had bright white, perfectly even teeth. She gestured to the large building that she had emerged from earlier. Eat? Both goblins grunted, nodded, and followed the Queen across the mud, giving Hal and his friends a quick gesture that meant come on. Whatever deal Blacknail and Flatfoot had made with the elves had just been sealed. The doors to the building were thrown wide open, and elves stood aside as the goblins led their group inside. Dozens of blue eyes tracked them, but there was hardly a whisper among the timid people. It was a little creepy, Hal decided. Then the smell of cooked food hit his nostrils, and his stomach immediately began to growl. He hurried to sit at a long table running the length of the room and watched with a feeling of urgency as elves rushed around delivering tankards filled with a sweet-smelling beverage. Hardly any light filtered into the room through the tiny windows, but a fire burned in the hearth and candles flickered on every wall. More candles were brought to the table, and the flames danced in the draught caused by bustling elves. Hal listened intently, picking up a strange dialect. The elves had their own language. No wonder the white-haired blonde had spoken with single words only. He leaned forward to look for her. She was at the head of the longest table, flanked by 4 heavily armed elves that stood stiffly with serious, brooding expressions. Seated to her sides were a number of important-looking figures. It wasn't so much what they wore as their general air of superiority. Unlike all the other elves, they spoke to the Queen as though she were an equal. The Queen. Hal stared at her, suddenly awed. She seemed so young. But she was a queen, and all these funny little blue-skinned people with pointed ears were rushing around to serve her before anyone else, putting steaming dishes of food in front of her, then bowing and backing away, while she barely gave them a glance. She waited silently, her eyes fixed on the food, as dozens more elves seated themselves around the hall. Either this was a special occasion, a banquet of some kind, or this happened to be where the elves ate every day. Hal rather liked the idea of that. "Pretty, isn't she?" Abigail whispered, seated opposite him. She winked, but she's probably not interested in humans. Taking a sip from her tankard, she grimaced. "Oh dear, this is awful." Lauren, seated next to her, nodded. "Yep." Hal took a swig. He had to agree it was pretty foul, a taste he couldn't even begin to describe. "Dirty dishwater?" he conjectured. Abigail snapped her fingers. "That's it exactly. Let's hope the food is better than the drink." "Shh," Blacknail hissed. The goblin, seated to one side of him, exuded a pungent odor. Hal surreptitiously edged his chair away from him and bumped up against Thomas on his other side. "Hey, how's it going?" The boy sat with his head resting on his hands, elbows on the table. "Be better without this collar," he griped. "It's rubbing on my neck." Hal winced at the vivid red mark he saw there. "Sorry about that, but we can't just let you loose." Thomas shrugged. "I've got nothing against you." Fenton leaned across the table and scoffed. "Yeah, right. Didn't you try to eat Hal in Blackwoods? Or was he making that up? Oh, wait. I remember you attacked the rest of us in Blackwoods too, and then you stung Miss Simone in the face. Some friend you are." Thomas lapsed into silence again, staring moodily at his untouched tankard of dishwater. The food arrived. The elves seemed a little on edge as they delivered it to the newcomers and ended up banging the plates down in their hurry to move on. Hal stared in horror at the main course. It smelled fine. In fact, it smelled pretty good, but it looked hideous. Some kind of large rodent, skinned and roasted, with a grotesque, distorted face and eyeless sockets. The long tail hanging off the side of the plate didn't help matters. He wasn't alone in his silence. His friends stared in horror at their own plates. "No way," Fenton said at last. "It's good," Blacknail said, gripping the rodent in two firm hands. The tail dangled in his lap. He took a large bite, and juices squirted down his chin. Lauren put a hand to her mouth and went pale. "It tastes like chicken," the goblin said with his mouth full. "Try it." Is it a rat?" Abigail said, aghast. Hal was torn. He was starving, and the food smelled good, and after all it was just cooked meat. "Vegetables," Blacknail offered, pushing a large bowl toward them. Inside was an assortment of cooked greens. Hal used his fork to scoop out some of the strangely unfamiliar greens. He hated putting them on the same plate as the rat, but had no choice. He tentatively chewed on a thick shoot. After a while, he shrugged. "Just like green beans." Everyone dug in, and the bowl was suddenly empty. But Thomas was more interested in his cooked rat. "Thomas," Lauren asked, "are you seriously going to eat that nasty thing?" The red-headed boy was sniffing at it. "I prefer my meat raw, but yeah, I guess." He took a bite and chewed for a while. Beneath the dark brown skin was steaming pale gray meat. "Pretty good," Thomas said at last. He grinned, the first time that day. "Not bad for cooked meat." "I'm going to be sick," Lauren said, clasping both hands over her mouth. Hal sighed. He had to eat. He steeled himself and took a small bite, aware of the wide-eyed stares of his friends. To his surprise, it really did taste a little like chicken. Tougher, but definitely edible. And once he had gotten started, he ate hungrily. "Very nice," Abigail said, watching him as he wiped juice from his chin. She nudged Lauren. "Tell me again, why do I hang around with him?" "Blacknail, what exactly does the Queen think we're here for?" Hal asked the goblin in an effort to change the subject. Blacknail belched loudly. "The Queen is grateful for your help. Elves normally don't associate with humans and goblins, but they're willing to offer assistance and food in your case because of what you're going to do for them in return." "Which is what?" Abigail asked carefully. Blacknail grinned. "You wanted to check out the mountain, right?" "Yes, to look around," Hal said. "Do some investigating. That's all." "Well, you're going to do more than that," Blacknail said. "You're going to get rid of the shadow demon, too. You're going to give the elves back their temple and restore harmony to the mountain." Chapter 6. Legend of the Shadow Demon. Dinner concluded abruptly when 6 acrobatic grinning elves dressed in bright red costumes cartwheeled to the middle of the hall where a collection of musical instruments had been arranged. With the audience cheering them on, they began to play what was evidently a familiar melody. 5 of them danced around with 2 fiddles and 3 flutes. The 6th sat with a tall, narrow drum jammed between his knees and little bells tied around his ankles. In a matter of seconds, the atmosphere had changed from a serious, noisy, and somewhat urgent mealtime to laughter and dancing. Plates were cleared away, tables were moved, and the floor was suddenly crowded with diminutive blue people performing a chaotic folk dance that involved switching partners and maneuvering in and out of lines while twirling and bowing. Hal and his friends watched the dancing with interest. Lauren and Abigail happily clapped their hands and stamped their feet along with the music. The boys refrained, especially Fenton, who kept his head low and pretended not to watch, but peered intently anyway. Thomas stared with his mouth open. It wasn't long before a male elf, who in his clan might be considered strong and handsome, approached Abigail and asked her to dance. Knowing no shame, she grinned and rushed onto the dance floor without hesitation. Moments later, Lauren, Darcy, and Emily were snatched up as well. Robbie looked annoyed, but Hal just laughed as the girls were whisked around the floor. It was hard to believe that such small blue men could lead their taller human partners, but they did so with a great deal of energy. All four girls grew red-faced very quickly. A little later, after Hal himself had been dragged onto the dance floor by a tiny, very cute elfin girl, he disengaged and flung himself into his seat at the long table, where Fenton was hunkered down in a posture that said, very clearly, "Don't you dare ask me to dance." He claimed he was keeping an eye on Thomas in case the red-headed boy ran off into the night. The dance abruptly ended when an elf in a long, flowing robe appeared. He had a white beard and shaggy white eyebrows, but no hair. As he raised his arms for silence, exhausted elves returned to their seats or simply collapsed giggling on the floor. "Story time," Blacknail explained when the children were together. Hal and his friends ended up sitting cross-legged on the floor along with many others. There was a stirring in the audience as the Queen stepped up next to the red-robed man. When she held up a hand, a complete silence fell. The Queen gestured to a third elf. He was nervous-looking, with a dark, neatly trimmed beard. He hurried over to where the children sat on the floor, knelt next to them, and waited for a cue from his leader. When the Queen began to speak in a foreign tongue, the bearded man immediately started murmuring to the children. At first, Hal was irritated and felt like telling him to be quiet, then realized that the elf was simply translating for the Queen. "Our good Queen Adeline welcomes you," he whispered in heavily accented but otherwise perfect English. "She says you are the first humans to be entertained here in a long time, and she hopes you are having a good time." There came a pause as everyone in the hall turned to look at the children questioningly. They grinned and gave a thumbs-up signal. The Queen continued, and the bearded man translated. "Her Highness says that, at dawn, you will set off up the mountain to face the shadow demon. She says you will vanquish the monster forever and return the temple to its people. If you do this, Her Highness will, on her travels, speak highly of you to other elfin colonies in an effort to bring humans and elves closer together." The Queen gestured to the red-robed man and stepped back. The audience shuffled and fidgeted in anticipation of a good yarn. As the storyteller began in a dramatic, rumbling voice, the translator spoke quietly to the children, translating directly as if he were telling the story himself. The temple on the mountain was home to our Queen, as well as her servants, subjects, workers, and scholars. The long corridor is filled with stunning mosaics that took a year to complete. Indeed, many of those here tonight toiled on those very mosaics. Ah, the living quarters, dining halls, bedrooms, and antechambers were the most luxurious of all stately homes. The armory was filled with the finest weapons ever crafted. The walled gardens were the envy of the land, full of color and yada yada yada. Hal blinked. The red-robed storyteller was still speaking, throwing his arms wide, his voice echoing around the room. Yet the translator had stopped talking. As the children frowned at him, he looked sheepish. "He's so melodramatic. The temple's fine, but envy of the land?" He snorted. "The gardens were pretty, I have to admit, but otherwise it was pretty depressing. I prefer the open air." The odd, bearded elf turned his attention back to the storyteller. "Ah, this bit might be more interesting." He cleared his throat. "Until nearly a decade and a half ago, when a terrible menace rose from the depths of hell. This foul creature is so hideous and fearsome that the bravest warriors drop dead of heart failure at the sight of its awful burning eyes, and those who survive the gaze of death are quite literally rooted to the spot, petrified and unable to move a muscle, alive only long enough to be bitten in two by the monstrosity." A gasp swept around the hall, and Hal felt Abigail's hand curling around his arm. He noticed also that Darcy, Emily, and Lauren had huddled together, as they often did when frightened or creeped out. The storyteller went on, reveling in the moment. The translator seemed to be quoting word for word in a bored monotone, but Hal was able to use one ear for the storyteller's melodramatic recital and the other for the translation itself, and get a good overall sense of what the elves were hearing. When the demon arrived, the red-robed elf went on in hushed whispers, it stole through the halls and devoured anyone left behind. Hundreds of innocent, defenseless elves sleeping in their beds, gone. He snapped his fingers and everyone jumped. The corridors were awash with blood, the mosaics stained forever. Only one person has ever seen the monster and lived, my friends, and that person is our own beloved Queen Adeline. He bowed respectfully in her direction, and she gave the slightest nod of her head. Our brave queen heard the creature rise in the night. She witnessed her warriors being torn asunder. She survived to tell the tale, and through her highness we learned of the foul demon's stench, its burning eyes, and its immense size. My friends, one glance at this terrible monster will turn your hair white. Hal had to laugh. More than half the people in the hall had pure white hair. Either they had been unfortunate enough to lay eyes on the beast, or white hair was an elfin trait. But the elves nodded furiously, as though they remembered that night personally and had actually seen the demon themselves. Probably most of them were there just a decade and a half ago, but whether they... He froze. A decade and a half was 15 years, but the storyteller had said nearly a decade and a half ago. So that was 13 or 14 years. Was it a coincidence that this was right around the time Hal and his friends were conceived in Old Earth, when the virus struck his world? Dewey had mentioned the centaurs in relation to the mountain too. Was there a connection? It's said that the souls of the victims haunt the mountainside. The temple is cursed, my friends, and the dead begin to whisper as you approach its gardens. Some say this is a warning. The dead are warning you to stay away. He's good, Abigail whispered. Completely nuts, but a good storyteller. I actually have goosebumps. An elf called out from the audience, and the storyteller pointed at him and uttered something dramatic. The translator rolled his eyes and said, "They work as a team." The one in the audience asked why it's called a shadow demon, and the old fool said that was a very good question, and that he would be glad to explain. Nobody but our queen has seen the demon and lived, the storyteller reminded the audience, his voice so low that everyone in the hall leaned forward. But a few heroes have emerged from the temple alive, only to die less than an hour later. These victims, in their dying screams, report that the creature is a giant that lurks in the shadows and cannot be harmed with mortal weapons such as arrows or spears or even fire. He leaped forward and stamped hard, causing the front rows to gasp and lean backward. When it roars in the darkness of the halls, the blood of the dead rises up out of cracks and floods the place, a putrid smell of death that strikes fear into the hearts of even the bravest adventurers and warriors. Out of the pitch blackness comes the demon, its eyes burning, and as you turn to run, it roars once more and chills you to the bone. A deathly silence followed. Then, you cannot move. No matter how much you try, something deadly and supernatural has taken you over and paralyzed you. That, my friends, is when the demon strikes. It bites you in half, chews you up, and swallows, leaving nothing but your miserable, stinking feet. Despite the silliness of that last statement, a shudder swept around the room. Several female elves clung to their partners, and at least one male cowered behind his chair, his bright blue eyes wide with fear. How much of the story was true didn't seem to matter to the elves. They were caught up in the storytelling. As I said, the translator recited dutifully as the storyteller turned his back on the audience and paced the floor slowly. A few humans have survived for a short time before dying horribly. He swung around, tapped his head, and winked. You see, we elves know better than to venture into the temple, but humans. Over the past decade, several human scholars and adventurers have tried to solve the mystery of the shadow demon and to vanquish it from our temple. All have failed. They come, they hear the stories, and they climb the mountain. Most fail to leave the temple at all, but a handful do, only they don't get very far. As they head back down the mountain, they collapse and die, their skin blistering as if burned. And yet there is no sign of fire. Their clothes are untouched. They have been cursed by the demon. Hal listened intently, a thought nagging at the back of his mind. Over the years, we elves have been pleased to escort our valiant human warriors up the mountain to the temple. But do we venture inside? Ha! No, we wait. If humans want to be heroic on our behalf, then so be it. And sometimes a survivor emerges gibbering like a fool. Hal tentatively put his hand in the air. Please, sir? The translator fell silent, as did the storyteller, whose bushy white eyebrows shot up. Everyone in the hall craned their necks to look at Hal. Have any centaurs been here? He said, feeling the weight of 100 blue-eyed stares. The startled translator repeated Hal's question in the elfin language. For a moment, the red-robed storyteller looked aghast at being interrupted. Then, finally, he stroked his flowing beard, nodded, and began to speak. The translator quickly repeated what he was hearing. Why, yes, the centaurs built the temple for us and have always been our great friends. In fact, it was the centaurs that warned us of the hideous demon, hours before it arose, enabling us to evacuate. How come it slaughtered everyone in their sleep then? Abigail demanded. The translator leaned over to whisper. Actually, only a handful died that night. The old fool just likes to exaggerate. There he goes again. The story continued, but Hal stopped listening as it was much of the same old thing again. A terrible monster, horrible whispering, and so on. Hal waved at the bearded translator and told him he could stop for a moment. Just tell us when he says something interesting. The translator happily settled back to enjoy a tankard of dishwater. I knew the centaurs were here, Dewey whispered urgently as Hal and the others huddled together in a circle, their heads almost touching. Oddly, Thomas willingly included himself in the circle and seemed genuinely interested in what was being said. The audience gasped as the storyteller exclaimed loudly and stabbed the air with a finger in the most dramatic way possible. Hal tuned him out and looked around at his friends. So the demon showed up roughly when the virus was released, and the centaurs were here too. And did you hear what he said about those who entered the temple and came out alive? They died on their way back down the hill, with blistering skin. You think they died of the virus? They all nodded vigorously. It has to be that, Abigail said. He said that only humans are fool enough to venture inside, and as far as we know, the virus mostly affects humans. So it's not some kind of curse the demon puts on those who survive. It's just that humans are picking up the virus from somewhere. From inside the temple, Darcy added. So what does this mean? Robbie asked, looking puzzled. Do you think this demon is the virus? Nobody had an answer to that. All I know, Hal said, is that we definitely have to go up there. I'm pretty sure the storyteller exaggerated everything. It's probably not anywhere near as bad as he makes out. There's probably a simple explanation for it all. But the burning eyes, Emily said, looking worried, and the corridors of blood. He said that the demon attacks in the darkness, and when it roars, the blood of the dead comes up through cracks in the ground. I heard what he said, Hal retorted, but he's just embellishing the story to make it more interesting. The way Robbie does, Abigail added. But the Queen saw the demon with her own eyes, Darcy reminded them. Hal sighed. If that's true. And even if it is, Fenton said gruffly, we can handle it. We make a mean team, right? They keep sending in ordinary guys with swords, but we're a team of shapeshifters. Bring it on. Abigail rolled her eyes. I'm with Hal. There's probably a simple explanation. Maybe the monster is made up. Maybe it's some kind of hallucination caused by the virus. But anyway, in case it is a real monster of some kind, well, Fenton's right. We do make a good team. Plus, we have a bonus card. Like what? Emily asked, frowning. Abigail smiled. We aren't affected by the virus. So if the virus is causing hallucinations, well, we have nothing to worry about. Emily sighed and shook her head. I don't know, guys, but I guess we have to go see, right? They all agreed. This was why they were here after all. The children were tired when they finally turned in for the night. As the moon slipped behind the clouds, elves led the way with fiery torches to a couple of shacks, each fitted with 6 hard bunks. The 4 girls doubtfully took one shack, while the 5 boys and Blacknail peered into the other. Not exactly luxury, Fenton complained. It's better than nothing, Blacknail retorted. Is it? Is it really? I'd rather lie out in the open than listen to everyone snoring all night. Feel free, Hal said. More room for the rest of us. Blacknail planned to join Flatfoot down the hill near the cloud drifter, light a fire, roast some nuts, and discuss all things mechanical. Flatfoot had already headed off, toting a bag of chestnuts he'd scrounged off the elves. Before Blacknail left, he gave Hal and his friends a quick briefing. I don't want to hang around too long in the morning. We need to hunt us up some allies, remember? So we'll get up early, go up the mountain, deal with whatever's up there, and head home. Hal had forgotten all about the invaders. Yes, they needed to go find a few of their friends, the Naga, a bunch of ogres, and maybe one of Fenton's lizard friends, if they could make a detour. And the elves might help if the issue of the shadow demon was somehow resolved. Night, Blacknail grunted as he hurried away. In the end, Fenton grudgingly settled down on one of the hard bunks. Hal's muscles were already aching, and he was pretty sure the bed wasn't going to help him much. He grumbled at the flattened sack of straw that was supposed to be a pillow and pulled the threadbare sheet over his shoulders. With the door closed, the only light came from a window of badly formed glass that had ripples and bulges in it. But it was a roof over their heads, and an elfin roof, no less, an achievement in its own right. "Who's snoring already?" Fenton exclaimed in the darkness. "Give it a rest," Hal said, "or I'll make a point of roasting you next time I'm a dragon." Fenton didn't answer, and Hal chuckled to himself. How the tables had turned since their innocent school days a few weeks ago. Back then, Fenton was always threatening to beat Robbie if Hal didn't help with the homework. Now both Hal and Robbie could transform into something bigger and meaner than the bully. Thomas was quiet as usual. Hal worried that the red-headed boy might sneak away in the night. He would still have a collar on his neck, and Blacknail had the only key, but there was nothing to stop him running off. What if... But then Hal was asleep. Chapter 7. Mountain of Whispers. "Wake up, Squirt!" Fenton's loud voice jerked Hal awake. He blinked furiously, and a ceiling of old rafters and sagging planks came into focus. Daylight flooded the tiny shack, partially through the cloudy window, but mostly through the door that was standing wide open. Hal sat up. He was pleased and somewhat relieved to see that Thomas was still with them. As Fenton went around shaking everyone awake, Hal stretched and yawned, then got up and staggered outside. It was early morning. The sky had dabs of orange to the east filtering through the trees. Directly overhead, the sky was blue with patchy clouds. It was going to be another warm day. "So how come you're up so early?" Hal asked as Fenton sauntered by. "Blacknail," Fenton replied shortly. He said no more, but Hal assumed the goblin had stopped by and woken the boy with instructions to wake the others. Sure enough, Blacknail chose that moment to stomp out of the girl's shack nearby. "I said now," he snapped. "Gotta get moving!" From within the shack came yawns and complaints. The goblin nodded to Hal and Fenton as he approached. "Round 'em up," he said gruffly. "I'll get a bag of food. We'll have breakfast on the way." "What time is it?" Robbie asked, standing in the doorway and blinking in the daylight. "It feels like stupid o'clock." In an effort to wake up and feel a little better, they all scurried off to wash. Nearby was a waterfall and a clear, bubbling stream, and they gratefully splashed cold water on their faces. Then they headed in single file up the slopes of the forest on a narrow, winding path. Blacknail and an elf led the way. Flatfoot had opted to stay behind with the airship to see if he could get started on repairs. The elf's name was Eylis, and apparently he had traveled this route many times in the past. He was primarily a guide, but could speak English too. "Thomas seems a little happier this morning," Abigail said. Hal glanced back at her, then over her shoulder at Thomas toward the back of the line. He didn't exactly look happy, but he wasn't as moody either. He was third from the end. Behind him walked Fenton and Dewey. Once again, Fenton seemed to have offered himself for guard duty and stuck close to the red-headed boy. "Maybe he'll come around," Hal said. "I wouldn't trust him yet, though." "No," Abigail agreed. "If we remove his collar now, he'll probably run off." Robbie, in front of Hal, spoke quietly over his shoulder. "That's if he doesn't sting us all to death first." "I don't think he will," Hal said, feeling suddenly sure. "I think he's mellowed a bit, but I do think he'll run off if he gets the chance, especially if he can get the key off Blacknail." The climb was steep, so steep that Hal was almost doubled over in his effort to put one foot in front of the other. In some places, it was necessary to use hands as well as feet, clinging to tree roots and clambering up and over steep rises. There were level patches too, but these were few and far between. Meanwhile, the forest was relentless, growing thicker and thicker as they ascended. "Why would anyone," Hal gasped, "build a temple at the top of a mountain?" "And live in it," Robbie agreed. "I mean, I like traipsing around in the woods, but I wouldn't want to do this trip every day." "You wouldn't do this trip every day," Lauren said, walking ahead of Robbie. "I should think that whoever lived in the temple stayed in the temple." "Yeah, but still, what about traveling? Getting supplies?" "What supplies?" Lauren argued. "They probably had everything they needed in the temple." "Not everything," Robbie persisted. "I bet they sent elves up and down the mountain regularly. I bet the Queen never had to bother running up and down. But what about the workers? The fetchers and carriers?" "Well, at least they kept fit," Lauren said. "There's another trail," Blacknail grunted from the front, where he climbed with Eylis. "For horses. It's not as steep." "So why are we going this way?" Abigail demanded. "Because the other path is the long way around and would take ages on foot," the goblin snapped. "So why didn't the elves give us horses to ride? I saw some in a paddock on the hillside." Hal chuckled. "You ever ridden a horse, Abby?" She had no answer to that. When they came to a level spot, Blacknail ordered them to rest and passed over his sack of food. Emily took charge and handed around chunks of fresh bread and hard-boiled eggs. "No roasted rodents this morning, then?" Darcy said. This got everyone talking about the meal the night before. "It wasn't so bad," Robbie said. "This from a guy who eats insect eggs," Abigail murmured. "I do not," Robbie snapped. "Ogres do, I don't." "I couldn't eat much of my meal last night," Lauren said, shaking her head. "I just had extra helpings of greens. At least they were harmless." Blacknail chortled and Hal froze. Suddenly, he felt they'd all eaten something far worse than a large cooked rat. "What are you laughing about?" he asked suspiciously. "They looked and tasted like fairly ordinary vegetables to me." "They were," the goblin said. He squeezed his eyes shut, and his shoulders began to heave up and down in silent mirth. "But you don't know what they were marinated in," he managed after a moment. The elf guide, who sat nearby, looked puzzled. "Our food is funny?" Immediately, the goblin got himself under control. "No, no." He placed a hand on the elf's tiny shoulder. "Good food. We're thankful." He got up and grabbed the bag of remaining bread and eggs. "Come on, kids. Long day ahead." Conversation died as the climb grew even tougher. "How much farther?" Emily asked weakly about half an hour later. Blacknail consulted with the guide, and the elf murmured something in reply. "We're about halfway," Blacknail announced. Everyone groaned. Only halfway. The thought of climbing the same distance again. "That's it," Abigail said loudly. "I've been good and have stuck with you all so far, but it's crazy to climb when I can so easily fly. I'll go on ahead." "I wish I could," Lauren complained. "The forest is too thick." "Fly above the trees," Abigail suggested. She pointed to a large gap in the leafy canopy. "Once clear of the forest, you can fly as much as you like." Lauren grinned. "Yes, I could." This seemed to be a good time for another rest. A couple of water bottles were passed around, and Hal gratefully took long swigs from one before handing it to someone else. "Eyeless," he said, turning to the elf, "I was wondering, is the temple made of stone?" "Stone, yes," came the simple, quiet reply. "So," Hal went on, "you cut stone blocks out of this mountain?" The elf smiled. He looked proud, almost smug. "Valley yonder." He pointed north. "The centaurs brought them. They are fine stone masons." Hal blinked in surprise. Everyone looked amazed. "What valley?" Blacknail demanded. They all stood on tiptoes, but could see nothing for the trees. Abigail sprouted wings and buzzed into the air, shooting straight up through the large gap in the canopy. She hovered high above the treetops for a moment, turning in a circle, then returned to earth. "We're miles from anywhere," she said, her eyes wide. "Nothing but open plains." "Valley long way," Eyeless said. "Old Quarry." "Ah," Blacknail said, nodding. "I remember that. We flew over it. That was back where the Rocs attacked." "And the centaurs brought stones from that far away?" Robbie asked the elf, his face a mask of surprise. The elf's large, clear blue eyes were startlingly bright under the shadow of the tree he leaned against. His long, fine, bluish-white hair and pale blue skin seemed oddly out of place next to Hal's friends and the dark-skinned goblin. He gently tapped his foot on the rock, and for the first time Hal noticed the fine stitching in the dark brown animal skin boots. Abigail stared in amazement. "Are you saying the temple is made from stone blocks that were carted all the way from the valley and up this mountain?" Eyeless shook his head. "No need. Centaurs had short route." "Like a shortcut," Robbie repeated, puzzled. "I thought this was the shortcut. It's way too steep to bring stone blocks up." The elf shook his head. "No, no. Shorter route from valley." "He's nuts," Fenton whispered to Hal. They didn't seem to be getting very far. The elf appeared to be growing flustered and confused. Hal gently steered the conversation away from the stone blocks. "Why did the centaurs build the temple for you?" "Because we were living in caves and tunnels." "But why a temple?" Darcy asked, sounding a little exasperated. "What's wrong with simple houses?" "Temple in mountain offer protection against storms and also attackers. Safer." "Yes, but why did the centaurs help you build it?" Hal persisted. "What was in it for them?" "Friendship," Eyeless said simply, as if that were obvious. Hal frowned. "That's all?" "Why else?" Abigail could barely contain her disbelief. "They didn't ask anything in return for all their hard work? They spent all that time shifting stone blocks around, building you a temple, and they wanted nothing but your friendship?" Eyeless shrugged, apparently done with that line of questioning. "Okay, so how many people lived in the temple?" Hal asked. "All of us," the elf said, puzzled. "About 100 elves." Even when the demon showed up that night, Emily whispered shakily. How many died? The guide smiled ruefully. Storyteller exaggerates. Only Queen's warriors died that night. Centaurs came up mountain to warn us. 3 of them, breathless from journey all the way from north, told us of prophecy deciphered from ancient scrolls, of monstrous demon rising from pit deep within mountain, behind new temple. The elf shuddered. Centaurs warned it would happen that very night. And you believed them? Abigail asked with narrowed eyes. The elf nodded vigorously. They spoke in earnest, and inside our mountain lies bottomless pit for sacrifices. Whoa, Hal interrupted. Sacrifices? To thank the gods, Eyeless said, nodding. He screwed up his face and spoke slowly. Our temple is envy of all our kind. For this, we owe centaurs everything, so when they come to warn us, we believe. Our people turned out into night and gathered lower on mountain, at Old Village. We chanted all night to keep demon at bay. The elf shuddered again. Clearly he had been present on that fateful night and wasn't just reciting some tired old story. Probably most, if not all the people in the village, had been present that night. The storyteller might have told of hundreds killed, but they all knew the truth. The guide continued. Demon rose just as centaurs warned. Our best warriors were there in temple to confront it, but none survived. Demon destroyed them, and our people never set foot inside again. He spread his hands. We have remained at village ever since. We built many extra dwellings, though we do not mind sleeping under stars. Good Queen wished to stay close to temple, awaiting day when demon is vanquished. The blue-skinned guide bowed his head and shakily wiped his eyes. Blacknail was the first to speak. And the demon? It never came out of the temple and attacked your people on the mountain? The elf shook its head. A small blessing from gods. Doorway is too small for beast to pass through. It is trapped inside. And you never ventured inside again, Blacknail persisted. Has anyone actually seen this creature and lived? Only our queen, the elf said simply. We trust her word. Hal felt doubt rising in him again. Like Blacknail, he wondered if those who had entered the temple and managed to escape, screaming about monsters, had been affected by the virus and were perhaps hallucinating. And maybe the queen was mistaken, or even lying for some personal reason. There probably was no monster at all. Still, something had killed those poor elfin warriors, and it couldn't have been the virus, as that only affected humans. We should move on, Blacknail said after a while. He got up and grabbed the sack containing food and bottles of water. He slung it over his shoulder and prepared to resume marching. Abigail jumped to her feet. I'll see you all up there, then. Coming, Lauren and Hal? Emily sidled over to Hal and batted her eyelids. Oh, kind sir, offer a ride to a poor damsel without a steed? Hal shrugged. Sure. I'll go with Dewey, then, Darcy said, reaching for his arm as if to stake her claim. She smiled at him. You're going on as a centaur, right? Robbie began to transform, growing larger and larger with a grin on his face. His voice deepened as he spoke. Should be much easier to walk as ogre. Fenton glared at Thomas. I guess I'm stuck with the moody red top here. Thomas glared back. Get me out of this collar, then you won't have to deal with me at all. Not a chance, Blacknail exclaimed loudly. No chance of that, Stinger boy. You stay with Fenton. He glanced at the others. If you're going on ahead, then fine. But when you get there, wait for me. Everyone nodded and murmured agreement, and Blacknail headed off up the path with the elfin guide. See you guys later then, Hal said. Emily, are you ready? Just you and me then, Hal, Emily said brightly. She stepped back, allowing him space to change. Abigail buzzed off between the trees. Robbie strode with purpose, stamping over bushes. Dewey trotted carefully with Darcy perched on his back, and Lauren shot up through the gap in the leafy canopy overhead. A little nervous, Hal waited for Emily to climb aboard and then began flapping his wings. He wasn't used to launching directly from the ground. It was much harder than leaping from great heights. For a moment, he didn't think he'd manage. But with every beat, he felt his body lift, unlike the first time he'd tried this. The difference was how he angled his leathery wings and inclined his body, not to mention the newfound conviction in his ability. Almost to his surprise, Hal lifted off the ground. Filled with excitement and pride, he struck for the gap in the trees, leaving Fenton alone with Thomas. His wings brushed the tips of branches as he went, and then he was free, soaring in the sky over the mountainside, and a shocking height above the world. He'd been at a higher altitude in the cloud drifter, but still, it was a little dizzying considering he'd been standing in the forest just a second ago. The journey up the side of the mountain was ridiculously fast this way. Emily screamed and laughed, loving every second of it, even when Hal took sharp turns and swooped about. He breathed fire and roared, and she laughed again. Following Lauren, he watched with interest as she dipped low and soared again, searching for the temple. It couldn't be hard to find. A massive stone building nestled on a slope would surely stick out a mile. But it took her a while. Hal's attention drifted, and he spent a moment gliding and admiring the view. Even Emily fell silent. Everything was so quiet and peaceful among the patchy clouds. Then Lauren called to him from afar. She pointed down into the trees, then abruptly took a dive and disappeared through a hole in the canopy. That's pretty tight, he thought in dismay, but he went for it. It couldn't be worse than landing inside the cloud drifter. He crashed down a little harder than he'd planned, his wings catching branches on his descent and hampering his ability to slow his fall. But all things considered, it wasn't a bad effort considering how small the clearing was. Emily clambered off his back and staggered away. Lauren had already landed and reverted to human form and was watching them with wide eyes. "I'm sorry, Hal," she said, looking worried. "It's the best I could do." Hal transformed, and suddenly he had plenty of room. "It's okay," he said shakily, habitually checking that his clothes were intact. "You okay, Emily?" "Oh, sure. The flight was great. The landing, not so much." Hal looked around. Yet more forest. "Where's the temple?" he asked. Lauren pointed up the hill. "Up that slope. I couldn't find a closer place to land." "Is it big?" Hal asked, peering through the trees. She shrugged. "Hard to say. I just caught a glimpse of sand-colored walls covered in ivy." "Ooh," Emily said. "We're really here." "Let's find the path," Hal suggested. They struggled through the undergrowth, looking for the path that led up to the temple. It made sense to walk across the incline rather than up it, and after 10 minutes found what they were looking for, a trail that looked very similar to the one they'd left behind earlier. Peering down it, the three of them saw nothing but trees. The path twisted and turned, so it was impossible to tell how far down the hill the others were. They listened, but heard nothing. "Should we wait?" Lauren asked. Hal gazed longingly up the path. "Let's go on. We'll wait by the temple." So they walked with Hal leading the way. It was the same steep climb as before, only now they were much farther along. And just ahead, through the trees, the temple awaited them. Chapter 8. The Temple. Lauren gave Hal's shirt a tug from behind. "Listen." Hal paused, and he stood still with Lauren and Emily, listening hard. And then they all heard it, a soft, continuous whispering coming from the higher ground. There was nothing to see but more trees, yet the sound was unmistakable. It had an eerie quality to it, and Hal immediately thought of the storyteller's words about ghosts whispering from the temple, warning visitors to turn back. He shivered. Perhaps the wind in the trees. Only there was no wind. The air was absolutely still, at least on this part of the mountain. "Maybe we should wait for the others," Lauren said quietly. "That's probably sensible," Emily agreed. Hal was torn, eager to get to the temple, and yet wary of what awaited them inside. He was sure there was no such thing as a demon, especially as the centaurs were involved somehow. And he felt certain that he would, as the Soothsayer had suggested, find a few answers at the temple, particularly relating to the virus. No doubt the so-called shadow demon would be something ordinary and mundane. Yet people had died here. There was no escaping that fact. Something dangerous lurked inside the temple. Was it just the virus, somehow locked in there? If so, Hal and his friends had nothing to fear, but what if there was something else? And what was that curious whispering sound? "I guess we'll wait then," he said. He collapsed on the path and lay on his back, staring up at the trees. He could easily take another nap. His flight the day before had really taken it out of him. Lauren and Emily sat side by side, glancing around nervously. The sinister whispering continued, almost hypnotic in the way it gradually rose and fell. "So, Lauren," Hal said, "are you and Robbie?" She looked sideways at him. "Are we what?" "You know, like dating?" Emily giggled. "Are you and Abigail dating?" Lauren countered, mimicking his awkward use of the last word. "I asked you first." Lauren said nothing, so Emily answered for her. "She's undecided." "Undecided?" "Robbie's such a nerd sometimes," Lauren said with a sigh, "but he's okay." Her face reddened. "He seems to like me for some reason, and it's nice. You know, being liked." "I guess," Hal said. Emily gave a laugh. "You know what she means. Abigail's crazy about you, Hal." Both girls collapsed into giggles, and Hal sighed. "I'm not sure I want to wait here anymore." He climbed to his feet and peered down the path. They must be getting close by now. But another 10 minutes passed before the first of his friends showed up. It was Abigail, feet dangling as she buzzed easily through the air. "Hey, guys." Conversation was awkward for the next few minutes as Lauren and Emily gave each other sidelong glances and burst into giggles. Abigail looked puzzled, and Hal rolled his eyes, saying nothing. Luckily, she was more interested in the strange whispering coming from higher up. She listened hard, clearly tempted to go on ahead. Then they all heard the familiar clip-clopping of Dewey's hooves, and before long, the centaur appeared with Darcy, clinging tight to his back. "I've been here before," Dewey told them quietly. "This path is familiar." Robbie arrived next, crashing straight up through the bushes instead of using the path. It hardly made a difference to him. His big brown eyes lit up when he saw them, and he gave a toothy grin and waved an enormous hand. All of them reverted to their human forms and settled back to wait for the remainder of the group. It was a further 20 minutes before they caught up. A red-faced Fenton pushed Thomas ahead of him. Blacknail came next with the elf guide. "What kept you?" Abigail asked sweetly. "We've all had a pleasant nap. It's so relaxing sitting here." "Can you hear the whispering?" Emily asked. Everyone went quiet so the newcomers could hear the sound. Blacknail looked puzzled. "I thought that was just a story." Eyeless, the elf, shook his head. The whispering began straight after Demon arrived. Echoes of the dead. "Sounds like wind to me," Fenton said shortly. The elf shrugged. "Queen says trees around temple move." Hal frowned. "Except it's not windy. Not here, anyway." They all peered around. The trees were completely still. Not a leaf stirred. It seemed unlikely that there could be a strong wind higher up. "Let's move on," Blacknail grumbled as he passed the group and took the lead. "No sense in standing here wondering about it." The path wound onward and upward, and as they walked, the whispering grew louder. Hal shuddered. Wind or not, it was pretty easy to understand why the superstitious elves had attributed the noise to ghostly echoes. It really did sound uncannily like conversations of the dead. Finally, Eyeless halted. "I turn back," he said firmly. "Temple is near." They all peered up the winding path. It disappeared over a rise to what Hal guessed was a plateau. "Any torches up there?" Blacknail asked gruffly. "Yes," the elf said, nodding. "You will find torches on walls, but flames long gone. No good anyway. Stories tell of pitch-black corridors filled with blood and unseen demon. Torches are useless." "Useless," Blacknail said. He sighed. "You've been listening to the storyteller too long. Who walks into pitch-black temples without torches?" He stamped away. "Thank you, Eyeless. You may go. Come on, kids." After the elf bid them farewell, the group climbed the rest of the path. And as they neared the top, a neat, sand-colored wall about 6 feet tall came into view, half hidden behind thick ivy. The large stone blocks were perfectly square, obviously cut to shape by skilled workers. The eerie whispering increased dramatically as they finally made it to level ground. Branches moved over their heads, so there was a wind. The narrow path turned sharply, and the line of visitors followed it alongside the wall until they came to an ornate arched gateway with dozens of figures carved into the stone. The trees overhung the gateway so thickly that branches leaned on the arch and part of the wall. In the past, the forest had probably been managed to avoid this kind of thing, but now the foliage had encroached into the temple's grounds. Through the arched gateway was a small rectangular courtyard. The ivy overhanging the gate was so thick that it took a moment to realize another archway stood on the far side. Moss covered the entire flagstone floor, and many of the heavy tiles were uneven due to long grass and giant thick-stemmed weeds that sprouted in the gaps. An old wooden bench stood almost on end, where an errant acorn had found root and grown into a small oak tree over the last decade and a half. The walled gardens. Hal remembered the storyteller mentioning them. He imagined they had probably been something worth looking at in the old days when gardeners tended to flowers and plants on a regular basis. But now it was just a mess. Blacknail took out a hefty knife and began hacking at the thick ivy stems that blocked entry to the courtyard. To speed it up, Robbie transformed and ripped the ivy with enormous fists. When he had finished, he stood for a moment and peered over the walls to whatever lay beyond. Then he reverted to his human form and brushed off his hands. "I saw the temple," he said. "Straight ahead. Looks like there are at least 5 or 6 courtyards to go through first." "What's it look like?" Emily asked nervously. "You'll see in a minute." The group padded quietly from one courtyard to the next, yanking at ivy as they passed through each gate. The wind picked up and the whispering increased. To either side of the adjacent courtyards, trees overhung the walls and almost met in the middle, their branches moving gently and leaves rustling. Hal was positive now that the so-called echoes of ghosts were nothing more than the wind in the trees. It was odd, though, how the wind was growing stronger. It seemed that branches and shrubs pointed accusingly toward the temple. One courtyard had a dried-up fountain in the middle and a rotten trellis overhead. Much of the ivy trailed low, and the wind blew it toward the next archway. The next wall garden was open to the sky. Here, the overhanging trees had been stripped almost bare by the steadily increasing wind. As Hal watched, a hardy brown and yellow leaf gave up its struggle and came free, fluttering rapidly over the walls toward the temple. The group continued through the courtyards. The 6th and final courtyard was the largest and grandest, with diagonal crisscrossing paths, various moss-covered statues, ornate wrought iron benches, and another enormous dried-up fountain in the center. By now, the wind was almost gale force. The whispering had turned into a whistling mingled with whines and moans, while the stripped trees to the sides swayed ponderously. There were no leaves on the flagstone floor. Anything light enough to flutter on a breeze was swept toward the temple entrance. The group stood in the wind, at last facing the temple. It was a spectacular facade of sand-colored blocks, about 30 feet high, standing in a recess under the mountain. 8 rounded columns spanned its width, as though holding up the overhanging rock. So not a 4-walled building as they'd expected, but a front built against the cliff face. The temple wasn't so much on the mountain as inside it, with only one way in and out. The ornately carved oak frame that surrounded the open entrance revealed a pitch-black passage beyond. The doorway was 7 feet tall and 6 feet wide, not particularly grand, but the elves were diminutive. From his position at the foot of the stone steps, Hal could see that the doors had been busted off their hinges and lay just inside, on the smooth floor. "The wind," Fenton said, raising his voice over the whistling. "It's blowing into the temple." For a moment, Hal assumed he meant that the wind was blowing toward the temple, which was obvious. But then he realized the big boy was right. The wind seemed to be gusting in through the open doorway, as if somehow directed that way. As they stood on the steps, occasional leaves, twigs, and acorns flew past them, miraculously finding their way into the building instead of collecting along the walls to either side of the doorway. Everyone stared in amazement. Hal glanced at his friends, noticing how their shirts, pants, dresses, and hair also tugged toward the doorway in the eerie gale. Blacknail stood sure-footed and solid, feet planted wide, hands on hips, and a deep frown on his face. An acorn bounced off his head, but he barely flinched. "This wind ain't blowing in," he growled. "It's being sucked in." Blacknail was right. Impossibly, the temple was drawing in air. It whistled and whined through the doorway. Hal had never known such a strange thing. If the mountain were a giant, the temple entrance formed its mouth, and the giant was inhaling. He shook himself. There had to be a simple, ordinary explanation. As Blacknail headed for the doorway, Emily hurried to catch up. "Wait! What if the demon is just inside?" The goblin snorted. "Fairy tales," he said above the howling wind. But he stopped on the top step and peered into the darkness beyond. "Maybe you should go first," he suggested finally, looking at Hal. "Go inside and turn into a dragon. Nothing will mess with a dragon." Right," Hal agreed. "I'll go in too," Robbie said. "A dragon and an ogre together? This demon had better watch out." Blacknail gave a curt nod and stood aside while Hal and Robbie tentatively moved toward the gaping doorway. The air whistled and snapped at them the whole time. They entered. Unable to see anything at all in the blackness, they prepared to transform, but held off for a moment. It took a while for Hal's eyes to adjust to the darkness. Gradually, he began to make out a few details. They were in a long, wide corridor. Daylight filtered a short way inside, revealing smooth walls, columns, arches, and a number of statues lurking here and there. Under the grime lay the mosaic-tiled floor. The far end of the corridor was totally black. Nothing attacked them. Hal and Robbie waited just in case while the wind whistled past. Hal felt as though his clothes were about to be whipped off and sucked along the corridor. "Demon," Robbie said, sounding disgusted. "There's nothing here." "Nothing but the wind," Hal agreed. Yet he remained uneasy. The far end of the corridor was ominous, and just about anything could be lurking there, or in any of the rooms off to the side. Various arched doorways led to unseen chambers, and there were plenty of smaller doors too. But perhaps those weren't a threat, since the demon couldn't squeeze through the frames. No, if such a gigantic beast lurked anywhere, it was farther along the enormous corridor in utter blackness. "We should be careful," Hal said. But Robbie had already returned to the main entrance to call the others inside. Hal remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the blackness, half expecting to see a pair of fiery eyes opening slowly. "This place is huge," Lauren exclaimed as she and the others stepped inside. "It's filthy," Emily said, sounding disgusted. "Imagine what it was like years ago," Robbie said. "All clean and bright, probably without this wind." "Yeah," Fenton said, pushing Thomas ahead of him. "Where is this wind coming from?" Whether wind was the correct term or not, Hal couldn't help wondering the same thing. What could cause a mountain to inhale? He thought about the old fog machine the goblins had built. It used a massive pair of bellows to suck air into its bag before blowing it back out again, breathing like a giant artificial lung. But this wind was too constant. It breathed in, but never out. Blacknail squinted. "Can't see nothing," he complained. "Hang on a minute." He stamped over to a nearby wall where a torch hung in the shadows. Would it light after all this time? Blacknail removed it from the sconce, frowned, sniffed at it, poked his finger in, then came over to Hal. "Should be fine. Light it." Hal stepped into a clear space and transformed. Then he carefully breathed a little fire, aiming toward Blacknail's torch. Instantly, Hal's flame was whipped away by the wind, so he turned his back on the doorway and tried again. This time, his flames found the metal bowl. The torch sputtered, tried to light, but the wind was relentless, and the torch remained cold. Blacknail threw it away in disgust. "I guess that explains why all these brave adventurers talk about it being dark. The wind snuffed out all the light. Even if we got it lit, the draft is probably stronger deeper in." He looked at Hal. "I reckon you can breathe fire, though, if you go on ahead of us. You'll be walking downwind, so it won't jump back in your face." Hal gave a grunt, then stepped carefully between his friends and moved on into the darkness. He trod as lightly as possible, wishing he could tiptoe, but his claws clicked on the tiled floor. He was aware of his friends following at a safe distance behind his club-ended tail. He ignored the various doorways to the side, feeling sure that nothing dangerous lurked in those rooms. Instead, Hal squinted directly ahead, wishing for better eyesight. He offered a belch of hot flame, and the corridor lit up at once. In the few seconds that his breath lasted, he was able to see a long, long corridor ahead, its far end still stubbornly shrouded in darkness. He walked steadily, constantly aware of the howling wind. Whenever he breathed fire, it flickered and sputtered and made shadows dance on the walls. It was a shame it was so windy, because dozens of long-handled torches neatly lined the corridor walls. All useless, just as the elf guide had said. More elf statues stood around, silent and watching. There was another dried-up fountain, too. The plumbing in this place needed some maintenance. Still, it seemed incredible that workers had carved out a corridor this deep inside the mountain. What a feat! The rooms petered out, and the corridor narrowed a little, stepping in at various places until it was half the width. Still, it was wide enough for Hal to spread his wings comfortably. As the noise of the wind grew, Hal lit the darkness with wildly flickering flames and saw ahead that the corridor was at an end. There had once been a colossal wall spanning the width. Now it was a pile of rubble. Sand-colored stone blocks were strewn across the floor, and the hole gaped as wide as the corridor itself. A stout oak door lay under the rubble. Whatever doorway had once been here had been made much wider. Hal imagined the demon blasting through this wall a decade and a half ago, escaping from the inside of the mountain as recited by the storyteller. Yet Hal's imagination had a flaw. Although the demon had managed to knock down this thick stone wall, it had been unable to escape the temple at the entrance. Why knock down one wall but not another? Perhaps it didn't want to escape. Perhaps it didn't like the daylight. Or perhaps there was no demon at all, and the wall had been knocked down by some other means. He arrived at the hole and breathed fire. Beyond lay a passage, not a stone-walled, mosaic-tiled corridor, but a rough, natural tunnel. The broken wall represented the end of the temple. Now Hal was looking into the mountain itself. Something caught his eye, and he stared and stared, repeatedly breathing fire to get a better look. His friends and Blacknail clambered past and exclaimed. In the dancing firelight, the tunnel walls moved. No, Hal realized, it was what covered the walls that moved. Masses of pale grey wobbling lumps and mounds. Chapter 9. The Source. Hal was disgusted. It looked like the mountain was riddled with pustules and boils. He half expected them to burst open and spatter him with gallons of pus, but he shook the idea from his head and told himself to be reasonable. Mountains don't get sick, he thought, and they don't get zits or infections either. This is fungus, not some kind of cancerous tumor. Still, fungus was bad enough. Monstrous mushroom-like growths sprouted everywhere, and many of the huge mounds wobbled in the wind. The largest of the mushrooms that he could see was as big and round as a cartwheel, and even the smallest was too big to fit on a dinner plate. Hal liked mushrooms, but these were almost obscenely oversized. It just wasn't natural. His friends were backing away, and Hal took a moment to catch his breath. In the darkness, he listened to his friends exclaiming in horror and wonder, and had to chuckle at Robbie's obvious awe. "I knew the bugs were big in this world," he yelled over the howling wind. "But the mushrooms too?" "Put the lights back on, Hal," Abigail called. "Yeah!" Fenton shouted. Hal breathed fire again, aiming upward and around. In the leaping orange glow, he marveled at how the hideous fungus completely smothered the irregular cave walls, ceiling, and floor. Whatever had taken hold here was aggressive. The tunnel stretched into darkness, winding off to the right. Hal wanted to tell his friends to stay put while he checked it out, but he couldn't speak while in dragon form. He gave a grunt and stepped through the hole in the wall to the fungus-ridden natural tunnel. Immediately his clawed foot squashed a mound, and he felt a curious tickling sensation around his thick, scaly ankle. He took a few more steps, feeling the soft floor popping and squishing underfoot. The next time he breathed fire, he thought he saw a cloud of dust being sucked along the tunnel. "Hal, wait!" Abigail called. "You don't know what's down there. Oh, if only we had some light." But there was none. However, a curious iron railing stuck out of the wall on the left side, running the length of the tunnel at waist level. Hal would have used it to support himself against the increasing wind if he were in his human form. Clearly, the elves had used this tunnel a lot. Had the place been riddled with fungus back then? Surely not. Still, the broken temple wall had contained an access door. But access to what? Then Hal remembered what Eylis had said about the bottomless pit, a place where the elves worshipped the gods with sacrifices. Perhaps this tunnel led there. He glanced back to see if his friends were following, but saw nothing in the darkness. He refrained from lighting up with fire, remembering just in time that the strange wind would blow it, or rather suck it, back in his face. He faced the front again and continued onward. More mushrooms popped under his broad reptilian feet. Hal was suddenly sick of tunnels, especially pitch-black ones like this. Nothing good ever came from tunnels. If it wasn't dragons coming at him from all sides, it was demons and strange fungal growths. The floor grew hard underfoot. Good! Maybe the fungus ended here. Hal lit up with a blast of fire. To his surprise, the fungus stretched on ahead, unabated, and yet the floor felt harder. He was standing on lumpy growths, but they didn't squish easily. Instead, they sank slowly under his weight, as if they had much tougher skins. Lighting up for a second time, Hal peered closely. It seemed as though the mushrooms here were encased in a layer of something that followed the contours of the fungus like a thin blanket. He looked around, blew fire once more, and flinched as it came back at him. But he saw something in the darkness off to the left side, another passage. They had almost passed it by. It, too, was wide, and seemed to be covered with the same fungal growths. He considered exploring, but decided to keep heading straight. He resumed walking, and almost immediately stopped again, causing the others to complain loudly. His fire had licked through the darkness and picked out something white sticking out of the ground. He leaned in closer for a better look. Then he reared back in horror. He breathed hard, his dragon heart thumping. He had not expected that. He shuddered and gave the short white object a wide berth, making sure his friends were following. He didn't want them stumbling over it. Should he warn them? But to do so meant becoming human again, and right now he wanted to be a dragon. He had never really believed in the demon, but the lower part of a human leg bone sticking out of the floor told him that something dangerous might be lurking here after all. Nothing left but your feet. The storyteller's words came to him. He recalled something about burning eyes, blood rising through the cracks in the floor, and victims who were bitten in half, with nothing left but their feet. Technically speaking, he thought grimly, biting someone in half would leave more than just feet. But nevertheless, finding a leg bone sticking out of the floor was unnerving to say the least. He was tired of breathing fire, but he kept it up, letting off a blast every few seconds. Every step he took caused a strange tickling sensation around his ankles as clouds of dust puffed upward. He seemed to remember something about certain types of fungus exploding into puffs of dust when disturbed. It was how they spread their spores, similar to dandelions releasing their seeds into the wind. His jaw fell open, and he almost stopped dead. But before his sudden notion could fully formulate, he realized he'd entered a chamber or cavern of some kind, and there was light. The cavern was enormous and almost perfectly circular, with a high domed roof. To his left was a great slit in the wall, through which poured blindingly bright daylight, more than enough to illuminate the place. Directly in front of him was a pit, roughly 20 feet across, and around its perimeter a short, simple iron fence, no doubt to stop elves from falling in. And every inch of the floor, domed ceiling, even the walls inside the pit, was covered with the pale grey, puffy fungus. Clouds of yellow dust whipped up and around the pit. Growths around its perimeter wobbled frantically and popped open. More thick clouds of dust dispersed across the cavern, sucked toward. Hal stared in amazement. Regularly spaced around the cavern, flat against the walls, were 9 very familiar solid black pulsing clouds, hovering in mid-air at waist height, each 6 feet in diameter. Portals. Hal moved his foot and popped another spongy mass. The pressure from within was released, and it flapped open and sagged, but its spores exploded into the air and whipped across the cavern, sucked out of the nearest portals. He must have stood there for a full minute without moving, taking this in. Finally, he glanced around and found his friends pressed hard against the iron fence, white fingers gripping the rail, clothes and hair billowing like crazy, the noise from the gale almost deafening. Hal's bulk and weight secured him easily to the floor, but his friends, in human form, probably felt as though they were being drawn toward the portals. Even Blacknail, as stout and heavy as he was, seemed fearful of the tremendous forces in the cavern. Each of Hal's companions was coated in an extremely fine layer of yellow dust, the fungal spores. Hal was too. Even though much of the dust had been sucked forcibly along the tunnels as they'd walked in the darkness, there was enough of the stuff to coat them all. He leaned closer to Abigail and gently blew through his nostrils at her, causing a cloud of dust to rise off her shoulders and whip across the cavern. She glanced at him in surprise. "What is this?" she yelled over the wind. Nobody answered. Hal wasn't sure if the others had guessed yet, but he was unable to tell them while in dragon form, and he didn't relish the idea of being human right now. He was grateful for his weight. On impulse, he stamped to the nearest pulsing portal, wincing as yet more dust flew up around him. He stopped in front of the curious black cloud, braving its powerful tug. His wings kept wanting to flap open in the draft, and he grimly held them flat. Then he leaned forward and poked his head through the portal. The howling wind abruptly cut off, replaced with a curious whooshing sound. Immediately, something strange happened to Hal's ears. They started popping deep inside. He shook his head wildly, then stared around, his eyes widening. Nothing but blue sky. That and a sharply defined, distinctly curved horizon, as though he were viewing the world from an altitude far greater than he'd ever experienced before. He drew back, gasping, with sharp pains inside his ears and around his jaws. Back inside the cavern with the howling wind, he stood blinking and found Blacknail and his 8 friends staring at him with questioning looks. Hal was still unable to convey his thoughts. He went to the next portal and stuck his head through, a little more carefully this time. More blue sky, another curved horizon, the ground far, far below, and more curious popping sensations in his ears. Again he gasped and drew back, shaking his head in amazement. He checked the next 3 portals before the constant pops and pains in his ears forced him to stop. He concluded that each of the smoky gateways looked out onto the world from a great height, far higher than their current position halfway up a mountain. But each view was different. 2 looked down on a fine white layer of clouds. The rest showed the clearly defined curve of the earth. The sun was blinding when he looked through the 5th portal, and he blinked rapidly as he withdrew to the cavern, worried that he had hurt his eyes. No more portals, he told himself as he blinked and shook his head. He stretched his jaws to help clear the uncomfortable sensation. His ears had popped many times before, and he knew it had to do with altitude. Even rising into the sky in the airship had caused his ears to pop, but never like this. He stamped around the perimeter of the pit, cringing at how many growths he was crushing underfoot, and how much yellow dust flew up and through the portals. When he reached his friends, he braced himself and reverted to his human form. When the gale lifted him off the floor, he grasped the iron railing and held on tight. It was an eerie feeling, being almost weightless, with his body being pulled in all directions by a strange, powerful force. He shouted over the howls, "We need to block these portals!" "Why?" yelled Robbie. "How?" Hal had an idea. The portals were embedded halfway into the cavern walls. Maybe Robbie could set something sturdy and broad across each. The force of the suction would try to pull the object through and effectively plug itself. "Doors!" he shouted. Robbie's eyes lit up immediately, and he nodded. Most of the others looked puzzled. "They're not big enough, are they?" Abigail said. Her voice was almost lost in the gales, but Hal caught snippets and put it together in his mind. "They'll break," Fenton argued. "They might not," Blacknail roared, his usually growling voice surprisingly loud and booming. "Let's go!" One by one, they let go of the fence and forged against the wind, struggling back into the darkness of the tunnel, popping more fungal growths as they went. As they jostled and complained in the tunnel, Hal pushed through to the front. Someone grabbed his shirt, and he was glad. It was better to stick together in the darkness than fumble around and get split up. "But what is all this?" Emily exclaimed. "The fungus!" Hal called over his shoulder as he struggled on blindly with outstretched hands. "It's where the virus comes from, I'm sure of it. The virus is spore-based, remember? That's what Fleck told us." He shuddered as he remembered the centaur's words. In dust-like form, the spores touched the skin and caused massive allergic reactions, and in most cases, death within an hour. "The spores are sucked out of these portals," he shouted above the infernal wind. These portals are different. They look out on old Earth, but are spread all over the world. They're high in the sky, way up above the Earth, where you can see the curve of the horizon, so high that there's hardly any air. I couldn't breathe when I stuck my head through, and my ears kept popping. Low pressure, Blacknail grunted loudly from the rear of the group. That explains this wind. The pressure's trying to equalize between our worlds. Being the tinkering engineer that he was, the goblin sounded intrigued. Where we are on this mountain ain't anywhere near as high up as what Hal saw through those portals, so the pressure is unbalanced. Makes perfect sense. Hal was nodding to himself. He stumbled and fell to his knees, disgusted once again by the feeling of something popping. A blast of dust filled his nostrils, and he choked. The person clinging to the back of his shirt almost fell over him as he knelt there. Suddenly, the line was halted. "But how is that even possible?" someone shouted. It sounded like Thomas. "Anything's possible," Robbie said. "I never thought a blood-sucking butterfly was possible until I found one in Black Woods. Turns out it came from New Earth. Then I turned into an ogre. You think this thing with the portals is any stranger?" "So we're going to block them?" Darcy said. "Robbie can go rip a few doors off their hinges," Abigail said. "You'll enjoy that, won't you, Robbie?" Hal climbed to his feet and stumbled on, making sure the group was following. He was tired of the darkness now, tired of the howling wind and the spores. "Okay, so I understand about the wind and the whispering," Emily called. "And I guess the centaurs broke down the wall too. And I understand why brave heroes die soon after coming here with burning, blistering skin because of the spores. But who killed the Queen's elf warriors? Do you think the centaurs did that too?" "I wouldn't put it past them," Robbie shouted. Whatever was said next was lost to Hal, as he had just spotted something. He couldn't be sure, but his heart leaped into his throat and he stopped dead. "Watch out!" he yelled. "Something's ahead." The line stopped immediately. One of the girls gave a small scream, and Dewey moaned. They'd arrived at the junction near to where he'd found the human leg bone sticking out of the ground, and where another tunnel led off to the side. Whatever was lurking in the darkness had emerged from that tunnel and was now blocking their way back. They were trapped. Whatever it was stunk of something rotten. Bright red glowing eyes stared unblinkingly at them. Judging by the gap between them, the head was at least 5 or 6 feet across. It towered over them, taller than Hal, but utterly invisible, lost in the blackness of the tunnel. As Hal backed off with his heart hammering, too frightened even to transform, a deep, booming rumble sounded over the continuous howl of the wind. Whatever this creature was, it was big. Someone began to scream, then another. There was a flurry of activity behind Hal, but he was only dimly aware of it. He tried to compose himself. He had to transform, to breathe fire, to see what this creature was, to protect himself and his friends against it. And yet, he hardly dared lay eyes on it. Then Hal felt something splash around his feet, a warm, foul-smelling liquid. The words of the storyteller rang in his ears once more. He couldn't remember the exact phrasing, but it had something to do with the blood of the dead rising through cracks in the floor. Chapter 10. The Shadow Demon. As the warm liquid pooled around Hal's toes, he shapeshifted and prepared to do battle with the unseen Shadow Demon. In his dragon form, he took a deep breath, ready to light up the pitch-black tunnel. Then he froze as the demon's burning red eyes moved toward him, dipping and swaying from side to side. Hal instinctively tried to take a step backward, but a terrifying thing had happened. The warm liquid had solidified around his 4 dragon paws. Now he was unable to move, quite literally rooted to the spot. Behind him, his friends yelled and screamed, paralyzed with fear, Hal thought, remembering the stories. Well, maybe not with fear, but it was easy to figure how that element had crept into the well-worn tale of the Shadow Demon. A mournful hissing rose above the noise of the wind and screams of his friends as the monstrous demon prepared to pounce. The burning red eyes indicated the creature was almost upon them. Its claws clicked on the glue-encrusted floor, and with every step the red eyes moved closer. Hal finally breathed fire, but the wind sucked it back into his face, and he blinked rapidly, temporarily blinded. A voice yelled from behind, "It's okay! I've got this!" It was Fenton. Exactly what he meant by that was unclear, but Hal paused just long enough that the matter was taken out of his hands, or rather, his scaly feet. Fenton brushed past him in his 10-foot lizard form. His glowing red eyes were suspiciously similar to the demon's. A frenzied hissing ensued as Fenton spoke to the beast in his sinister reptile tones. After a long pause, a much louder, much deeper hissing came in reply. Hal's friends had stopped yelling. He imagined them all standing like statues, glued to the floor the same as him. There was no way of knowing for sure if that was the case unless he lit up the tunnel with fire, but he felt that might interrupt whatever Fenton was doing. As the hissing continued, Hal yanked a foot free. His dragon legs were strong, the mysterious glue no match for his strength. His friends might have more trouble, though. Unbelievably, it seemed the shadow demon was turning to leave. Its glowing red eyes floated through the darkness, accompanied by scuffling and scraping and grunting as the creature slowly, awkwardly, turned around in the tight space, heading for the side tunnel none of them had yet explored. Hal took a chance and breathed fire again. As before, the flames leapt back into his face, but he saw enough in the dancing light to know that this so-called demon was monstrous, a dull black reptile at least 40 feet from snout to rump, with an impossibly long tail that more than doubled its length. It looks just like Fenton, only bigger, much bigger. Hal repeatedly lit up the tunnel and watched for a further half-minute as the reptile, easily 8 or 9 feet tall along its crested back, thumped and scraped its way along the narrow tunnel. Its tail grew thinner and thinner and finally vanished. Fenton followed close behind. In comparison, he was nothing but a baby, yet he was identical in every way, from his glowing red eyes to the tip of his long, skinny tail. "Let's get out of here," someone yelled. Hal had to believe that Fenton could look after himself. After all, he was with his own kind now. Where they were headed was a mystery. Perhaps the creature was showing Fenton its lair. In any case, the way back to the temple was free and clear. Hal pulled his remaining feet from the glue and moved on. "I can't get loose," Darcy exclaimed. "Oh, thanks, Dewey." "Ah, this stuff is awful," Emily cried. "Robbie, help!" There were more voices in the dark, all vague and distant, as Hal forged against the wind. He recognized the soft grunts of Robbie in his ogre form and the restless clip-clopping of Dewey's hooves. Turning into their more powerful forms was probably the easiest way to break themselves and others free. Hal reverted to human form. "Are you all okay?" he shouted. "Is Thomas still with us?" The boy replied, "Yeah, I'm here." "Can someone please turn some lights on?" Darcy grumbled. But Hal didn't feel like shifting into a dragon again. "The temple wall is just here. Watch your feet." "I can't watch anything," Emily snapped. Hal heard a buzzing and ducked as Abigail brushed past. "Ooh, sorry," she said. "I have to get out of here. If it's not stinky glue spit, it's nasty yellow dust. I need a shower." He followed the sound of her buzzing until he reached the stone blocks scattered in and around the hole in the wall. Back on a flat, tiled floor at last, he picked up his pace along the vast corridor that led through the temple. The entrance lay ahead, a bright white light. It seemed so far away. The noise of the wind had died down. It still tugged at Hal's clothes and whistled down the corridor, but at least he no longer had to yell so hard. "Can you believe it?" he said to Abigail, Fenton found one of his buddies." "I know, and a huge one too. How did it get here?" Good question, Hal thought. The creature was obviously too large to leave the temple through the main entrance, but how had it got in? Maybe it was just a baby 13 years ago. Abigail stopped, turned, and dropped lightly to the floor. Her wings went quiet. Hal squinted in the darkness. Framed against the light from the faraway entrance, he could see her hair blowing wildly. "Like Fenton, you mean?" At that moment, Blacknail yelled, "Hal? You there?" "Here!" he shouted back. There was a grunt of annoyance, then a barrage of footsteps as the goblin and his friends emerged through the broken temple wall. Hal could see nothing, but he heard them grunting and complaining in the darkness. He waited patiently for them to catch up, recognizing the sounds of clip-clopping hooves and the heavy padding of ogre feet. "Fenton still missing?" he asked when they stamped to a halt. "I hope he's all right," Darcy said, with a tremor in her voice. "What are we supposed to do now?" Emily asked. Blacknail shushed them all. "First things first. Anyone missing?" There was a silence, and then Emily said, "Are you waiting for the missing people to speak up?" "Don't be funny," the goblin snapped. "Everyone say their name." They all obeyed, stating their name loudly in the blustery darkness. Even Thomas obliged, sounding even shakier than Dewey. Robbie simply grunted. Only Fenton was missing. "Right then," Blacknail said. "Doors. Where's the ogre? Go rip some off the hinges." "Huh?" Robbie grumbled. "Go!" Blacknail barked. "We gotta block up those portals." The ogre stamped away, complaining about something, probably wondering how on earth he was supposed to see what he was doing in the dark. "That fungus," Blacknail said, sounding grim. "It ain't natural for sure. I reckon the centaurs used this mountain as their secret testing ground for years, working on a weapon to use against humans if the need arose. The pit is dark and damp, perfect for growing fungus, and safely tucked away inside a mountain, miles from anywhere." "But then the elves found it," Abigail chimed in. Blacknail growled softly. "Right. I don't believe for a second the elves were in on this plot. I don't even believe most centaurs knew about this. It had to have been a handful. Radicals." He spat with disgust. "I reckon that small group of centaurs left the place unattended while their fungus grew, and while they were gone, 100 elves showed up out of nowhere and moved into the caves and tunnels. They had no idea about the secret lair at the back. And when the centaurs returned, they couldn't exactly throw the elves out." "Why?" Darcy asked. "Because we're talking about a few centaurs and 100 elves. Besides, it's a bad look. The Centaur Council would come down on them like a ton of bricks for stirring up trouble like that. You don't march into a cave and throw out 100 elves. No, the centaurs who worked here had to be careful. They had to play it smart." "So, they offered to build the elves a temple?" Hal said doubtfully. "A minor task for a small group of radicals in charge of a legion of blissfully innocent centaurs." In the darkness, Blacknail paused, then added, "Bet it looked good in the eyes of the council. Good for public relations and all that nonsense, making friends with ornery elves, doing something nice for them. Meanwhile, those radicals got on with their secret fungus experiment without having to hide their comings and goings. A secret lab at the back of the elfin temple, right under their stupid noses." Nobody said a word. Despite the noise of the gale, the splintering of wood told Hal that his ogre friend had just ripped a door off its hinges. "So why wait so long?" Emily argued. "The elves lived here quite happily a few years before the centaurs released the virus." "Waiting for the right moment," Hal said. "Wait, do you think it was because of us?" Blacknail gave a grunt of annoyance. "That's gotta be it. Simone worked for years on the new shapeshifter project, preparing everything. The centaur leader, Gratic, was always going on about humans overstepping their mark. The idea of shapeshifters throwing their weight around probably tipped him over the edge." Robbie came stomping up with what sounded like a large door scraping on the floor. He paused when he reached the group, waiting patiently for clearer instructions. "It wouldn't surprise me if the Centaur Khan led this secret plot," Blacknail said. "He held off until your parents were expecting babies, and then he knew he had to act. To destroy humankind forever. Or those in old Earth anyway. To stop you and everyone from coming into New Earth." "How'd they create 9 portals in one cave, high above the Earth?" Lauren mused. Dewey spoke up. "Yes, and all leading to different parts of the world. And without blowing themselves up with geo-rocks," Blacknail finished. Robbie's voice floated out of the darkness.
Wah?
Hal sighed. "I guess I'd better go with Robbie and block up those portals. We'll be as quick as we can." "What?" Emily said. "Go back there?" Hal was fed up with the darkness and wind and wanted to get it over with. He stepped away from his friends and transformed, then breathed fire into the air over their heads. At last he saw them, windswept and weary, coated in yellow dust, huddled together. Only Robbie stood apart, standing 3 times taller and holding not one but a pair of giant oak doors. Hal led the way toward the back end of the temple, blasting fire once in a while. Robbie stamped along behind, the oak doors dragging and making a terrible racket. Deeper in, they ignored the tunnel that led off to the left, where Fenton had followed the shadow demon. Instead, they continued straight as before, toward the cavern with its giant pit and 9 portals. The daylight filtering through the crack in the wall was a wonderful sight after being blind for so long. Robbie dragged the doors around the pit and offered one up to the nearest smoky portal. The door wobbled and bucked in the powerful tug of wind, then tore out of the ogre's hands and slammed into place, its top and bottom ends jammed against the cavern wall while the portal sucked at the center section. The door wasn't wide enough to completely cover the black cloud, and wind screamed around its sides. But the difference it made was startling. The powerful tug decreased dramatically. Only 8 more portals remained. It would be a lot of stomping back and forth and ripping doors off hinges. Perfect work for a dull-minded ogre. Hal left Robbie to do his work and made his way to the mysterious, unexplored side tunnel, hoping to catch up to Fenton and get the scoop on the so-called demon monster. The passage curved around to reveal daylight ahead. It turned out to be a brightly lit cave with a crystal-clear pool in the corner. The sparkling water spilled from somewhere near the ceiling. The brilliant light came from an opening no more than a few feet high, easy for humans to crawl out of, but a tantalizingly impossible squeeze for the gigantic shadow demon. The monstrous lizard was stretched out on the floor of the cave and appeared to be snoozing. So much for a terrifying demon. Hal stared in awe. It was bigger than an adult dragon. How had it survived on such a meager diet of human adventurers over the years? He spotted Fenton sitting on a rock in the cave opening, silhouetted against the dazzling daylight, and tiptoed over to him. Being so close to the sleeping giant made Hal nervous. Its 4 legs, each as thick as a tree trunk, were wrinkled and old, with great folds of fat. A fine coat of yellow dust covered the scales. The gigantic torso swelled in and out with each long breath. The snake-like head was long and pointed, and its mouth opened just wide enough to reveal dirty fangs. A bony crest ran the length of the monster's body, and its tail curled around the cave. Judging by the smell, Hal guessed that the creature spent much of its time here, eating, sleeping, and taking care of business too. Still, the inward draft from the cave mouth was strong and kept the air relatively fresh. Hal joined Fenton and gasped at the view outside. He was looking out of a sheer cliff face, high on the side of the mountain. "How did he get here?" Hal asked, enjoying the warmth of the sun on his skin and the sight of New Earth stretching across to the horizon. "She," Fenton said quietly. Hal looked at him more closely. "Are you all right? Why are you all wet?" Fenton sighed and picked at his sodden clothes. He smelled of the ocean. This is going to sound crazy, but I think she's my mom. Yeah, that does sound crazy. I'm serious, Fenton said. Not my real mom, obviously, but think about it. Miss Simone said there were only a couple of these creatures that she knew of, right? Well, the chances of us not being related in some way are pretty slim. He gestured toward the sleeping giant. She's old. I mean, not old, but older than me. She's an adult. I'm just a kid. But, Hal said, shaking his head, your mum? Fenton looked embarrassed and turned to stare out across the distant land. I'm cloned from one of two that Miss Simone knows of. I guess they're young adults or whatever. But this one, she's lost. She has to be their mom. She was stolen somehow. Brought here. But how? Fenton pointed up at the ceiling of the cave. Through there. Intrigued, Hal looked to where Fenton pointed, mindful of the sleeping monster directly below. He was ready to leap to the safety of the overhanging cave mouth if he needed to. He peered up at the cave ceiling. It was lost in the shadows, and he saw nothing of interest. Through where? Look closer. And then he saw it. The cave ceiling was not lost in shadows at all. The shadows were, in fact, another of those pulsing, smoky portals. No way, he said weakly. This place is riddled with them. Fenton climbed to his feet. It's big enough for her to climb up through, and I reckon she does every day. But she can't leave. Want to see why? Without waiting for a response, Fenton boldly walked over to the monster and began climbing up her back, starting at a low spot on her tail. Incredulous, Hal watched as the big boy, red-faced and breathing hard, padded up the dull black scaly body as if he were walking up a hill. The creature flared her nostrils and heaved a sigh, but continued snoozing. Fenton reached the highest point on her back and stopped. The ceiling was low enough that he could reach into the pulsing portal. "Come on," Fenton called. "Me?" "She won't bite. She's just unhappy and bored." Hal was extremely doubtful about climbing all over the shadow demon. What if she woke and snapped at him? Nevertheless, he trusted Fenton. The boy seemed confident and calm, and Hal had no reason to doubt him. So he followed Fenton's example and climbed up onto the monster's back while she continued to snooze soundly. "Now give me a lift," Fenton ordered. The day was getting stranger by the minute. Bemused, Hal laced his fingers together and cupped his hands so the boy had a foothold. Fenton hoisted himself up and stood straight. As he did so, his entire top half plunged into the smoky shadows. He ducked his head briefly. "Lift me," he urged. Hal heaved with all his might. Abruptly, Fenton's weight lifted, and he was gone. Then a long black tail hung down from the portal. Bemused, Hal did what Darcy must have done in the Labyrinth of Fire. He gripped the tail and held on tight, while Fenton pulled him up through the smoky portal. After a second of blackness, Hal emerged and was almost deafened by a cacophony of birds screeching and waves crashing. Cold, salty water sprayed across his face and shoulders. He blinked in dazzling sunlight and looked around in amazement. He was on a tiny rocky island in the middle of the ocean. Chapter 11. Stone Quarry. Dozens of small rocky outcrops stuck up from the crashing waves all around. Nearby was a real island with the same featureless black rock, but also a forest smothering its tall hills. White and grey birds filled the sky, crying excitedly as they dove into the sea and snatched enormous wriggling fishes. On one of the larger rocky outcrops, fat seals rolled and frolicked with flippers in the air, while others snoozed in the glaring sun, cooled by the frothy water that splashed up and over the boulders. Hal lay on his belly on the rock, still clutching Fenton's lizard tail and too distracted to let go. His legs dangled into the smoky portal, and he imagined them protruding from the roof of the cave he'd just left behind. He was halfway between two distant and very different locations. Fenton reverted to human form, and his tail slipped out of Hal's fingers. Only then did Hal climb to his feet. Together, they turned in a circle, constantly getting sprayed with salty seawater. "I see why she can't leave," Hal said, glancing all around. "I reckon she eats fish every day," Fenton said mournfully. "Maybe she gets lucky and catches birds and seals as well." "And the occasional hero back in the temple," Hal murmured. "She's not a monster," Fenton snapped. He turned to Hal and towered over him, his eyes taking on a red glow. "She needs to eat, that's all. She'll take anything she can get." Hal took a step back. All right. He pointed toward the large forested island, no more than a quarter-mile away. "Why can't she swim across there? That's got to be better than living in some dumpy cave." "Maybe she has been there but came back after realizing she was no better off. Anyway, look straight up." Hal craned his neck to look skyward, shielding his eyes against the glare of the sun. Directly above, far out of reach, was yet another cloudy black portal pulsing eerily in mid-air. "Huh? Another one?" Fenton nodded. "Yep, don't know where it goes. It must be 100 feet up. I think it's where she came from. She must have fallen straight down onto these rocks, or maybe even to the cave below. She can't fly, so she's trapped here." Hal felt like his head was spinning. "Okay, let's take a look." He transformed again, almost knocking Fenton sideways. But Fenton said nothing and hurried around to climb aboard. Then Hal spread his wings and launched into the sky. It took no more than a few powerful beats to rise as high as the portal and plunge through the blackness. The ocean vanished, and he found himself shooting upward through a giant man-made shaft, his wings scraping on the sides. He had a split second to realize it was like a well, blocked at the top with loosely fitting planks. But then he exploded into open air amid a shower of splintered wood. He scrambled for a foothold on the surrounding wall and pushed out from under a structure of thick posts and beams that stood over the enormous shaft. Disoriented, Hal flew around a scrubby, hilly landscape, barren apart from a rather ugly lake a short distance away. Gone were the screaming birds, frolicking seals, and crashing waves on rocks. Now the sky was clear, the silence and stillness almost eerie. A towering wall of sand-colored rock stood nearby. It seemed that half the hill had been cut away. Hal landed, sending up a cloud of dust. He switched to his human form again, then stood with Fenton, looking down into the shaft they'd so dramatically emerged from. Deep inside floated the pulsing black portal, perfectly filling the diameter of the shaft. They turned to check out the environment. Nearby, half buried in sand, was a massive wooden contraption lying on its side. It looked like a giant water wheel. "This is the stone quarry," Hal said, shielding his eyes and peering into the distance. "This is where the centaurs brought the stone blocks from, to build the temple. Look." He pointed in amazement at the mountain range in the distance. There stood Whisper Mountain. "That can't be where we were just now," Fenton said, frowning. "It isn't. We were in the middle of the sea. I meant before that. We were in a cave on that mountain, and then the sea somewhere, and now here." Hal could barely contain his awe and excitement. Somehow the centaurs figured out how to control the portals so they could help build the temple. They must have cut the stone blocks right here in this quarry and lowered them down into this shaft, and then kept on lowering them down past the seagulls and seals and through the second portal into the cave. "And they dropped my mom down too," Fenton growled. Hal shifted his gaze away from the big boy's eyes, which were glowing red again. Yeah, I guess. And then the centaurs dismantled everything and covered the portal with planks. They closed the place down." Old cutting tools and machinery littered the quarry, covered with a thick layer of sand, most of it so deeply buried that only sharp corners and handles protruded. Other bits of equipment lay on top, exposed to the elements. A huge drum of rope lay on its side. It was impossibly heavy and refused to budge 1 inch, so Hal transformed and put his dragon bulk behind it. It still wouldn't come free, so he clubbed at it with his tail. This knocked it loose, and then he was able to stand it upright and nudge it across the ground, rolling it so that the rope unraveled. But now what? They both had a vague notion of tying ropes around the monster and hauling it up, but the idea seemed ludicrous when they stared at the rope. Neither one of them had any idea how to rig up a pulley system, even if they could find all the necessary equipment buried in the sand. Lowering stone blocks down into the shaft was one thing. Lifting a monstrous lizard up was something else entirely. They gave up. Maybe Blacknail could figure something out. Fenton climbed onto Hal's dragon back and hung tight. Hal leaned over the side of the shaft, took a breath, and plunged in. First came the sudden blackness as they entered the first portal, then the crash of waves as they emerged over a small rocky island. Birds scattered, and Hal beat his wings a couple of times to slow his descent. They dropped into the next portal, embedded in the rock, and Hal landed heavily on something big and soft in the darkness of the cave. A savage roar sounded, and bright red eyes turned toward him. Hal barely had time to pick himself up before the shadow demon came at him with huge jaws snapping. Hal shrank back, feeling small and feeble in comparison. He was merely a young dragon after all. He took a breath, meaning to blast some flames to ward off the creature, but Fenton had already transformed and was leaping between them with a terrible hissing sound. The monster paused, and Hal thought he saw surprise in its burning eyes. The glow faded a little, and a rumbling moan filled the cave. Fenton responded with a strange crooning sound that had a calming effect on the monster. Slowly, it relaxed, sinking back on the cave floor and allowing its mile-long tail to curl around and settle. "I suppose people don't last long if they fall down the shaft," Hal thought, as he and Fenton plunged into the pitch-black darkness of the tunnel and left the monster behind. The wind pulled them along, but it seemed weaker now. Hal felt his way along the left-hand wall. Having been outside in bright sunshine a few moments earlier, the sudden darkness was suffocating, and he craved light. He lit the way ahead with a fiery blast, which instantly made him feel better. He turned at the junction and headed toward the temple. On the way out, with the tunnels lit up by flickering sheets of fire that kept blowing back into his face, he met Robbie stamping toward him, dragging another 2 heavy doors. Good old Robbie, he thought. There he was, dutifully and doggedly continuing with his task, even in the pitch-black tunnels. The ogre gave a grunt. Fenton called to him, "How's it going, skinny boy?" The ogre grinned, nodded, and continued onward, the doors scraping horribly. "More on," Fenton muttered. Hal gave another burst of flame, then realized he was standing close to a fungus-covered wall where an old torch hung in a sconce. The fungus had grown up over it, but the top of the torch stood proud. On impulse, Hal allowed his flames to lick at the torch. He had tried this earlier back at the entrance, but the wind had whipped it away. Now the wind was much weaker. The torch, after sputtering a few times, burst into life. "Cool!" Fenton exclaimed. He grabbed the torch's handle and struggled with it, but it wouldn't come free. The fungus held on stubbornly. Still, there were plenty more along the tunnel and temple corridor. Moving on, Hal found another torch and lit that too. Flames licked up the walls and blackened the fungus. But the tenacious mushrooms didn't burn for long. When Hal tried to set fire to the mounds around his feet, they shriveled and blackened, but the flames didn't spread out of control. That was both a blessing and a downright shame. It would have been so easy to set the fungus alight and burn it out. He lit a few more torches farther along and then reverted to his human form, pleased to see that the way ahead was now dimly lit. He and Fenton struggled to release a burning torch from its sconce. The fungus tore away in a cloud of yellow dust. Jubilant, Hal held up the torch and hurried on. Fenton managed to find a torch relatively free of fungus, and Hal ignited it using the flame of his own. Then, both armed with flickering, sputtering light, they clambered through the broken temple wall into the vast corridor and started rekindling every torch they came across. The temple was coming back to life bit by bit. The flames still pulled toward the cavern, but feebly now. Robbie was almost done blocking the portals. It was a long, silent journey along the corridor toward the ever-growing square of daylight that marked the entrance. Hal peeked behind one or two doors as he went. What he saw saddened him. Living quarters that had been abandoned in a hurry 13 years ago and taken over by bugs and rodents. Spiderwebs were everywhere within these enclosed rooms, yet not a single one could be found in the main corridor. Probably because of the wind, Hal thought. He and Fenton finally emerged into daylight at the entrance. Their friends were waiting on the stone steps, and they jumped up and crowded around. "You're back!" Darcy cried. "Where have you been?" Emily demanded. "We've been sitting here trying to decide if we should come and find you," Dewey said, looking relieved. "Robbie's busy working, and you left him to it?" Lauren complained. "Why are you all wet?" Abigail queried. Only Thomas remained silent. He sat apart from the others, absently fingering the metal collar around his neck while he listened to the conversation. Blacknail appeared. "You managed to light the torches." "Yeah, the wind has died down," Hal said. He handed his torch to Blacknail. "Lots to tell. It's probably better if you just come and see. The good news is that we don't have to climb back down the mountain to go home. We're kind of halfway home already." Abigail spread her hands. "And what does that mean?" Hal grinned. "Like I said, lots to tell. Look, Robbie's nearly done blocking the portals, the wind has dropped, we've lit all the torches so it's nice and bright inside, and the shadow demon has been tamed." "So he's really like you, Fenton?" Darcy asked. "She," Fenton said, still holding his burning torch aloft. Smoke trailed off the top, tugging gently toward the temple entrance. "Yeah, she's just like me, only bigger." He scowled. "She's stuck. I reckon the centaurs tricked her somehow, lured her in. We know how she got in, and she knows the way back out, but she can't get there." "Why?" Emily asked. Hal's stomach rumbled, and he wondered what time it was. Was it midday yet? "Let's not stand here talking about it," he said, gesturing toward the temple doors. "Come on in. It's perfectly safe now." It was a far happier, more confident group that entered the temple compared to an hour or so earlier. Hal wasn't convinced that Fenton's lizard buddy could be considered tamed, but unless she flipped out for some inexplicable reason, it was a fairly safe bet that she would behave and let them pass through. So they trooped down the wide temple corridor in the flickering orange glow of dozens of rekindled torches, noting for the first time the intricate paintings that decorated the walls. Most were colorful, vibrant scenes of elves worshipping some unseen deity, or fierce battles against dragons and other vicious beasts. Some were abstract depictions of simple home life and leisure. The mud-spattered mosaic flooring showed up better now, and the group marveled at the hundreds of thousands of tiny, colorful pieces that made up the designs. "It must have taken absolutely forever to lay this floor," Emily exclaimed more than once. They stuck their heads in a number of rooms off to the sides and were awed by the regal decor and furniture. There were gigantic four-poster beds complete with dust and cobweb-covered velvet drapes and silk sheets, along with ornate wooden chests, cabinets, tables, and chairs. There were even bathrooms of varying sizes, and some of the bathtubs were enormous. They found a dining hall with 6 long tables and what seemed to be hundreds of chairs. Everything stood under a thick coat of dust and rat droppings. It was a horrible shame to see such a mess, but no doubt the elves would work hard to clean it all up. The dining hall and various other gigantic communal rooms had large doorways. It was these doors that Robbie had somewhat roughly removed and taken along to block the portals. Hinges and bits of splintered wood lay on the floor, and in some places entire frames had been ripped loose. The ogre didn't know his own strength. "I count 9 big doors missing," Hal told Abigail as they walked. "Robbie's probably done by now. I don't feel a draft anymore." Stepping through the gaping hole in the rear wall, the newly lit tunnel once more stretched ahead of them. The group stood for a moment, appalled at the mushroom growth that spread across the walls, ceiling, and floor. It looked even more horrible in the torchlight. The growths on the floor had been stomped flat by many pairs of feet, but even now, as they watched, one of the squashed domes rose slowly, as if being inflated with a bicycle pump. Blacknail stamped hard on it, and it split open and released a small puff of yellow dust. But instead of being sucked along the corridor, it hung in the air and drifted slowly to the fungus-covered floor. "This stuff grows fast," the goblin said, amazed. "I've never known anything like it. It's going to be hard to get rid of." "I tried burning it," Hal said, pointing to a burnt patch. "But look, new mushrooms are already growing in its place." "Well, at least the spores are not going anywhere now," the goblin grunted. He marched on without another word. "This is so gross," Darcy muttered as she started to tiptoe. With every step, a puff of yellow dust squirted into the air. Now that there was no wind to take the dust away, it filled the air, and they began to choke on the stuff. They met Robbie in human form, standing quite still in the middle of the tunnel, with his shirt pulled up to cover his mouth and nose, exposing his white belly. He was staring thoughtfully at his feet. "What's up, Robbie?" Lauren asked, sounding muffled. Robbie looked up and frowned. "The dust was getting in my throat, so I stood here for a bit. Now look." Everyone looked down at his feet. The fungus had already started growing over his toes. "Oh," Darcy exclaimed, backing away. "It doesn't hurt," Robbie said, "but it tickles. It's like little bugs crawling slowly over my feet. Pretty weird, huh?" "You're weird," Fenton retorted, waving his torch around, "for standing there and letting it happen." With a grin, Robbie yanked his foot upward and wriggled his toes, leaving a foot-shaped hole in the fungus. As if alive, the mushrooms immediately caved inward, seeping into the gap. "Let's get out of here," Emily said, sounding thoroughly disgusted. Fenton led the way along the tunnel toward the Shadow Demon's cave. Nervously, they all entered. The giant was in the same position as before, only now she was fully awake and alert. Her glowing red eyes stared at them as they edged past, and her long tongue flicked in and out. The cave was gigantic, but she easily filled it. Her long snout was no more than 6 or 7 feet from the group. One quick jerk of her head, a sudden snap of her jaws, and they would all be bitten in half. But she behaved, and the group made it safely to the brightly lit cave opening that looked out across the land. "Ooh," Darcy breathed, her eyes shining as she crawled out onto the ledge. Then she looked down and drew back, alarmed. "Oh!" "Mind yourself," Hal said, as they huddled together. The ledge was a little crowded with so many of them there. "Okay, so when you're done admiring the view, take a look up at the cave roof. See the portal?" There were more exclamations of surprise. Blacknail grunted and swore under his breath. Another one. He dug in his pocket and withdrew a crumpled piece of paper, which he unfolded carefully. He also found a stubby pencil, not unlike the ones Hal had grown up with. For some reason, he found this little detail oddly comforting. Whether the pencil came from his own world or was manufactured by the goblins, it was nice to see something familiar and ordinary in this fantastic, extraordinary world. Blacknail carefully made a tiny dot on the paper. When Abigail asked what he was doing, he said, "Marking the portal on the map. The next step was for Fenton to arrange safe passage up through the portal. He transformed, slithered across the floor to the giant, and began to croon. The huge red eyes stared at him, not half as sleepy as they had been before, and Hal feared that the hypnotic calming effect wouldn't work this time. Nevertheless, Fenton motioned with a scaly foot to go ahead. Hal swallowed nervously. "Okay, I'm going to have to carry a few of you at a time. Let's make this quick." Chapter 12. The Journey Home. "Did I dream the bit about the ocean and seagulls?" Emily asked weakly when the last of them had navigated the bizarre journey to the quarry. "You did not," Hal said with a smile. "I don't know where that ocean is, but if you look across to the horizon now, you can see Whisper Mountain, where we were a minute ago." His friends spent a while commenting on the distance they'd just traveled and how clever the centaurs were, but Hal eventually suggested heading for home. Fenton flared up at once, saying they couldn't go anywhere without the shadow demon. "I'm not leaving her. She needs to be released. This is her home right here, or nearby anyway. We have to get her out." "And we will," Abigail argued, "but it's not like we can just lift her out." Blacknail was studying the enormous wooden wheel lying on its side, half buried in sand. Hal still thought it looked like a water wheel of some kind, but Abigail jokingly pointed out it was for a giant hamster to run around on. Surprisingly, Blacknail nodded. "That ain't far from the truth. It's a treadmill crane, a big one too. It's lying on its side, in pieces. See, there's part of the boom." He kicked away some sand, revealing a sturdy beam. "The wheel should have a long spindle sticking out like an axle on a cart. Look, see that thick pole over there? That'll be the spindle. A centaur runs around the inside of the wheel, and rope winds around the spindle. A simple but powerful winch. Slow but capable of huge loads, more than enough for stone blocks, and maybe enough for a giant lizard as long as the ropes or chains don't break." "Can we stand it up?" Fenton said, excited. "Can we get it working?" He looked pleadingly at Blacknail. The goblin laughed. "You're off your rocker if you think we can stand that thing upright. Look at the size of it." Hal tried to imagine the shadow demon being lowered down the shaft. It must have gone head or tail first, dangling on ropes or chains. "They must have drugged her," he murmured. "Robbie's strong enough to fix it," Fenton insisted. Robbie raised an eyebrow. "I thought I was just a skinny moron." "We'd need 10 ogres to drag that thing out of the ground and put it together," Blacknail said, shaking his head. "No, we'll just have to—" Then he stopped, and a strange expression came over his face. He stared into the distance, at the range of mountains. "Blacknail?" Hal prompted, his stomach growling. The goblin turned and gave a twisted sneer that Hal assumed was a grin. "Ogres, that's the answer. Ogres roam these parts. I need to get my bearings, but I don't think we're a million miles from ogre country. Robbie can go fetch 'em. With enough hands, we can put this contraption back together. Then Fenton can sweet-talk his new mama, so we can hoist her out without being eaten." There was a long silence. "I guess that could work," Robbie said, looking doubtful. "It will work," Fenton said, stomping over and thumping Robbie hard on the back. "You go off and grab some buddies, and I'll stay here and wait. When you get back, we'll fix things up and rescue her." "That could take ages," Abigail said. "I mean, I'm all for rescuing dangerous monsters and releasing them into the wild, but I mean, are we supposed to—" "You ain't staying," Blacknail said firmly. "I'll wait with Fenton while Robbie goes off and fetches some ogres. We'll dig around, find ropes and chains, and sort something out so we can climb up and down to the cave. I can go back and talk to the elves, tell them what's happening. Heck, maybe Flatfoot can get him to lend a hand. Meanwhile, the rest of you head home to Lady Simone. She's probably getting anxious." Hal opened his mouth to say something, but the goblin was on a roll. "You girl, what's your name again?" "Emily." "Right. Go to the Naga. I'll show you the way. I have a map right here." Blacknail patted his pocket. "Find the Naga folk in the forest and get them to go with you to Carter. Lady Simone's looking for allies against the soldiers, a show of strength. And if we can bring home ogres, maybe a giant lizard, a whole bunch of Nagas, well, then I think we'll be doing all right." Blacknail paused for breath. His dark, pig-like features seemed even darker than usual. Perhaps his brain was overheating after that long speech. "And whatever you do," he went on, "make sure you jump in the nearest lake before you meet any humans along the way." "Jump in? A lake?" Emily repeated. Abigail swept a hand across Emily's shoulder, and a fine plume of yellow dust blew into the air. "We're contaminated, idiot. This stuff can kill people. We need to get clean." Hal was horrified. He hadn't even considered that. The idea of rushing home and running to hug his parents, and then... He shuddered. Blacknail pulled out his crumpled map and headed off up a path. The others followed, and when he stopped at a higher vantage point, he studied the map carefully and looked all around. Finally, he grunted. "We're here," he said, jabbing a thick finger at a smudged area. "It just says Quarry, one of many, but it's definitely the right place. The ogres are yonder, directly west. See the rocks?" Robbie looked to where he was pointing. The terrain was relatively flat and barren, except for some gigantic slabs of rock sticking up at angles in the distance. "Looks easy enough," he said. "Maybe a few hours away." "And the village of Carter," the goblin said, "is 8 or 9 miles north." There were exclamations all round. "We're that close," Darcy said, a grin spreading across her face. "We'll be home in no time." "Shame we didn't know about this portal on the way to the mountain," the goblin said. "Could have saved a lot of time. Anyway, get going, the lot of you." "If I jog," Robbie said, staring into the distance, "I might be able to make it in a couple of hours. Then I'll have to convince the ogres to come here to help the lizard escape, which might take a while, and then—" "Fascinating," Fenton said, rolling his eyes. "Shut up, twerp, and go." "I'm going with you," Lauren said to Robbie. "I mean, if you'll let me, I can fly or ride on your shoulders or something." Robbie's face lit up. "Cool!" "Okay, gang, let's go," Abigail said crisply. "See you guys later, and don't forget to wash as soon as you can." They turned to split up, but then Thomas spoke. He had ventured nothing during the previous discussion, only listened quietly. But now he had something important to say. "The key," he said quietly, tapping his metal collar. Blacknail stared at him, then reached into his pocket. But although he continued to stare at Thomas, he offered the key to one of the others. At first nobody took it, but then Abigail plucked it from his fingers. It hung from a thin leather strap, which she deftly slipped over her head and tucked down the front of her dress. "If you get any ideas," she said, wagging a finger at Thomas, "I'll fly off with it and leave you behind." Hal felt the journey home was oddly quiet, with almost half of the group missing. Robbie and Lauren faced barren terrain as they headed in a westerly direction. In contrast, after just 10 minutes, Hal and his group were sauntering through lush, grassy meadows to the north, with the sun beating down on their backs. A forest stretched across the horizon ahead, the home of the Naga folk that Miss Simone had mentioned on several occasions, just a stone's throw from Carter. It was only a very slight detour from their journey home, and Emily seemed eager to get there. They came across a stream that bubbled its way down a grassy hill to a small lake in the west. It seemed as good a place as any to wash off the yellow dust, so they found a deep spot and jumped in. It was surprisingly cold, and they yelled with shock, but quickly got used to it and concentrated on getting clean. The water turned a cloudy yellow color as they scrubbed at their clothes with fingernails, and Abigail, who stood the farthest downstream, said suspiciously, "I hope those are only deadly mushroom spores I can see in the water." When they decided they were thoroughly clean and ready to get on their way, they splashed out of the stream and picked at their wet clothes in the sunshine, continuing their journey home. As they marched, The sun slowly dried their clothes. Now, all Hal could think about was food. I think transforming makes me need to eat more than usual, he decided. I've changed so many times today. Look. He held up his shaking hand. If I don't eat soon, my stomach's going to cave in. I'm pretty hungry too, Abigail said. Judging by the position of the sun, I'd say it's around 12:15 p.m. Nah, Darcy said. More like 12:20. There are plenty of rodents to munch on, Thomas murmured. Everyone turned to him, looking shocked, but the red-headed boy smiled. I'm kidding. Let me out of this collar, and I'll prove I'm normal again. Yeah, right, Hal snorted. The smile faded from Thomas's face. Look, you can't keep this collar on me forever. It's really hurting now. It rubs on my neck. He pulled it down a fraction. Sure enough, he had a vivid pink mark on his neck. Hey, guys, how about some apples? Emily said, changing the subject. She was pointing to a nearby cluster of trees where hundreds of ripe apples hung. The group eagerly rushed to pluck a fresh one each, ignoring those that lay in the grass. Hal didn't even bother to wipe his clean. He simply tore into it and decided it was the best thing he had ever tasted. But it failed to satisfy his hunger, and he ate another couple. The only sounds to be heard for miles around were the chirping of birds in the trees and the frenzied munching of apples. This is good, Emily said happily. Not as good as a big fat groundhog, though, Thomas murmured. He grinned and wiped juice off his chin. Kidding. They walked on, and the forest loomed ahead. In the end, Hal devoured 5 apples and felt marginally better. Perhaps it was enough to get him home in time for a good thick sandwich or two, but before that, Emily had to go talk to her Naga friends. She had begun to show signs of nervousness. I've never met any before, she said for the 6th time. How do I know they'll like me? How do I even know how to speak their language? Hal frowned. I didn't know they had a different language. They have human heads, don't they? Abigail laughed. Oh, Hal, you're so simple sometimes. Humans have human heads, and even they speak different languages. Centaurs too, Dewey agreed. Well, Em, Hal said, if you know for a fact that the Naga have their own language, then you probably already know it, the same way Dewey somehow knows the Centaur's language. But I don't, she replied mournfully. Hal patted her on the shoulder. You do? I didn't know a word of dragon until they started talking. Really? Emily appeared reassured by Hal's comment and said nothing more. They eventually entered the forest. It was a big one, and Hal had absolutely no idea where to go. Blacknail had just pointed to the map and said to head for the forest. It had seemed simple at the time, but now that they were here... Still, Emily didn't hesitate. She wove through the trees on a definite course, as if she'd been there before. Hal wanted to ask if she knew where she was going, but Abigail, as if sensing his question, shook her head at him. No need to put doubt in her mind, she whispered in his ear. The forest was hilly, their trek difficult. They were all gasping for breath within 10 minutes, not to mention cut and scratched from endless thorny bushes. Take this collar off, Thomas moaned. Please. It'll be much easier for me if you'll just let me turn into, well, you know. Forget it, Hal gasped. You'll either run off or you'll eat us and then run off. I won't, the red-headed boy snapped. Why can't you believe me? Let's see, Darcy started to argue, but then Emily stopped and held up her hand to motion the others to silence. They stood there for a long minute, listening. They heard more birds chirping, the scuffling of various small creatures in the bushes, and a few odd chattering sounds they couldn't identify. Hal imagined a bunch of monkeys sitting up in the trees, discussing the newcomers as they passed below. I think, Emily said. There was a sudden buzzing sound and a sharp smack. The children glanced around at each other, puzzled. Then Darcy drew in a breath and pointed. A quivering arrow stuck out of the tree right behind Abigail. It had missed her by inches, and she hadn't even noticed. "Down!" Hal yelled. Everyone dropped to their stomachs, except Emily, who remained motionless. "Emily, get down!" "It's okay," she said shakily. "It was just a warning shot." How she knew this for sure wasn't clear, but something in her voice indicated that some deeply buried knowledge had risen to the surface. Somehow she sensed, or perhaps remembered, something from an alternate Naga life. There was movement in the forest ahead. 4, 5, no, 8 figures eased into view from behind various trees. At first glance, they looked human, but they moved unnaturally, swaying gently from side to side as they approached, silent, with bows drawn and arrows pointed roughly in the direction of the children. From the waist down, they were serpents, thick and long, undulating in slow motion. The varying shades of scaly greys and browns gradually merged with their pale human torsos, which were thin and sinewy, but equally scaly. They had narrow shoulders, thin necks and faces, dark eyes, and long, straggly hair. There were men and women here, wearing various layers and folds of what looked like previously shucked snakeskin, along with necklaces adorned with long white teeth and dozens of bracelets that completely covered their forearms up to their elbows. Their fingernails were long and brown. One of the creatures came closer, gliding smoothly through the undergrowth with a faint rustling sound. This was a male, standing 7 feet tall, something the Naga could do very easily with those long, powerful serpent bodies. He swayed gently, bow and arrow at the ready. He had clearly adopted a challenging pose, but although an arrow was already notched, the bow pointed downward, suggesting that he had no desire to hurt them unnecessarily. He spoke quietly in a recognizable language. "I suspect you are lost. Please change your course, my young friends. I suggest you head that way if you're hoping to reach the nearest human settlement." He nodded to the west. "Just walk until you happen across a stream and then follow it. It runs all the way down to the human village of Carter." An awkward silence fell. Hal nudged Emily, and she jumped. "Oh, She looked desperately at Hal, then Abigail. Hal nodded in what he hoped was some form of encouragement. Emily swallowed and turned back to the Naga. "Well, actually, we came to see you." The Naga's eyebrows shot up. "Me?" "Well, all of you," Emily clarified. Another Naga approached. This one was female, and she was scowling. She maneuvered into place beside the male and gave an alarming hiss, her forked tongue slipping out. Then she began speaking to her companion, gesturing to the children with obvious contempt. "Na tu jeme saduka, gasumbe dalu." The male frowned and clicked impatiently at her, jerking his head as if telling her to back off. She gave another hiss and rolled her eyes, but moved aside a little. "Excuse my sister," the male Naga said. "Voka's manners leave a lot to be desired." He bowed. "I am Kaga. Our father is the chief, so if you have indeed come to speak to our tribe, you may speak to me here and now." Emily cleared her throat. "Well, the thing is, we're not Jeme Saduka at all. Quite the opposite, actually. We're here to prevent trouble." Kaga's eyes widened slowly. "There are people," Emily went on, "arriving from the other world. Do you know about the other world? Well, they've found us and are coming through with weapons. It might get ugly. There might be hundreds of them, or thousands. Miss Simone, Lady Simone, wanted me to ask you for El Strada de Shem. She thinks it would be helpful if your people stood side by side with ours, as a show of strength and shaka against Ephraim Silaka." Who are you?" the Naga asked, his head cocked to one side. His sister Voka looked just as startled. "I'm Emily Stanton. These are my friends Hal Franklin, Abigail Porter, Dewey Morgan, Darcy Otana, and Thomas Patton. We sell Defrem Ilah e Saduka so that Dej Ridukafa and—" Emily carried on in a sudden stream of gibberish, seemingly unaware that she was speaking a completely foreign language. Hal was fascinated, but not entirely surprised. Dragonspeak had come to him too, when he'd started to talk to the dragons in the labyrinth. He felt proud that Emily had gotten over her nervousness and was impressing the Naga folk. Both Kaga and Voka listened in amazement as she chattered on, and the other Nagas in the vicinity edged closer. Judging by her wild hand movements and occasional English words such as virus and whispers, together with the mention of Fenton, Hal guessed she was telling the whole story. The Naga creatures sidled closer still, gradually surrounding her, bows hanging loosely by their sides. Emily was in her element, speaking loudly and clearly, her pronunciations sounding authentic, even to Hal's untrained ear. And as he watched, she slowly changed, her legs fusing together and becoming a thick trunk of scaly serpent body that began to stretch and lengthen in a twisted mass of wriggling coils. It took a moment for the Naga people to realize what was happening, but suddenly one glanced down and jerked backward with surprise, then nudged the one next to him. As Emily continued talking, all 8 Nagas looked her up and down, their mouths open. Hal whispered to Abigail, "I think she's found some friends." "I'll say." After a brief exchange of words with Kaga, Emily turned to Hal. Her face was red with excitement. "I'm going to meet the chief. Kaga wants me to tell him everything. Why don't you go on ahead to Carter? I'll catch up soon." "Oh, Emily, are you sure?" Darcy asked. Yes, I'll be fine," Emily said, nodding. She grinned. "Go ahead. See you all later." She turned away and continued chatting to Kaga in the Naga language. Kaga gently put an arm around her shoulder and guided her off through the forest, and even Voka stuck close, her initial scowl of resentment replaced with a smile and an expression of keen interest. The entire group of Naga creatures stole away through the forest together, eerily silent, swaying from side to side. Although Emily was younger and smaller and wore different clothes and none of the necklaces or bracelets, she blended in perfectly as one of the tribe. Hal felt a pang of sadness as she went, fearing for a moment that he might never see her again. "And then there were 5, Abigail said. "Don't," Darcy said with a shudder. "I hope she'll be okay." "They seemed friendly enough," Dewey said, sounding doubtful. Thomas said nothing. Hal sighed. "Well, I guess there's no point standing here worrying about her. Let's find that stream and go home." Chapter 13. Trouble in the Village. Tired and hungry, Hal and his friends eventually found the stream that trickled through the forest. They followed it down the slopes. Gradually, the trees thinned, and the village of Carter came into sight. At first, they were elated to see the familiar rooftops and smoke curling from chimneys. But then, they slowed to a halt. Something didn't feel right. Villagers bustled around as usual, some hurrying through the streets and weaving in and out of the crowds, others pushing wheelbarrows or carrying loads on their backs. It seemed like a normal day, only there was no laughter. Everyone looked grim, shifty, rather like the people in Lewis before Hal and his friends had rid them of harpies and dragons. The villagers looked pensive, as though something bad had happened or was about to happen. "What do you think's wrong?" Abigail asked quietly. Hal shivered. "You all feel it too, then?" Darcy nodded, hugging herself tight. Her blonde hair, after being washed in a stream and then left to dry in the breeze, hung in her face. Dewey chewed his lip and shifted from foot to foot. Thomas, who had gained a little color in the last 24 hours, stared down the hill with an unreadable, somewhat stony expression. He gave his collar a tug and winced. Although the perimeter fence was short and easy to hurdle, they walked alongside until they found a small gate with a narrow footpath leading into the village. "Should we just head home?" Darcy said. "Or go see Miss Simone?" Hal felt mildly disappointed. Part of him had hoped for a cheering crowd, the fanfare and celebration that greeted returning heroes, like when they'd returned from the Labyrinth of Fire. He shook it off. I guess we should go see Miss Simone, if we can find her. When they asked around, a ruddy-faced man carrying a sack of potatoes pointed them in the direction of the research buildings. But long before they arrived, word of their return got ahead of them. A stampede of feet came around the corner, and there was Miss Simone along with a whole crowd of parents and Gristle-tooth puffing along at the rear. "Where's my girl?" Emily's dad barked. Then Mrs. Strickland said in a shaky voice, "And Robbie? Is he—" Abigail gave an exclamation and hurried forward. "Oh, wait, no, they're all fine. Everyone's okay. Don't worry, they're just busy, so we came back without them." When there was no reaction, she added, "We split up. The others will be here later. We're all fine, honest." A great wave of relief washed over the crowd of parents. Meanwhile, onlookers looked somewhat relieved, but not altogether happy. There was still something on their minds. Hal's mum and dad came to greet him with outstretched arms, and he suddenly remembered something important. "Wait, don't forget the yellow dust." His friends immediately backed away from hugging their parents. The bewildered adults slowed and dropped their arms. Hal quickly explained the situation loudly enough that Miss Simone and everyone else could hear. "We found the virus. It's in the mountains. It's fungus in the tunnels that explodes when you touch it, and this yellow dust comes out and gets over everything. We'll explain properly later, but the thing is, we got covered in the stuff and had to wash off in a stream. It's probably all gone now, but—" Miss Simone's eyes widened. Then she held up her hands toward the parents, warning them off. "We need to decontaminate the kids immediately. Please stand back. Everyone stand back. Let them through. Spread the word, clear the streets, and don't come anywhere near them." She gestured for the children to follow her. Hal saw the cheated expressions on his parents' faces as they were left standing, waiting for their hugs. "Where are we going?" Abigail asked as Miss Simone hurried through the streets, yelling at people to move aside. 2 goblins joined her, and she issued directions and sent them waddling off. They moved surprisingly fast, considering how short and stout they were. "Miss Simone, where are you taking us?" "Decontamination," the woman called over her shoulder. "Well, I guess that," Abigail grumbled. "But where?" Miss Simone was looking much better than she had the day before. Her cheek was still bruised and swollen, but she was up and moving around, clearly with vigor. If she would only transform a few more times, her injury would heal faster. But perhaps she liked the reminder of how close she'd come to death. In her eagerness, she had entered Thomas's cage when he was still extremely dangerous. The children were subjected to a vigorous decontamination program in a small barn, organized by the goblins, who were immune to the virus. Then, freshly scrubbed and wearing clean new smart clothes, Hal and his friends were finally allowed to greet their parents over at the community hall in the center of the village. A narrow entrance gate at the end of a short alley opened onto a neatly cropped lawn with well-tended shrubs and flower beds. The hall stood in the center. With its stone walls, thatched roof, and tall bell tower, it was fit for 100 or so villagers and was a favorite meeting place for Miss Simone. Hal and his friends trooped inside and spent 10 minutes hugging their parents and hurriedly explaining all that had happened in the last 24 hours. Since Fenton, Robbie, Lauren, and Emily were still absent, their anxious parents had no choice but to trust that all was well. Thomas stood apart, looking forlorn. The ugly metal collar was still fastened around his neck, standing out even more now that he was freshly scrubbed and wearing clean clothes, and Abigail wore the key around her neck. Other than the collar and its key, everything else had been destroyed. Hal sidled up to Miss Simone. "Where are Thomas's parents? Don't they want to see him?" Miss Simone screwed up her bruised face, obviously considering how best to answer. She kept her voice low. "It's not as simple as you think. They want to see him, of course. They want him back in their lives, but they can't just accept him into their home without being sure. They have 2 young daughters, the oldest only 4. Hal's mouth dropped open. Miss Simone leaned in closer. Giving them other children after the loss of Thomas was the least we could do for them. But now that Thomas is back, well, they want to be absolutely sure he's really back, and not still a wild manticore that eats people for lunch. You see? But it might help Thomas if he sees them, Hal said. Miss Simone straightened up, looking thoughtful. Well, maybe he still needs time to adjust, and we should keep that collar on him for now, but I'll try to arrange it. Straight after this meeting, I'll send word to his parents. Elated, Hal pulled Abigail aside and told her the news. Her face lit up, but she fingered the key around her neck. Now I'm all nervous for him. Poor Thomas. At least 15 goblins had stomped into the hall during the last few minutes, their grumbling voices echoing around the place. Miss Simone went to confer with the goblin chief, Gristletooth. Villagers took seats also, mingling with the goblins. Hal recognized only one of them, Orson, one of Miss Simone's shapeshifter friends, the winged horse who had only recently learned to fly. He looked different now. He'd shaved off his beard and cut his hair as if to start a new, more meaningful life. Seeing him made Hal wonder about Miss Simone's other friends. He knew of Charlie and Felipe in the north, and Orson and Kanan, but there were supposed to be 10 of them in total. Where were the other 5? Did they live in the village? "Please be seated," Miss Simone called above the babble. Gradually, the voices died away as parents, children, villagers, and goblins planted themselves in the nearest chairs. The hall was half full and silent enough to hear a pin drop. Miss Simone turned to the children, completely skipping any preamble. She spoke loudly so that everyone in the hall could hear. "Just after you left yesterday, the Centaur Council arrived. I spent most of the afternoon explaining to them everything you had told me about the glass ball and how Dewey had seen, in his visions, the centaurs creating and releasing the virus into your world. They didn't believe me and looked furious at such an accusation, but they at least offered me the courtesy of taking the claim seriously. They set off for the centaur shelter to confront the centaur Khan Gratek." "Good," one of the parents barked. "The council is still there now," Miss Simone went on. A tiny, grim smile curled the corners of her mouth. "The fact that they stayed the night to continue their investigation today means that they haven't dismissed my accusation. And I got word just a short time ago that the situation is very serious indeed. It would appear that evidence has surfaced to support our claim, together with reports from at least 2 centaurs who, 13 years ago, acted on orders to destroy a wall in the elfin temple up on what has since been known as Whisper Mountain." There were murmurs all around the room. "That's the wall at the back of the temple," Abigail exclaimed. "It was knocked down to let the shadow demon have the run of the place." "And to let the wind through," Hal added. "Well, not exactly wind, but, well, anyway, that's when the whispering started." "The demon didn't come out of the pit at all," Abigail added. "It came through a portal leading from the stone quarry." Slow down," Miss Simone said, holding up her hands. "I'm not following any of this." "The centaurs knew all about the pit," Dewey said softly, "and had a back way into the place. They just had to frighten the elves away so they could release the virus. And I was there." Everyone turned to him, and he went red in the face. Someone at the back called, "What did he say? Speak up, boy." Darcy, sitting next to him, frowned. "What do you mean you were there?" Dewey cleared his throat and spoke as loudly as he could. "Not me exactly, but the one I was cloned from. He was right there on Whisper Mountain 13 years ago. He was there when they experimented with the mushrooms. It's like a bad dream to me, just flashes of memories." "You poor boy," Mrs. Morgan cried. Miss Simone appeared more fascinated than appalled. Almost absently, she corrected Dewey while staring into space. "This makes sense. Cloning is not a simple process. You can't just create a copy of another creature's body, then put it on like a costume and expect it to work. You have to be primed with instructions, and these come in the form of instincts and memories. Hal glanced sideways at Abigail. She was wide-eyed, hanging on every word. "So," Miss Simone said, more softly now, "the fact that you all instinctively know how to speak the language of dragons or centaurs is not a surprise to me. What is a surprise is that Dewey remembers an actual event in his mentor's life, and all thanks to Abigail's little glass ball. Nobody could have predicted that such detailed memories could be transferred into Dewey's consciousness." She pulled up a chair and sat, crossing her legs and beginning to tap her foot in the air as she collected her thoughts. "I know who you're talking about. The centaur who participated in the shapeshifter program, who we refer to as Dewey's mentor, is a scientist named Roc," she explained. "Based on what you've told me, he was involved in the creation or release of the virus, knowingly or otherwise, and then perhaps ironically, it was him I took a blood sample from for the shapeshifter program. I remember he'd just returned from an expedition in the south." She closed her eyes. "Or so he said." Dewey's face had turned white, and it seemed he was feeling the weight of stares from Hal and just about everybody else in the room, because he shrank in his chair and hung his head. Darcy patted him on the shoulder. "Not your fault, Dewey." "No, it's not your fault, Dewey, not at all," Miss Simone agreed. "But the centaurs involved will pay. As you arrived back in the village earlier, children, I was telling your parents that the Centaur Council had uncovered some evidence and was intensifying its search. I expect they'll be in the shelter for quite a while, interviewing and digging into the past. Some of the guilty parties have already been placed under arrest." "Does everyone in the village know about this?" Darcy asked. Miss Simone nodded. "We gave a formal announcement about my accusation this morning, since word had somehow gotten out already. The villagers are shocked and upset, of course." There was a rumble of agreement around the hall. "Not half as shocked and upset as we are, though," Mr. Morgan growled. Hal turned to see a terrible scowl on the Welshman's face. "Our entire world—" "We've been over this," Miss Simone said, holding up her hands. "Please, let the Centaur Council deal with this." She looked toward the children. "Now, I want to hear all about Whisper Mountain. This is vital information for the Council to work with. I want to know what you found, what you did, everything." And so for the next hour, Hal, Darcy, Abigail, and Dewey chipped in to tell the entire story, starting from when they left in Blacknail's rickety airship. They included the rock attack and the shy elves on the mountainside. They told of the temple, the wind and the darkness, the decrepit state of the place in general, the broken wall at its rear, the tunnel leading to the 9 pulsing portals, and the shadow demon. Miss Simone was astonished to hear about the double set of portals leading to the stone quarry and saddened by the situation with the giant lizard. So this poor monster was, quite possibly, the mother of the 2 creatures she knew of. "We didn't start tracking those beasts until shortly before my shapeshifter program began," she explained. "I was only ever aware of 2 such creatures, both huge, much larger than Fenton. They're so rare that we just had to include one in the shapeshifter program." "How?" Abigail demanded. "You can't have dragged one into a laboratory." There were a few chuckles, but Miss Simone shook her head and looked very serious. "No. We performed an extraction on one of the lizards right there on its own turf, while it was asleep. Of course, we made sure it stayed asleep." Apparently satisfied with her explanation, she returned to the main topic. Like a true storyteller, she put together the events of long ago. Some of it was conjecture, but it all seemed to fit. Caught up in her story, Hal could almost see the tale unfolding before his eyes. It all started when Miss Simone obtained approval for a new shapeshifter program, which would commence after a few years of preparation. She made a public announcement to all the villages in the region. Suggestions poured in. a request for another dragon, a Naga to smooth relations with the locals, perhaps an ogre, and a centaur. Nobody could have guessed that the Centaur Khan saw these shapeshifter projects not as scientific marvels, but abominations of nature. He seemed amiable, but he secretly gathered a task force of equally disgruntled centaurs and set a ghastly plan in motion. His task force began work developing the deadly fungus. Their skill and cunning amazed Hal. Not only had centaurs perfected a way to create controlled portals between worlds, some of them quietly engineered a fungus specifically for the purpose of killing humans, while leaving other species unharmed. To think that the old Khan had accused the humans of meddling with nature when all the time he was doing far worse. Under his callous direction, the centaurs involved in the scheme worked tirelessly in secret on the mountain. Then a large band of traveling elves showed up, looking for a permanent location to settle. This would have ended the fungus experiment and set the centaurs back a year or two, so the idea to construct a temple perfectly masked their activities and offered a legitimate reason for their continued presence. It gave the fungus time to spread, Miss Simone explained. When the temple was finished, the stone quarry was abandoned. Their work was done, for now. The centaurs waited. Then Miss Simone's shapeshifter program took off. She found 10 willing couples in Old Earth and secured the island for them to live on. Several months later, she announced the successful pregnancies. For the Centaur Khan, this was the signal to cleanse the Earth of humans and shapeshifters alike. Miss Simone pursed her lips. Gratic cooked up a story about a demon to scare away the elves, probably lied and told his messengers it was true, so they were suitably convincing when they rushed up the mountain to evacuate the temple. Hal imagined the centaurs knocking down the wall at the rear of the temple. Miss Simone said that the Khan instructed his geologist, Roc, to create the 9 portals along with his assistant, Salak. That caused the terrible gales. Meanwhile, centaurs captured the mother lizard near the quarry. They drugged it, lowered it down the shaft to the cave, and then dismantled the crane. The story of the shadow demon was born that night. It stalked the passages looking for a way out, its eyes glowing red in the darkness. But worse than that, mushrooms popped open, releasing millions of spores. The virus was unleashed on Old Earth. In a panic, Miss Simone immediately enlisted the help of the centaurs to find a cure for the virus. Many of them were happy to assist, unaware that their Khan was fuming at the irony, his own scientists helping the humans. And there was nothing he could do about it without raising suspicion. The fog machine was built, the island inhabitants saved. All but the Osborns anyway. Unable to stand being cut off from the world, they left the island and were never seen again. A long silence ensued. In the seats behind, Hal could almost feel dozens of fists clenching and jaws grinding. Whichever particular centaurs were responsible, no doubt all would suffer in the future, shunned by humankind for their atrocities. Gristletooth cleared his throat. "Ma'am," he grunted. "The other matters?" Miss Simone gave a heavy sigh. "Yes, the other matters. First, I've had a report that our 2 giant lizard friends are heading this way." "Fenton and his mom?" Hal asked, forgetting that Fenton's real mom, Mrs. Bridges, sat a few rows back. "No, not those 2, Miss Simone said. I mean the 2 bull lizards." There was a sharp, collective intake of breath from the audience. Miss Simone broke in quickly. "Now let's remain calm. They've passed by here before. There's a natural gap between the forests in these parts, and the monsters just like to amble through. I only mention it just in case." As a murmur of anxiety swept across the hall, she raised her voice and changed the subject. "The other matter concerns Blacknail and the other children. I do hope they return soon with allies, because we're going to need them. Charlie Duggan sent a message to say the soldiers from Old Earth have arrived in Lewis." He had no choice but to welcome them into his village with open arms, and at first they seemed friendly, non-threatening. "And now?" Hal's dad asked, leaning forward in his chair and causing it to creak loudly. Clearly the parents hadn't heard this news yet either. "And now trouble is brewing," Miss Simone said heavily. "The soldiers have thousands, perhaps millions of people to bring across to our land, people living in underground bunkers and hermetically sealed buildings. There are many more than we thought. Which is a good thing, of course, only they can't come here." "We can't exactly blame them for wanting to come to New Earth to get away from the virus," Mr. Morgan rumbled from a few rows back. "Only now there's no virus," Hal exclaimed, jumping up. "Can't we just tell them that? There's no virus now and the world is safe and—" "It will take a long time for your old world to be safe," Miss Simone said. "Thanks to you, the spores are no longer being ejected into the atmosphere, but they're still up there, floating around. However, in time the fungus will be eradicated and the air made safe again. So all we need to do is convince the invaders to return to their world and wait." "And how do we convince them?" someone called from the back. "Hopefully the rest of our shapeshifter friends will be back tonight," Miss Simone said, "because the soldiers are headed south and are expected in Carter sometime tomorrow." Chapter 14. Invaders. Hal, Abigail, Darcy, Dewey, and Thomas waited impatiently for their friends to return. They loitered by the south gate, facing the forest and expecting Emily to emerge at any moment, followed by an army of Nagas or a tribe of Ogres to crash through the trees with a harpy flying overhead. They also wondered how Fenton was faring. Would he and Blacknail succeed in releasing the shadow demon from the temple? Would they lead the monster to the village of Carter? Thomas began to complain again. "Look, I think I've shown you that I'm normal again, haven't I?" he said, fingering the ugly metal collar. "Let me out of this thing. Come on, Abigail, give me the key." Abigail instinctively clasped her hand around the key that dangled from her neck. Usually it was tucked inside the neckline of her dress, but occasionally it came free. At the moment, she was perched on the short perimeter fence, which involved leaning forward to keep her balance, and the key dangled enticingly. "Sorry, Thomas. That's something that will have to wait until we're all together, Miss Simone, as well." "And you haven't exactly shown us anything," Darcy told him. "You've just been kind of tagging along, complaining about your collar." "Well, how can I prove myself if you won't let me out of it?" Thomas snapped, his face reddening. It was a fair point, Hal thought, but the boy had been cut off from humans since the age of 6. No matter how much Thomas thought he was normal again, he still had a lot of catching up to do. 6 years of schoolwork for starters, all those math tests. Hal shuddered. And surely he still had urges to return to the forest, to hunt rodents, to kill and eat people. Hal watched as Abigail tucked the key into her dress. Thomas had a hungry look on his face as the key vanished from sight. A sudden stampede startled them all. It was a group of 8 panting goblins, armor clanking, as they hurried along the dusty path that circled the village just inside the fence. Hal had to jump aside before the jutting end of a short, stubby sword whacked him on the shin. "What's going on?" Darcy called after them. But the goblins were gone, a cloud of dust rising in their wake. Moments later, a couple of mean-looking farmers wielding pitchforks sprinted along the trail. The children pressed themselves back against the fence as the men shot past. Urgent shouts sounded from somewhere in Carter. The children saw only thatched rooftops and chimneys all around, but it was clear something was happening. "Let's go," Abigail said, sprouting wings. She rose into the air and buzzed after the goblins and farmers. Hal, Darcy, Dewey, and Thomas trotted after her. They were headed for the main gate toward the west side of the village, the one they had used earlier. Apparently, someone, or something, was coming. Was it Fenton? Emily? Growing excited, Hal put on some extra speed, sprinting to keep up with Abigail's effortless flight. At the main gate, a crowd had gathered. Hal had never seen so many goblins in one place, and they looked mean, taking up a defensive stance in front of the gate. Gristletooth was one of them, his hand on the hilt of his sword. And judging by the number of farmers standing alongside and behind, brandishing pitchforks and shovels, it was clear that whatever was coming posed some kind of threat. Hal chuckled to himself. He imagined Fenton and his new mums coming down the hill. That was probably enough to get everyone worked up. He started to press through the crowds, then gave up and hurdled the short perimeter fence instead. He found Abigail, and together they squinted up the road. Not so long ago, his dad and the other farmers had crested the distant hill and come down this same road, leading a procession of cows and pigs and sheep, the livestock from the island. Now there was another procession, and a palpable sense of dread carried through the crowd as it approached. Soldiers. There were 20, maybe 30 of them, perhaps even more, as their heads continued to appear over the rise of the hill. Even from this far away, it was clear that they wore yellow bio-suits and carried weapons. Hal's dad had used a shotgun back on the island, so he knew what kind of noise they made and the terrible damage they caused. The weapons these soldiers carried were not exactly the same, but had the same telltale barrels and were carried under the arm in a similar fashion. There were also 2 small four-wheeled carts piled high with equipment and supplies, each pushed by a pair of soldiers. "And they came out of the labyrinth with all that stuff?" someone in the crowd asked, sounding incredulous. "Where are they coming from?" another asked. "I thought they were supposed to be coming from Lewis in the north." "Maybe they got lost." "I thought it was supposed to be a handful of soldiers," an old man said, squinting. "My eyes are bad, but I count more than a handful, and they're not due until tomorrow." "Aren't those goblin carts?" a man wielding a pitchfork said. One of the goblins snarled in agreement. "I heard they stole horses, but I don't see any. Do you? If these people walked all the way from Lewis, there's no way they could have made it here already." The sense of puzzlement mixed with increasing worry was infectious. Hal started to feel the same anxiety. Was it possible these soldiers were friendly? It was only natural that the discovery of a new world with clean, virus-free air was going to prompt curiosity. They had to come and take a look, meet the residents. The possibility of setting up home here had to be an exciting prospect for them, and it was only fair. After all, it was because of the centaurs of this world that old Earth was spoiled. The soldiers and scientists had a right to be here. "Do you think they came through a different portal?" Abigail murmured. "Maybe the one near the lighthouse?" "How could they have?" Darcy said, making Hal jump. He hadn't realized she and the others were standing right behind him. "How did they find it?" "Maybe the foghole, then," Hal said. "Although the fog isn't pumping through now, so I don't know how they could have found that one either." It was unlikely that the soldiers had come across the foghole by accident after all these years, but it was the most likely of the 3 portals on and around the island. Besides, Hal couldn't imagine the soldiers swimming underwater with their heavy equipment. It was far easier to use a tunnel in the woods. "If they came through the foghole," Dewey said slowly, "then the goblins would have seen them coming. I hope the soldiers didn't hurt them." For the first time, Hal felt real worry. "Maybe there's another portal they came through," he suggested. "One we don't know about." The bio-suited soldiers marched down the hill. The rear end of the procession had come into sight, and now Hal counted around 40 figures. The villagers grew restless. One man suggested they meet them halfway instead of letting them get all the way to the gate. There was a surge of agreement, but the goblins stood their ground, solid as rocks. Miss Simone wove her way through the jostling, jittery farmers and the line of armored goblins until she stood at the very front, facing the enemy. Her green cloak fluttered in the breeze as she waited with arms folded. Abigail suddenly gave a gasp. "Thomas, no!" Hal looked just in time to see the red-headed boy turn and scuttle away. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Stop him!" Abigail shouted. She sprouted her wings, and Hal jumped clear as she shot into the air and took off after Thomas. "What's going on?" Darcy asked. "Thomas has the key," Dewey said. "Snatched it right off Abigail's neck." Hal groaned. He should have guessed that would happen. He hurried after Abigail, already certain it was too late. The boy was far ahead, running alongside the perimeter fence toward the forest with one hand up at the side of his neck, presumably fumbling to get the key in the lock. Abigail was almost upon him, leaning forward as she buzzed through the air, feet curled up behind, her wings a blur. She caught him a moment too late. As she reached to grab Thomas's wrist, the metal collar came loose and fell from his neck. A split second later, Thomas exploded into the shape and size of a powerful lion, his red fur bright in the sunlight. His long, segmented scorpion tail came up and battered at Abigail, who immediately shot off to the side and gave up the chase. She watched, shoulders slumped, as the manticore leaped away into the trees and vanished. "All for nothing," Hal said to himself as he slowed to a stop. Whatever they had managed to achieve with Thomas, whatever humanity they had tried to restore in him, was now lost, and all because of a stupid key. Why had Blacknail not just dug a hole and buried it somewhere, instead of carrying it around and then passing it to Abigail? Now the boy was on his way back to the forests and his manticore lifestyle. Abigail returned, looking miserable. She could hardly look Hal in the eyes as she buzzed to a halt before him. She stared at the ground, then muttered an apology and brushed past, heading back to where Dewey and Darcy waited. Hal caught up with her. "Hey, it's not your fault." "Sure feels like it," Abigail snapped. By the time the four of them were together again at the main gate, the soldiers were almost upon them. Miss Simone remained motionless, with her stalwart goblins and fidgety villagers. If she'd been aware of the incident with Thomas, she didn't show it. Her attention was fixed ahead. The stamp of feet in the dirt rose above the rumblings of the crowd. Then the procession gradually slowed and fanned out, not so much a show of strength as a way for the soldiers to see what was going on up front. Many of them hefted weapons. All the soldiers wore shiny yellow biosuits. Up close, they looked far dirtier and worn than they had from a distance. The faceplates were badly scratched and somewhat cloudy. Through these, Hal saw wide eyes and pale complexions. The leader of the group was very large. He stared hard at Miss Simone, then slowly reached up to remove his hood. The whole thing, faceplate and all, came off to reveal a whiskered man with a closely shaved head and a thick neck. His skin was whiter than Hal had ever seen before. He had thought his own friends and family were pale compared to the people of this new world, but this soldier was like a ghost. The newcomer sniffed the air. He appeared to be waiting. When nothing happened, he glanced over his shoulder and gave a nod. Several of the suited soldiers began to remove their hoods, and white faces came into view. Most were men, but a couple were women. They looked nervous, casting glances into the sky as if expecting something to attack them. Some of them tentatively touched their faces as if checking, Hal guessed, for the effects of the unseen virus, swollen, puffy, blistering skin, and other symptoms. But nothing happened. Perhaps for the first time in over a decade, they were exposing their faces to the outside air, feeling the sun on their faces and not experiencing any ill effects. At least, not yet. "You in charge?" the leader asked gruffly, speaking to Miss Simone. Hal took an instant dislike to the man. He had unfriendly eyes and a generally snarling expression. Miss Simone nodded. "Lady Simone DuPont. And you are?" The man looked her up and down, a slight grin on his face. "Lady, huh? Well, lady, I'm Lieutenant Dan Briscoe, and I'm hoping for a little more hospitality from you guys than those pig creatures gave me back there." He jerked his thumb over his shoulder as he said this. The steadfast line of goblins advanced one step, muscles bunching and brows furrowing even deeper than usual. The lieutenant eyed the goblins warily. "Call off your dogs," he warned, again speaking to Miss Simone. "I got me a bunch of trigger-happy troops back there, and flamethrowers in case you got any pet dragons." Miss Simone placed a firm hand on the shoulder of the nearest goblin, her good friend Gristle-tooth. "Don't you dare insult my friends," she snapped at the soldier. "What happened? What did you do?" Lieutenant Briscoe jiggled his weapon. It was only a small one, but Hal knew it was deadly. "They came at us," the man said, sounding defensive. "So I shot a few. They backed off right quick after that." A cry of horror and alarm swept through the crowd. "You shot a few?" Miss Simone said, her voice wavering. "They'll get over it," Briscoe said airily. "Tough little critters, ain't they?" He grinned broadly at the goblins before him. "They speak too. They don't look very smart, but they got a few brain cells between them, apparently." "More than you, as it happens," Abigail said. She said it quietly, but her voice carried across the short distance to the yellow-suited soldiers. There were a few titters from the villagers. The lieutenant frowned and looked for the source of the voice. He never looked directly at Abigail, just in her general direction. After a moment, he shrugged off the comment and turned back to Miss Simone. "So," he began. But then another suited man hurried forward. He removed his hood and mask and came to stand beside the lieutenant, his wiry grey hair sticking up on end. "It is you," he said, staring at Miss Simone. He came forward, ignoring Briscoe's scowl, and stuck out his hand. "It's been a while, but you may remember me?" "Get back in line," Briscoe roared. He gave the smaller man a rough shove, sending him reeling. "Speak when spoken to." A couple of soldiers stepped forward and grabbed the man by the arms, apparently prepared to drag him backward out of the way. But then Miss Simone spoke, and everyone froze. "Osborne? Jerry Osborne?" The small man nodded vigorously. "That's me. They call me Ozzy these days. Crazy Ozzy." He laughed and swept his hands through his hair, messing it up even more. "But I showed 'em. I kept telling 'em, there's another world, we just gotta find the portals. They locked me up like I was a lunatic. I kept saying, let me go, let me find my own way in the world. What harm could I be to anyone now that there's no one left? But they locked me up anyway, said they were helping me." He gave a snort and glared at the lieutenant, then shook himself free of his captives and jabbed a shaky finger at him. "People like Lieutenant Briscoe here laughed at me, told me I wasn't right in the head, that I was a crazy fool. But then, tell 'em, Briscoe, tell 'em what you heard." The lieutenant gestured at the soldiers. "Get him out of here." "A dragon!" Osborne shouted. He barked a laugh. "The lieutenant here heard from a squad up north. Heard they'd been attacked by a dragon. Nobody believed a word of it, said the virus had got to them, made them see things that weren't there. But then Briscoe remembered what I'd been saying for years and sent for me. And then he was all ears." Briscoe raised his fist, but a bio-suited woman called out sharply, "He's a civilian, Lieutenant. Remember that." The thick-necked lieutenant looked furious. He slowly let out his breath and ground his teeth together. "Civilians," he said finally, his voice dripping with scorn. "And scientists." He turned his back on Osborne and waved his hand dismissively. Osborne took this as a sign that he was free to talk to Miss Simone and eagerly rushed forward with a huge grin on his face. But he slowed his pace when he saw the stern expression on hers. "What?" he said, looking puzzled. He studied her. "Look, I had to bring them through. I've been saying for years that this—" he waved his arms expansively, is the answer. A whole new world, untouched by the virus. It's been a long time, Simone. What, 13 years since I dropped out of the shapeshifter program? There were snickers from the bio-suited crowd. Seeing another world was one thing, but shapeshifting was apparently too much to grasp. Osborne spread his hands. I would have come sooner if only these morons had believed me from the beginning, but they locked me up and forgot about me, said it was for my own good. They stuck me in the sick ward with all the others that had been hallucinating. He snorted. Hallucinating? I told them 1,000 times about the island, about the tunnel in the woods you showed us, about how it leads through to another dimension. I told them about the shapeshifter program we were involved with, and how my wife and I had left the island to check on our family. She died, by the way. Virus took her. Enough, Briscoe barked. He nodded at a soldier, who in turn gave a series of hand signals to the ranks farther back. He turned his attention to Miss Simone, the goblins, and the villagers. Lady, over a decade ago, the President of the United States of America declared martial law over the country, and that situation hasn't altered. As far as I'm concerned, the military is in charge, and since this is the only platoon in the vicinity, that makes me top dog. Comprende? This isn't your country, Miss Simone said, sounding astonished. This isn't even your world. How dare you? But soldiers wielding mean-looking weapons were already spreading out and taking up positions around the villagers and goblins. The goblins snapped. Gristletooth uttered a grunt and rushed toward the lieutenant, brandishing his sword. The others took his cue and darted at the other soldiers. Some of the goblins were armed with swords, others with clubs. The soldiers fell back with wide, darting eyes, glancing at their lieutenant for orders. A single shot rang out, making Hal and many others jump. He felt Abigail clutch at his right arm and Darcy his left. Gristletooth stopped in his tracks, and his comrades slowed to a halt. Everyone froze, soldiers, goblins, and villagers alike, and there were several gasps. Then Gristletooth staggered and looked down at his metal chest plate. It had a tiny hole in it. He stared at it in astonishment. Briscoe stood motionless, his weapon pointed at the goblin. Hal thought he saw a wisp of smoke trailing from the barrel, but he might have imagined it. In any case, the lieutenant was clearly the one who had fired the shot. The Soothsayer's warning came to Hal. The second shot will bring doom upon the village. Technically speaking, the lieutenant had already fired multiple shots at the goblin outpost, but perhaps the warning was some kind of metaphor. Perhaps it meant the second time the soldiers opened fire on the village. "Now just calm yourselves," the man growled, glancing around and giving warning stares to anyone he judged might be a troublemaker. "You think I'm here to ask your permission to live in this world?" He shook his head firmly. "We have a right to be here. All we need from you people is shelter until we get on our feet. And a debriefing. No need for trouble. Just let my people scout your village, see what kind of backward place this is. Meantime, I want to speak to the lady here, find out the best way to get our people across." "This isn't going to work," Miss Simone said, her face ashen. She was peering at the small hole in the goblin's metal chestplate and the blood on his tunic. Remarkably, he remained standing. "You can't just waltz into another land and take over. You can't bring those weapons here." "Already have, sweetheart," the lieutenant said, giving her a nasty grin. Then he scowled again. "We got another squad headed south to join us. Finally made radio contact with them once we'd crossed over into this world. So we'll start here. We got hundreds of people in an underground bunker not 20 miles from here, in our own world, of course, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. We got troops on the ground, scientists in camps all over the country, civilians running loose thinking they can survive better on their own. And we got officials, generals, politicians, and the President of the United States alive and well in a secure location. And that's just one country, ma'am. We got millions of known survivors all over the world, and probably a whole lot more we don't even know about." He waved his weapon at her, his face as dark as thunder. "You think you get to tell us we can't live here? Who put you in charge of this world, Lady Simone? I may be brash and arrogant, and yeah, I admit it, but I know what's right. And you trying to tell us we can't live here in this clean, fresh new world?" He sniffed the air and closed his eyes, and remained that way for a long moment. When he reopened his eyes, he spoke quietly. "I ain't asking, lady. I'm telling you straight. We're here, and you're going to be a good host and help us settle in. Make it easy for us, and we'll be the best house guests you ever had. But give us a hard time, and—" He raised his eyebrows and said no more. The silence was breathless. All eyes were on Miss Simone. Under the dark, superficial bruise on her cheek was real pain. It was clear she was struggling to make a decision. She turned her back on the lieutenant and spoke closely with Gristle-tooth. Their words were whispered, but the lieutenant made no attempt to eavesdrop. He simply stood and allowed the private discussion, his feet planted wide and his weapon held loosely in his hand. Miss Simone searched the crowd, and eventually her eyes locked with Hal's. With a jolt, he realized she was seeking him out, him, as if he were somehow important. Then she surreptitiously shook her head at him, her gaze full of meaning. "Don't transform," she was saying. She turned back to the lieutenant. "You give us no choice," she said icily. The lieutenant gave a brief nod. And so, with a great deal of simmering anger, the villagers began to shuffle away. The goblins looked incredulous, standing motionless with swords drawn and clubs hanging, as though wondering how on earth these bio-suited people had managed to invite themselves into the village with just one shot fired. Yet neither they nor the people countered Miss Simone's decision. No matter how much they disliked the situation, they trusted her completely. Lieutenant Briscoe appeared to notice this too. He gave a nod of approval as the main gate gradually cleared, and he gave Miss Simone a look that suggested she had gone up a couple of notches in his estimation. And it was dawning on Hal that Miss Simone was right. It would have been a mistake for him to transform at this moment in time, with so many nervous soldiers and weapons. There was no way he could frighten 40 or so people away without shots being fired, and even if nobody else was injured in the skirmish, he surely would be. So, for the most part relieved, he allowed himself to blend into the crowd, just an ordinary boy with his ordinary friends. His time would come. Chapter 15. Hal and Abigail. For the rest of the afternoon, a heavy gloom blanketed the village. Hal, Abigail, Darcy, and Dewey didn't know what to do with themselves, so they loitered on the carved bench on the humped bridge around the corner from Dr. Kessler's house, as they had done when Miss Simone had been confined to bed rest. They watched with interest as a couple of bio-suited women passed by, carrying their hoods underarm. One had completely white hair, and the other a mop of black curls. Tanned and weathered villagers stepped aside for them, eyeing the pale-faced newcomers with suspicion. Without a word, the children silently got up and followed them. Unlike many other members of the bio-suited army, these two didn't carry weapons and seemed harmless. They headed straight to the doctor's house, and Hal and his friends watched as one of the women knocked on the door. Dr. Kessler appeared. The moment she poked her head out through the gap in the door, her small brass-rimmed glasses slid down her nose. "Yes?" Are you the resident doctor?" the white-haired woman asked. She looked no older than Hal's mum. "I hope you don't mind, but we're doctors too." "Why should I mind that?" The woman smiled. "Well, I hope you don't mind if we come in and talk to you. We're extremely interested in what medicines you use here, and we can swap notes, share our knowledge." Dr. Kessler's forehead wrinkled. Do I have a choice? The other woman doctor, with a mop of curly black hair, was young and round-faced. She spoke in a surprisingly loud voice. Now don't you go assuming we're anything like that ignorant lieutenant. He's in charge, but he's certainly not the brains of the operation. We are, us doctors and scientists. Of course you have a choice. You don't want us to come in and poke around? Then fair enough, just tell us to get lost, and we're gone. A tiny smile formed on Dr. Kessler's face. Well, let's just see how much you foreigners know about medicine, she said, opening the door wide. The bio-suited women stepped inside, and one remarked how wonderful the place smelled. Then the door closed. Hal sighed. I was expecting Dr. Kessler to chew them out. What's going on there? Dewey murmured, pointing down the street where the two doctors had just come from. One of the cottages on the street had been empty for years. Apparently it had been infested with giant ants, and the elderly owner had been offered somewhere else to stay while his cottage was fumigated. He'd moved willingly enough, but had died peacefully in his sleep just a few nights later before anybody had gotten around to fumigating his home. It was all rather sad. The cottage remained empty, and still nobody had dealt with the ants. Now there were scientists moving in. They'd parked their 2 carts outside and were carrying their supplies in through the narrow door. Spare guns, boxes of ammunition, the nasty-looking flamethrowers, and many other boxes containing food rations, first aid kits, and more. Darcy giggled. Do you think they've been told about the ants? I think Robbie would love to stay in that cottage, Hal said, grinning, remembering his friend's fascination with bugs. Abigail absently fingered the place around her neck where the key had been. She had been quiet all afternoon. I was just starting to get used to this place. Now we're overrun with soldiers carrying guns, and everything's going to change. They're not all soldiers, Darcy remarked. I guess the scientists are okay. It doesn't matter, Abigail said. Whether they're nice or not, pretty soon there are going to be hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They talked about millions, Hal reminded her, and they're all going to show up here in this world and start building those big, ugly power plants that Charlie Duggan was going on about. The centaurs won't like that, Dewey said. I don't think anyone cares what the centaurs think, Abigail retorted. Where will all those people live? Darcy wondered aloud. They'll have to build new villages and towns. I guess there's plenty of room for them, but still, it'll take ages for them to build entire towns. Hal sighed again. We can't stand around here all day. What time is it? Dinner must be ready by now. Where are the others? They'd all been wondering about that. They discussed the matter as they walked and decided that, of all of them, Emily should have returned by now. The Naga folk were in the forest just outside the village, after all. Why was she still not back? Let's grab a bite to eat and then go look for her, Hal suggested. It's something to do, Abigail agreed. Darcy scowled. Sounds like a stupid plan to me. What if we miss her in the forest? What if she's walking toward the village as we're walking away from it and we pass each other by? We'll end up wandering around all night. She won't walk past us, Abigail said. She'll wriggle like a snake. They arrived at Hal's house. Well, I guess I'll see you guys later, he said. Dewey and Darcy turned to walk off, but Abigail remained. Room for one more at your table? She asked. Hal frowned. Huh? Abigail rolled her eyes. If you'd rather I just went home, that's fine. But if you don't mind me hanging out. Darcy drew in a breath. Oh, Abigail and Hal's first dinner date. Hal felt his face heat up. Hey, can it, Darcy? The front door opened and his mom peered out. Ah, I thought I heard voices. I wasn't sure if you were coming home for dinner, young man. I thought maybe Simone had plans for you. No, she's gone off in a mood, Hal said. Last time we saw her, she was showing that lieutenant guy around, trailed by a group of soldiers and scientists. Well, come in for dinner then, his mum said. Are your friends staying too? She gave a beaming smile and opened the door wide. Come in, everyone. You're very welcome. "Oh, no, we don't want to cramp Abigail's style," Darcy said. "Come on, Dewey, let's go." Abigail reddened and scowled. She watched Darcy and Dewey head off along the dusty street. They whispered to each other and glanced back as they went. "Just you two, then," Hal's mum said, sounding amused. She left the door open for them and disappeared inside. Hal began to grin. "Hey, Abby, are you blushing?" "Yeah, right. Maybe I should head home." She turned to walk away. If Robbie were here, Hal might have let her go just to avoid ridicule, even though secretly he might feel guilty about it afterward. But Robbie was off somewhere with Lauren. How things had changed. 2 weeks ago, they had been a couple of guys openly scorning the company of girls. Now the idea of having girlfriends seemed pretty cool, somehow grown up and perfectly natural. He stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. "Come on in," he said quietly. At first she glanced down at her feet, and he saw nothing but the top of her head. But then she peered up at him. "Really? Really? What if I changed my mind?" That threw Hal for a second. "Well, you better not have." "Why?" Hal almost gave an exasperated sigh. Girls. It seemed to be one big game to them, a barrage of test questions. He felt like he was in a minefield, stepping carefully to avoid an explosion. One false move, and she'd storm away and never speak to him again. So he did something he never would have expected himself to do, and gave her a big hug around the neck, pulling her in tight. He caught the pleasant scent of roses in her hair. "Just come in for lunch, okay? Please?" It was only a hug, and by no means their first. Back in the labyrinth, he'd been close to her a number of times, even holding her hand. But that had been different. They'd faced immense danger and were scared. Now he was hugging her because he liked her. She slowly drew apart and grinned. "Fine, since you're practically begging." She slipped past him and hurried into the cottage. Hal shook his head and followed her in, bemused, but at the same time strangely elated. His heart was thumping. Was this what it was like having a girlfriend? Where exactly was the line between a friend who happened to be a girl and a girlfriend? "So is this bedroom yours?" Abigail asked, guessing correctly and peering in through the door. "Wow, this is smaller than mine." "I don't have much stuff," he said, looking around the bare room. "It's all back on the island." "I know. I think we should go collect a few things sometime." That idea filled Hal with excitement. But Abigail was already moving on to the living room, then the kitchen. There she found Hal's mom, tasting something in a large, steaming pot. "Hi, Mrs. Franklin. Hal decided to invite me in for dinner after all." "We have plenty of food," Hal's mom said. "What about your mother, though? Does she know where you are?" "We don't eat for another hour, so I won't be late for a while yet." Hal's mom straightened and stared up at the corner of the room. Hal knew that pose. That was what she did when she was trying to figure something out. "I guess that makes it all right," she said. "For now, anyway." She smiled at the two of them, looking first at Hal, then at Abigail, then back at Hal again. "Well, Hal, I don't remember you ever bringing a girl back for dinner before. Are you and— Mum, do you want me to taste that for you?" "It does smell good," Abigail said just as quickly. Mrs. Franklin laughed. She allowed each of them in turn to taste the stew, and then Hal deftly steered her away from the subject of girlfriends. "What do you think about the soldiers being here, Mum?" She immediately grew serious. "I was trying not to think about it. I don't see how any good can come of it, but, well, you never know. Perhaps they'll leave the village in a few days, enlist the aid of willing workers, and start building new homes in some other location. Maybe we can all live together. But somehow, I don't think it will work." The three of them spent the next 10 minutes discussing the matter, sitting at the kitchen table while Mrs. Franklin occasionally got up, stirred the pot, tasted, added salt or some other ingredient, and returned to her seat. She talked openly about the old days, about how she and Hal's dad had lived in the city with all its pollution and noise and crime, and how life on the island, as hard as it was in some ways, was just about the best thing that had happened to them. With the farm a success, she said, putting food on the table was never a worry. At some point, Hal stopped listening and began thinking about Abigail again. It amazed him how quickly he was adjusting to the idea of having a girlfriend, if indeed that was what she was. No longer was he embarrassed. The others could tease him all they wanted. Now he was proud of the fact. But what did having a girlfriend entail? He'd spent his life on the island and had no experience with this kind of thing. He'd read books, but had always flicked past the romantic bits. Perhaps he should have paid more attention. His heart began to hammer at the thought of kissing her. He was both excited and terrified at the prospect. What if he messed it up? How exactly did... Hal? Both his mom and Abigail had turned to look at him. He jumped guiltily. What? But Hal never knew what his mum had been saying, because at that moment there was a knock at the door. He hurried to answer it, glad of the interruption. On the doorstep stood a man and a woman. Hal stared at them, recognition flickering in his mind. The man, who had bright red hair that shone even in the waning sunlight, and a mass of orange freckles all over his pale skin, was tall and thin. The woman was much shorter, a brunette with flecks of grey. She stared at Hal for a long moment, and then her hand crept to her mouth. Oh my. The man cleared his throat. Are you Hal? You're all grown up. Hal's mom bumped him as she arrived in the doorway. Oh! She cried, and rushed out to greet the couple. She threw her arms around them, and the three hugged tightly. Abigail nudged Hal and whispered, Mr. and Mrs. Patton, I think. She was right. Hal barely remembered them from 6 years ago, but recalled them clearly from the time he had looked into Abigail's glass fairy ball. They had, of course, aged, but it was definitely them. And Thomas looked just like his father. When the three adults disengaged, Mr. Patton cleared his throat again. We got word from Simone. She said to come and see Thomas. But when we got here, we found the village had been taken over by people in yellow suits. You haven't heard? Mrs. Franklin exclaimed, looking shocked. Oh, we've heard now, Mrs. Patton said. But we live out in the country, away from things, and often miss the news. We'd heard that Thomas was back, and that you'd all arrived. But honestly, we were suddenly terrified of seeing our boy again. We have 2 little girls now, and... She broke off, tears welling. Mr. Patton hastened to explain. We didn't want to rush down to the village and risk seeing him unless he was, normal. He sounded ashamed. It's a terrible thing to say, but, well, we let our boy go many years ago. So to hear that he'd been captured and brought back, but was still a manticore, locked up in a cage. Well, we just didn't know what to think. And then Simone sent word this afternoon, Mrs. Patton said. The messenger said that Thomas had been spending time with his friends and was perhaps normal again. She took a deep breath, hardly daring to ask the question. Is it true? Has my boy come back to me? She fell apart at these words, and tears came flooding out. Mr. Patton hugged her tight and looked first at Hal, then Abigail. We talked about it, and of course had to come see for ourselves. We're trying not to get our hopes up, but it's difficult. Anyway, we got here, and Simone was busy dealing with this new bunch of yellow-suited people, but someone told me where to find a couple of you. We went to the Bridges house first. I remember young Fenton was a good friend of Thomas's all those years ago. Hal suspected Mr. Patton had remembered wrong, but he nodded anyway. It didn't matter right now. His stomach was doing somersaults. But Fenton is still away, so his mother says, Mr. Patton went on, so we came here. He squeezed his sniffling wife and looked at Hal. So, can you tell us where our boy is? Is he here? Oh, Abigail said, looking horrified. Hal swallowed. He, well, he took off. There was a silence. Took off? Mrs. Patton said weakly. Abigail fingered the place around her neck where the key had hung. It was my fault. I had the key to the collar, and he snatched it off me. He ran away and got the collar off, then, well, sort of disappeared. Disappeared where? Mr. Patton said, his mouth tightening. Into the forest, Hal said miserably. Mrs. Patton began to sob again. She buried her head in her husband's chest. This is exactly what we were afraid of, he said, patting her back gently. His voice was quiet, but his eyes blazed angrily. Getting all hopeful about our boy, and then finding that he's still that thing. He was starting to come around, Abigail said desperately. Really, he was just starting to open up. It was just bad luck that he got the key. If we'd only hidden it, if he'd worn that collar another day or two, he might have— Well, it hardly matters now, does it? Mr. Patton said shortly. He sighed. I don't mean to be rude. It's not your fault. It's just such a terrible disappointment. I know, Abigail cried, her eyes growing moist. We're so sorry. If we find him again, maybe we can— I don't think it will help, Mr. Patton said shortly. All the experts I've spoken to have said that if a shapeshifter spends too long in his alternate form, then he loses his humanity. He sighed and turned away. There was nothing more to be said. Hal's mum invited them in, but they had to get back to their little girls before they caused mischief with their sitter. And so they turned and left, having lost their boy all over again. Felipe never lost his humanity, Hal muttered as his mum closed the door. He spent years as a dragon in the Labyrinth of Fire. Felipe is an adult, Abigail said morosely. Thomas was only 6 when he turned, and has been a manticore for literally the last half of his life. He was young and impressionable when he changed. They sat down to dinner shortly after, eating slowly but staring thoughtfully at the center of the table. It was only when Hal's dad came in that the depression lifted. He kicked off his muddy boots and padded into the kitchen, clapping his hands together as he entered. I'm starving. What's for— He stopped short when he saw Abigail. Then he beamed. Young Miss Porter! What's up? Your mum too busy to cook for you? I saw her being accosted by a couple of yellow suits. They said they were doctors. Oh? Abigail said. They found her too? Mr. Franklin went to wash his hands at the sink. They were checking out the story of the shapeshifters. That Osborne fellow has been blabbing. Still, despite coming through a portal to a new dimension where dragons and unicorns roam, I could tell these doctors were skeptical about the idea of kids turning into monsters, and nobody in the village is confirming it either. He dried his hands, then went off to find a spare chair. They rarely had more than 3 around the table. There was no sense in taking up more space than necessary. While he was away, Hal's mom dished up a bowl of the stew and placed it on the table for her husband. Mr. Franklin returned with a spare chair from the living room and started talking about farming, as if that were all that really mattered. It seemed that the absence of fog had brought sunshine into his life, both literally and figuratively, and his energy was boundless as he wolfed down his meal and started on about an old cow that was expecting calves again. At some point during the story, Hal and Abigail managed to sidle away. Mr. Franklin barely noticed them leave. With everything that's going on, Hal whispered, he's still more interested in what's happening on the farm. It must be nice having a dad, Abigail said wistfully as they headed for the front door. The house just seems so much more full somehow. Hal wanted to say something thoughtful and appropriate, but couldn't think of a single thing. Nothing he could say would bring back her dad. He was surprised she'd even mentioned him. There was a time not so long ago when she never talked about him, and anyone that did was liable to be punched. Shall we go look for Emily? Abigail asked, changing the subject. They stepped outside. The sun was low on the horizon, and the streets were clearing. delicious smells of cooking wafted from all around. "You don't need to go home first?" Hal asked. She shrugged. "Mum won't miss me until she starts missing me. Besides, I'm a big girl in a village full of friendly people. She won't worry. Come on." She slipped an arm through his and tugged him along the street. They walked together, enjoying the cool evening air and peaceful village atmosphere. Although the sky was still a medium shade of violet, the moon was already out and stars were beginning to appear. They walked in silence all the way to the small forest gate, nodding politely to occasional passers-by, but giving a wide berth to pale-faced, heavily armed invaders who had finally discarded their bright yellow suits. When they arrived at the gate, a surprise awaited them. A lone figure stood leaning against the gatepost. "Hi, guys," she said as they approached. Abigail broke free of Hal and hurried to greet her. "Emily!" Chapter 16. Miss Simone's Plan. Emily's hair was braided on one side and pinned on the other, and she wore a strange necklace of fangs. She had some kind of face paint on her cheeks, slashes of black ink that made her look oddly fierce and primitive. Her clothes were different too. Gone were her shiny green togs. Now she wore an eerie cream-colored dress that bore an uncanny resemblance to snakeskin. Her shoulders and arms were bare apart from thin straps, and the scaly fabric was wrapped several times around her body before trailing off in tatters below her knees. Something else about her struck Hal as different. It was her demeanor. She was normally bright and bubbly, but now she just seemed relaxed. Hal tried to figure her out as he approached. Abigail was already standing there with her by the gatepost, demanding answers, but Emily simply gave her what looked like a polite half-smile. "Where have you been?" Abigail demanded. "Learning," Emily said softly. She looked toward the nearby forest. "I think I've found my home with the Naga folk." "You can't be serious." Abigail's mouth worked up and down several times before she composed herself and spoke evenly. "Emily, be careful what you say. Hal and I just met Thomas's parents. They came to find their son to see if he was human again, and it was really hard telling them that their boy had disappeared again, gone back to the forest to live like a wild animal." Emily's eyebrows rose. "Thomas got away?" Abigail told her the story quickly, her hand once more going to the empty place around her neck. Emily pursed her lips. "Well, perhaps it's for the best. If these soldiers are here to stay, it might be better if we shapeshifters just slipped away into the forest and never came back." Now it was Hal's turn to exclaim. "Are you nuts? What did those Naga things do to your head? You've gone all weird." "They're not things," Emily snapped, her eyes suddenly turning black and her cheeks reddening under the paint. A hissing sound came from her throat, and she grew taller, as if her body was stretching. All right, keep your hair on," Hal mumbled. "Why are you standing here on your own, anyway?" Emily's moment of anger evaporated. "I came with allies," she said, a little stiffly. "I had an army of 20 Nagas by my side, ready to listen to Miss Simone and do as she wished. But as we came out of the forest, a goblin rushed up and told us to bide our time. The Naga went back to the forest, and I was told to stay here. I've been waiting ever since, for about an hour now." "Waiting for what?" Abigail asked. "Miss Simone." "She's coming here?" Hal said, glancing around. He saw no sign of her. Emily shrugged and said nothing more. Abigail looked her up and down. "Where are your smart clothes?" "Burned," Emily said. "The Naga were worried I still had the virus on me and didn't want to cause any unnecessary deaths in their neighboring village if they could help it. So they burned my clothes and scrubbed me clean." At this, she looked away, embarrassed. Abigail nodded and patted Emily's arm. "I hear you. We've been there too. I guess that's a nice new dress. Kind of creepy, though. Is it real snakeskin?" Emily nodded. "Snakes cast off old skins. It's called sloughing. The Naga wear old skins to keep their top halves warm, but obviously I'm a little different, so they made me a special extended version, like a dress. So it won't matter if you transform, Abigail said, nodding slowly. Your shoulders and arms will stay the same, but you'll be a snake from there on down. That's pretty cool. Your very own genuine Naga outfit. Are those Naga fangs too? Hal asked, pointing at Emily's necklace. Emily fingered it lovingly, and it made a faint clicking noise as the white teeth knocked against each other. When Nagas die, surviving members take their fangs to remember them by, and to carry on their spirit. I have 10 teeth here, 5 Nagas who died and are— Yes, all right, Abigail interrupted. That's all a little weird, Em. I hope you're not losing your marbles. A group of invaders, the same group Hal and Abigail had seen a little earlier that evening, sauntered into view. There were 5 of them, all mean-looking men, carrying ugly black weapons. They glanced at the children as they wandered out through the gate. They said nothing. Emily shuddered. I take it they're the soldiers? They look nasty. The scientists seem all right, though, Hal offered. Until they start inventing dangerous things that people in this world have no business knowing about, Abigail said. Then this world will be no better than our old one. Hal and Emily stared at her in surprise. Abigail looked fiercely back at them. What? We've heard all about this stuff in history class. Don't you remember Mrs. Hunter telling us about those 2 atom bombs they dropped decades ago, killing hundreds of thousands of people to end the war? Why would they even invent such a thing? Hal thought back, vaguely remembering Lauren's mom talking about it. He was ashamed to say he had only half listened. But then, it was hard to put the story into context when he had never left the island, and in his lifetime had known a grand total of 8 other children and their parents. Abigail shook her head. I'm with Miss Simone on this. These people have to go home, and we have to make sure they never come back. That means blocking the portals for good after they're gone, Hal said, and nobody knows how to do that. Except maybe the centaurs, Emily suggested. They seem pretty clever with the portals from what we've seen. Hal stared at her. So did Abigail. Emily frowned. What's wrong? Nothing, Abigail said, beginning to pace in a small circle. Maybe you're right. Maybe the centaurs are the answer. We need to speak to Miss Simone. Where is she? They waited another 20 minutes, by which time Abigail was so agitated that she started buzzing around in the air. Hal told her 3 times to come down and put her wings away in case any of the soldiers or scientists saw her, and finally she relented and stood leaning against the fence, looking cross. The sky was almost black now, the stars glittering. The village was quiet, with nothing but flickering torches to light the streets. Whoever was in charge of street lighting had already been around, igniting them. The group of mean-looking soldiers returned, sauntering in through the gate and glancing across at the children. One seemed to take an interest. He frowned and stopped. "What are you hanging around here for?" he called. While Hal tried to think of a reasonable explanation, Abigail simply blurted out, "What's it to you?" The men chuckled. "Feisty," one murmured. The first man didn't seem as amused. His thin face and beady little eyes unsettled Hal. "Are you the kids Osborne mentioned?" This isn't going well, Hal thought. "Who's Osborne?" Emily said. As yet, she knew nothing about the man, so her puzzled look was genuine. The thin-faced man narrowed his eyes and stepped closer. He pointed at Hal. Are you Fenton Bridges?" "Ha!" Hal scoffed. Too late he realized his mistake. The man's eyes widened and he grinned. "Ah, so you at least know Fenton then? If you're not Fenton, which one are you? Dewey? Hal? Robbie?" This man knew way too much. Hal said nothing. "Well, it doesn't matter," the man said, sighing. "The point is, you're part of the group that was on the island, right? You were part of some experiment before coming across to this world? He nodded. Yeah, Ozzy told us all about you. Said you were shapeshifters. Is that true? Abigail laughed. We heard that rumor too. What is it with you people? The man looked at her thoughtfully. The other four in his group stood still and silent. Hal guessed the thin-faced man was some kind of superior officer. The man stepped closer. By some unspoken command, the other four men fanned out and circled the children. It was grossly unfair, Hal thought. 5 armed men picking on 3 unarmed kids. My name is Hawk, the man said as he peered at them in the darkness. As he had moved closer, shadows had fallen across his beady eyes, so that now his expression was unreadable. Hal automatically sidled in front of Abigail. He wasn't even aware he was doing it until the man named Hawk grinned in the moonlight. See that, guys? A regular hero we have here. Ah, several men murmured. Show us what you can do, Hawk said, a hardness in his voice. If you're shapeshifters, show us. You're nuts, Hal said, fighting to keep the tremor from his voice. If we were shapeshifters, don't you think we'd have changed by now and run off? What are we supposed to be anyway? Werewolves? Hawk gave a signal. One of his men darted forward and grabbed Emily, his enormous hands gripping her upper arms and lifting her off the ground so that her legs dangled. She began to kick and scream. Quiet, the big man growled. He dropped her and swept a hand across her mouth, holding her tight with the other. Instantly, her voice was muffled. Hawk's attention hadn't wandered. He stared at Hal. Show me, or my buddy here will break her neck. Hal's mouth dropped open. Could this man really be that awful? Were these soldiers so vicious that they'd snap the neck of a 12-year-old girl? He knew from Miss Simone's unspoken expression earlier and the goblin who'd told Emily to bide her time that they should keep their shape-shifting abilities secret. But she wasn't here, and these men were threatening him and his friends. A rage bubbled up inside. He had to show these men what he was, scorch their rear ends so badly that they wouldn't be able to sit down for weeks. But Abigail's fingers were pressing into his arm, warning him. Then the man holding Emily yelped and jumped back, nursing his hand and swearing loudly. Emily joined Hal and Abigail, and the 3 huddled together. What's wrong with you? Hawk snapped, punching his injured buddy on the shoulder. What, she bit you? Big deal. You call this no big deal? The man said, holding up his hand. He had 2 very deep puncture wounds in his palm, and blood was pouring from each hole and dripping onto the ground. Man, she must have teeth like... Like what? Hawk said, frowning. He stared at his buddy's wounded hand, then at Emily, looking her up and down as if seeing her strange face paint and scaly dress for the first time. What did you do? Let me see your teeth. Abigail pointed to Emily's necklace. She stabbed him with that. Or, Hal said, she turned into a werewolf and you didn't notice. The thin-faced man glared at him. He opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment a clear voice called from one of the narrow paths that led into the village. What is going on? The men jumped guiltily. Everyone turned to see Miss Simone striding toward them. She passed by the light of a flickering torch, and Hal jumped in shock at her expression, a twisted mask of anger with bared teeth and icy blue eyes. She moved so quickly that the men hardly had time to turn before she shouldered between them and advanced on Hawk. I knew you were trouble the moment I laid eyes on you, she said, jabbing him so hard in the chest with her finger that he visibly winced. You and Briscoe together are exactly the reason you're not welcome here. Get out of my village. Hawk drew himself up. Watch yourself, ma'am. He tapped the gun that was holstered to his belt. Remember who you're dealing with. Miss Simone snapped. The flat of her hand flew up and caught Hawk hard across his face. The smack sound echoed through the night, and the man, caught off guard, staggered a couple of steps before catching himself. He shook his head, blinking. Then, slowly, a look of absolute fury descended on him. A couple of the soldiers, including the one with the bleeding hand, immediately stepped back as if they knew what was coming. But the other two reached for him. "Sir," one started to say. Hawk pushed them away and fumbled for his weapon. Like Lieutenant Briscoe, he wore a small pistol on his belt. He drew it, and it made a noisy click as it came up. His arm was completely straight, his hand trembling, the short barrel inches from Miss Simone's face. "Sir," one of his soldiers said again, a worried look on his face. "Shut up," Hawk shouted. Miss Simone folded her arms and stood calmly, ignoring the gun and staring directly at Hawk. "Shoot me, shoot anyone, and you'll regret it. Now grow up. Put your stupid toy away. If you want to shoot something, then save it for the monsters that are headed this way." "Monsters indeed," Hawk sneered, his hand losing some of its tremble. Miss Simone nodded. "Lots of them. We humans have to stick together. They attack us constantly. It's like this world was never intended for humans, and we're seen as intruders here. We're attacked by some creature or another on a regular basis. You heard about the village in the north, right? You heard about the dragons and the harpies. How the harpies take babies and children and use them to bargain for food. How the dragons just come along and dip into their human larder every couple of weeks." Hawk scowled. "I got that report, yeah?" Miss Simone nodded. "Well, then you must have heard that the situation there has been getting worse, right? The dragon attacks are becoming more frequent and the harpies more greedy." Hal was startled. The situation was getting worse, but he said nothing. Miss Simone either had new information or she was telling fibs. "So we blast 'em," Hawk said. He lowered his weapon and sighed. "Why are you telling me this? You saying we're going to get attacked by dragons too?" Miss Simone shook her head. "Not dragons. Well, maybe. But we have other enemies in these parts. The Naga folk, for example." Hal glanced at Emily and saw her eyes widen. "They're vicious snake people that live in that forest just there," Miss Simone explained as she gestured toward the nearby trees. "Countless numbers of them. Just one can wrap a few soldiers in its coils and squeeze the life out of them before they know what's happening. Either that or bite them." She pointed to the large wounded soldier who was still nursing his bleeding hand. "You should get that looked at. If this young lady here stabbed you with that necklace of hers, then you effectively got bitten by one of the Naga. There are probably traces of venom left in those fangs." "You're making this up," Hawk snapped, but his ever-widening eyes told Hal that he was beginning to get nervous. "And then there are the ogres," Miss Simone said. 30 feet tall, great brutes of hair and muscle, not very bright but so strong. And when they set their minds to something, they tend to keep going until they're done. They're like big, dumb pets to the Naga. The Naga hate us, you see, and want us off their land. And I hear they've just gathered a group of ogres to help them." Abigail gasped. "They're not planning to attack again, are they?" Hal had to admire her. She knew how to play along. Miss Simone glanced at her and nodded. "I'm afraid so. We got word a couple of hours ago." She looked back at the soldiers. "It was your arrival that set them off." "We ain't leaving," Hawk said defiantly. "They want to fight? Bring it on. We have plenty of firepower." "For now," Miss Simone said. She softened her voice. "Look, if you leave, then maybe things will settle down again. But if you stay, then we expect you to lead the battle and take on whatever this land can throw at us. You're stirring things up by being here, and I fear for my people. Even if we win against the Naga and Ogres, I dread what will come next." Now Hal joined in. He gripped Miss Simone's arm. "Please, you don't mean the giant 100-foot lizards?" Miss Simone turned to look at him. Her expression was deadly serious, but he thought he saw a twinkle in her eye. "I hear they're heading this way. If they arrive, then we're abandoning the village. We can't stand up to them. Nobody can. This time, we'll evacuate. We can't lose that many lives again." The soldiers were quiet, but Hawk suddenly shook his head. "Gah! You're giving me the heebie-jeebies. Like I said, bring it on. We're ready." "I still want you out of my village," Miss Simone said, her voice dropping a few degrees. "I mean it. All of you soldiers, go sleep in the woods or meadows. It's a nice evening. Enjoy the night air. But get out of my village. I can't allow you to menace my people, especially young children. If I have to spread this news around the village, the people will not let it go. If you're lucky, you'll just find yourself bumped and jostled at every turn. Maggots in your food, poisonous critters under your bedsheets, that sort of thing. If you're not lucky, well..." Hawk glared at her. "Who do you think you're—" "You have a gun? Yes, I understand that," Miss Simone said, sounding tired now. "But don't underestimate me or my people. Get your soldiers out of my village. You can visit in the daytime, but go set up camp someplace else." "Most of the soldiers are camped out in the field anyway," Hawk grumbled. He turned to his 4 dutiful colleagues. "Go round up the rest of the troops. I want everyone together. If there's any chance of being attacked by monsters," he spat the word in disgust, "then I want all my guys within earshot and not spread around the place. Get to the camp. I want 3 on night watch. Got it?" "Sir!" the soldiers snapped in unison and hurried away. Hawk cast Miss Simone and the children one last look, then ambled away. It seemed like the moon brightened as the thin-faced man disappeared. Hal and his friends breathed a sigh of relief. "He's horrible," Emily said. "Miss Simone, I never even considered that I might be venomous. Do you think I am? I bit that man quite badly." "Don't worry, you're not venomous," Miss Simone said, smiling. She patted Emily's shoulder. "Nice dress and interesting makeup. I take it the Naga are ready for battle?" Emily nodded. "Good. Let's hope Fenton and Robbie return soon, with their friends." She leaned forward and spoke quietly. "If it appears we're somehow in cahoots with these creatures, leading them into battle, then the soldiers will turn on us and treat us like the enemy." She sighed. "We have to tread carefully." Hal nodded, beginning to understand. "So we're pretending to be in the same boat as the soldiers, being attacked by all these terrible creatures." "The soldiers are our best friends," Abigail said, grinning. "They're here to save us. We can fall at their feet and beg them to help, and leave them to battle the monsters alone." Miss Simone nodded. "It's about the only useful plan I can come up with. We'll make them sweat, make them realize that this world is not a pushover." She smiled and winked. "Especially if we can quietly disarm them and render their weapons useless. Then they'll be easier to round up and send home. But even if we send them packing, they'll be back, and with reinforcements. So we'll need to seal up the portals so they can never return." Hal, Abigail, and Emily nodded vigorously. It was a plan fraught with danger, and just about anything could happen. But it was a plan nevertheless. Chapter 17. Poison Hemlock. Miss Simone's plan went into action immediately. She hustled the children through the dark streets until she came across a couple of goblins. They listened intently as she explained a few things, then sent them off. "Now, let's round up your friends," she said briskly. "Darcy first." It seemed odd to go after Darcy first, since Dewey's house was closer, but Hal knew better than to question the quick-tempered mermaid. A few minutes later they tapped on the Otana's front door and waited impatiently for someone to answer. When the door creaked open, Darcy's dad peered out. "Simone," he said, not sounding entirely surprised. "I need your daughter," Miss Simone said without preamble, "and I need you to pop around to the other parents and tell them what's going on." "And what exactly is going on?" Mr. Otana said, opening the door wider. He called over his shoulder, "Darcy!" Then he turned back to the group huddled on his doorstep. "Trouble brewing?" "The worst," Miss Simone said. "I never thought I'd be battling humans, but there you go. I need you to pass the word, quietly, that the children will be at the heart of the battle, but I'm hoping to disarm the soldiers early and keep the danger to a minimum." "Hoping?" Miss Simone shrugged. "You know me, Mr. Otana. I won't lie to you. But I do need Darcy, and now." "I'm here," Darcy said, appearing behind her dad. She looked nervous, but her mom, who stood behind her, holding a flour-covered rolling pin in pasty white hands, looked positively terrified. Not much more was said. Within a minute, Miss Simone was leading the 4 children to Dewey's house. On the way, she wrapped her arm around Darcy, trailed behind, and talked quietly and urgently in her ear. Hal wanted to hang back and listen, but she kept ushering them ahead. "Go on, get Dewey, we'll catch up." So Hal, Abigail, and Emily left them behind and banged on Dewey's door. The boy answered immediately. "What's up?" The situation was explained in brief words, and then Hal had to repeat it all when Mr. and Mrs. Morgan appeared. Dewey's mom groaned and covered her eyes. "I don't think I can stand all this pressure. My poor boy." Miss Simone appeared with a doubtful-looking Darcy in tow. She repeated to the Morgans what she had told the Otanas about spreading the word, and added, "The goblins are doing their bit too. Word gets around quickly when we want it to. We're all to act shocked and horrified when the battle starts. As far as we're concerned, the enemy is here to attack all of us, not just the soldiers. In this battle, the soldiers are our somewhat dubious friends." The explanation was just vague enough to leave the Morgans perplexed. Miss Simone left the disturbed couple on their doorstep and led the 5 children along the streets. They kept to the early evening shadows wherever possible, giving the torches a wide berth in case any lurking soldiers spotted them and grew curious. Since there were no other friends to collect, Miss Simone trusted the Morgans and Otanas to pass the word to the other parents. Hal hoped his own mum and dad wouldn't freak out too much. The group hurried to the perimeter fence, passing a number of villagers on the way, who each gave a nod and wink. The villagers were slowly but surely getting the message. In an hour or two, most likely all of them would know to act shocked. Acting shocked probably wouldn't be too difficult, Hal thought. The sight of 20 sinister Nagas slithering through the streets, plus dozens of ogres stamping around, and several giant black lizards on the horizon was enough to shock even Miss Simone. "What are you looking so worried about, Darcy?" Abigail asked as they hurried across an open area to the fence. "Shh," Miss Simone hissed. She waved them down, and they dropped to their knees. Not too far away, a couple of soldiers hurried out of the main gate at the east side of the village. They continued out toward the fields and up a hill. When they were gone, Miss Simone straightened up and hopped over the fence, motioning for the children to follow. Once outside the village boundary, they headed for the trees. It was a strange and curiously exciting journey. The sky was black and starry, and the moon shed just enough light for them to find their way. They walked as quietly as possible, trying to avoid snapping too many twigs underfoot, taking a route around the hill on which the soldiers were camping. The orange glow of their campfire marked their position clearly on the grassy slopes, where a solitary oak tree stood. It was clear that Hawk's orders were being followed to the letter. Hal saw at least 2 or 3 sentries, really nothing more than shadowy figures from this distance, kneeling in the long grass, weapons held loosely underarm. Safely within the tree line, Miss Simone led the shapeshifters to a clump of 6-foot plants with smooth stems, fern-like leaves, and tiny clusters of white flowers. She turned to Darcy, keeping her voice low. "This is poison hemlock," she whispered. We're going to poison the soldiers, Abigail said immediately. But, shh, Miss Simone said again, scowling. Now, we didn't make Darcy a dryad for nothing. Being practically invisible is extremely useful, but it's her other talents we're interested in. Dryads are wood nymphs, one with the trees, as they say. Amazing creatures, but very hard to communicate with. Dryads were near the top of my list when I chose which creatures would be included in the shapeshifter program. Darcy couldn't help smiling at the praise. We use plants for many different things, including medicine, Miss Simone went on quietly. Dryads can influence a plant's rate of growth, very useful when we run short of opium poppy, comfrey, sweet sagewort, and so on. That is, if we can find a dryad to help us. We really don't have anything to bargain with. Everything they want is in the forest, free for the taking. Anyway, dryads can also change the properties of plants in subtle ways, for instance, dulling the effects of poison. Ah, so we are going to poison the soldiers? Abigail said again. This time she sounded a little happier at the idea. That's part of it, Miss Simone said. The coniine in this hemlock will give them something to think about for a while. We just want to make them a little sick, to take some of the fight out of them. She gave Darcy a friendly squeeze on the shoulder. And when you've done that, you can get started on your real job. Darcy grimaced. Hal, Abigail, Dewey, and Emily spoke in unison. What job? But Darcy was staring at the plant. How do I do it? Nobody had an answer. Miss Simone suggested that on the rare occasion she'd seen a dryad working magic, it involved nothing more than a peaceful, dreamy expression. Willpower? She suggested. Use your mind. So Darcy leaned in close to the plant and stared at it. The others sat silent, hardly daring to breathe in case they disturbed her. The minutes ticked by. An owl hooted, and in the distance a dog barked. Hal shivered, suddenly feeling the cool air through his thin, smart clothes as he watched his friend trying to perform some kind of magic. Nothing seemed to be happening, so Darcy gripped the hemlock plant's thick stem at its base, closed her eyes, and lapsed into a deep trance. Hal watched for a while longer, studying the plant's speckled white buds near the top and its curious purple blotches on the stem, but he soon grew bored and peered instead through the trees toward the camp. He tried to imagine what it was like for the soldiers, spending their first night in 13 years in the open air without bio-suits. It must be... Oh, Abigail exclaimed. Hal snapped his attention back to the plant, which was now wilting in Darcy's grip. Its little white buds darkened, and the delicate feathery leaves drooped. When she let go, the whole bush teetered to the side and swayed as if weary. But it didn't die. It merely darkened and shriveled, perhaps even shuddered, although that might have been a breeze. Darcy gave a sigh. Miss Simone smiled at her in the darkness. Nice work, Darcy. Now we can use it. A blade had appeared in her hand, and it glinted in the moonlight. With a deft motion, she leaned forward and quickly sawed through one of the offshoot stems. A 4-foot section of the plant collapsed into her hands. Darcy gave a whimper. Miss Simone held the plant at arm's length. I should be wearing gloves. But we don't have time to mess around. These plants are dangerous, but useful. She held out the hemlock for Darcy. Take it. Keep it at arm's length. Darcy gingerly took the plant, tilting her face away from it. Miss Simone led the way to the edge of the woods and studied the hillside. There are sentries. Darcy, turn invisible and wander up there. If the soldiers have some kind of boiling pot of soup, then you'll need to drop hemlock leaves in there. If not, then throw the whole plant on the fire. Will the leaves poison them? Abigail asked. The seeds are the most potent, Miss Simone murmured, but we're out of season for those. The leaves will do instead. At full strength, 5 leaves are enough to kill a horse if eaten. I trust Darcy has weakened the poison, though. The plant certainly seems to have dried out. She placed her hands on Darcy's shoulders. Ready? Darcy nodded. Go do your thing, Miss Simone said softly, and gave her a gentle push. Darcy abruptly vanished. Hal blinked as a blur passed in front of him. He would never get used to her chameleon talents, yet the hemlock remained visible, and she couldn't exactly stuff the 4-foot poisonous plant down her dress to conceal it. If she could have, it would have become invisible too. Instead, she hurried up the hill, dragging the plant low in the long grass, holding the stem at the severed end. In the darkness, any movement in the grass would probably be seen as a breeze. Miss Simone turned to Dewey and pursed her lips. Why don't you hurry over to the centaur shelter? You remember the way, don't you? Dewey nodded. Well, what am I supposed to do there? Speak to Fleck. Whether he's part of the centaur conspiracy or not doesn't matter. Right now, we all want the same thing. Ask him what he knows about creating portals. Those in the temple suggest advanced knowledge and control. If the centaurs can create 9 neat portals in a circle leading to specific and faraway places around the world, then clearly they know more than they ever let on. And then what? Dewey asked, his voice quavering. Miss Simone spread her hands. We need their help. If they know how to control the portals, then perhaps they can close them. It's the least they can do for our land. If the centaurs can help, then I want to speak to them. Without further ado, Dewey stepped back, looked around to make sure it was clear, and transformed. Suddenly, a centaur was dancing around them, hooves stamping restlessly in the soil. Dewey turned and galloped away through the woods. Once again, only Hal, Abigail, and Emily remained. Anything I can do, Miss Simone? Emily asked. Her face paint was badly smudged now, making her cheeks appear shadowed. A couple of leaves had become tangled in her braids. Go fetch your friends, Miss Simone said, a tiny smile on her face. Bring them here, but don't attack until I say. And Emily, please ask your Naga friends to show restraint. Despite their allegiance with us in this matter, I don't want to hurt anyone. She raised an eyebrow. Not permanently, anyway. Emily proudly drew herself up, growing taller and taller as the lower part of her human body lengthened into serpentine coils. She looked down on the group from a height of 7 feet, swaying from side to side, and then took off with a lurch, her head and shoulders shooting forward at an angle. The Naga was gone, and now there were 3. Miss Simone eyed Hal and Abigail. Now we wait. She sat and leaned against a tree with a view of the camp on the hill. Hal and Abigail followed her example and sat opposite her. I'm cold, Abigail said, pulling her knees up. She gave him a sideways glance. Hal had the feeling this was another of those girl moments. He hesitated for half a second, then slipped his arm around her shoulders. She snuggled closer. It was a long wait. Or at least it seemed like a long wait. Despite the heat of the day, it sure got cold at night. Abigail's head lolled on his shoulder, and he heard a single gentle snore. He tried to remain motionless so as not to disturb her, but then itches sprang up in various awkward places, the worst being on his back. He squirmed carefully, trying to rub it on the rough bark of the tree. Fidget, Abigail murmured. Sorry. Silence followed once more. The night crawled on. Miss Simone remained in the shadows opposite him, watching the campsite on the hill. Hal wondered idly if he could breathe fire while in human form. He'd done so once in the classroom back on the island, but that was before he'd fully transformed. Could he do so again? He frowned and concentrated, wondering how to go about it. His body, including all his internal organs, were entirely human at the moment. The dragon component that created fire was not present, so it seemed logical that he could not breathe fire unless he was a dragon. Yet, Even as he thought about it, he felt something shift within, something deep down in his throat, almost in his chest. It felt like a lump. It was a curious feeling, and it intrigued him. On impulse, he exhaled with his mouth wide open. A great sheet of flame blasted out, and Miss Simone nearly jumped out of her skin as the heat rolled over her. Abigail jerked sideways with a shriek, her hands going up to protect her face. "Sorry, sorry!" Hal gasped, clapping a hand over his mouth. I didn't know if I could—" "For goodness sake," Miss Simone hissed. "What are you trying to do?" "You idiot," Abigail said crossly, brushing herself down. "I was having a nice, peaceful snooze, and you went and ruined it." "Sorry," Hal said again, abashed. He touched his lips. They appeared to be completely unharmed, despite the ferocity of the flame he had belched up. "Neat trick, though, huh? I wish I'd known I could do that. I could have used that up on the mountain when we were creeping through pitch-black tunnels. It would have saved me turning into a dragon every—" "Look!" Miss Simone scrambled to her feet and peered up the hill. "I think Darcy's returning." It took Hal ages to pinpoint the location of their friend. Abigail kept nudging him and pointing, saying, "There, can't you see?" But clearly his eyes were not as good as hers. Finally, he spotted her, way over to the side of the hill. It wasn't so much her that he saw, but a trail of movement in the grass, barely perceptible in the moonlight. When the blur reached them, it became solid. Darcy stood there with a grin on her face, her blonde hair littered with white hemlock flowers. She held her hands in a curious way, as though her fingers were sticky and she didn't want to get the stuff all over her clothes. She hunkered down and used dry leaves to wipe her hands. "I did it," she said. "They didn't have a pot of soup or anything, but they had a long spit over the fire with 7 or 8 big fat chickens roasting on it." "Chickens?" Miss Simone repeated, sounding irritated. "From our farms, you mean?" A look of chagrin came over Darcy. "Oh, well, maybe. Anyway, I hid behind a bush and crushed hemlock leaves, then came out and sprinkled little bits on the chickens as they cooked. Nobody saw me. They were all too busy telling rude jokes." She blushed. "I don't think innocent young girls are supposed to listen in on stuff like that." "Typical men," Miss Simone said, rolling her eyes. "There were some women there too," Darcy said. "Anyway, when they started eating the chickens, that nasty Briscoe man was the first to try it out. I stood over his shoulder and gave him a special helping." Miss Simone grinned. "Good girl." Then she sobered. "You said women were present? I imagine those were scientists." "Yes, and a few of the men were scientists too." Darcy frowned and rubbed vigorously at her hands with the leaves. "Is that hemlock poison on your hands?" Abigail asked, sounding concerned. "No, it's just sap. Anyway, after I sprinkled the chickens with crushed hemlock leaves, I threw the rest of the plant on the fire. A couple of men noticed, but thought it had just blown in on the wind. They all laughed about it. The plant went up in a puff of flames, and the smoke was a little smelly." "And?" Miss Simone said eagerly. "They'd all finished eating by then, and some of them started getting sick. They complained of sore throats and upset stomachs. A couple went away and threw up. Most ended up groaning and rolling around. They blamed the chickens, obviously, said they were a bad batch." Miss Simone burst into laughter, but quickly stifled it. "Then they all turned in," Darcy said. "Most of the soldiers are feeling pretty rotten. They're all tucked up under blankets, moaning. A few are fine because they didn't eat, but they're looking a little green from the smoke. The sentries didn't get anything to eat at all and didn't breathe in the smoke, so they're pretty alert." "And you did your trick?" Miss Simone urged. Darcy nodded. "I waited until they were all quiet and still, then started work on the grass. In some places the men were near bushes, so I sat near them for a while, concentrating on the roots. Then I kind of hugged one of the bigger trees. That's when I got the sap all over my hands." What are you talking about? Hal said, getting annoyed. What's all this hugging trees and concentrating on roots? Obviously you did something to the plants in the campsite, but what? Darcy smirked. See for yourself. But wait a while. I started it going. But plants are slow. It'll be a few hours before it really kicks in. Hal was exasperated, and the more he complained, the more Darcy and Miss Simone played out their shared secret. In the end, he shook his head and folded his arms. Whatever, he said, feeling a little childish. Abigail was more bemused than anything. What now, then? Miss Simone gestured to the forest floor. We wait again. Sighing, Hal threw himself down by the tree and closed his eyes. Some battle this was turning out to be. It was mostly waiting around, doing nothing. He listened to Darcy and Miss Simone settling themselves against the tree opposite, and then felt Abigail nudging up against him again. He grew calm, and after a while slipped his arm back around her shoulders. Waiting had its upside, he decided. Chapter 18. The Battle Begins. It was a restless night. Trying to sleep leaning against the rough bark of a tree trunk was not Hal's idea of comfort, and the chill in the air made it worse. He was envious of Abigail. She was turned toward him, snuggled in the crook of his arm with one hand laying across his chest, sound asleep, and apparently quite comfortable. Oh, how sweet, he heard in his dreams. He stirred because something told him the voice had actually come from reality. When he cracked open his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of 9 or 10 painted faces looming over him in the darkness. Naga. Their eyes were dark, their necks long and slender. More of the creatures lurked in the background. Emily's familiar smiling face swam into view. She raised a finger to her lips. Shh, go back to sleep. We'll just wait here until Miss Simone wakes. But Hal's back ached terribly, and he needed to find a bush somewhere and relieve himself. Reluctantly, he eased himself out from under Abigail and let her slide gently onto the grassy floor, where she mumbled and complained before falling back asleep. After Hal returned from a private spot in the trees, he studied Emily and her new friends. The Naga were eerily silent, swaying from side to side, their undulating coils making tiny rustling sounds in the undergrowth. He recognized Kaga, the friendly son of a chief, and his not-so-friendly sister, Voka. Oddly, it was nice to see their faces again, knowing they were allies and not enemies. He counted 25 in total, including Emily. That was quite a number, especially as they were all armed with bows and arrows and vicious fangs. They would give the soldiers a run for their money. Del Sarau Heluka, the one named Voka said suddenly, her voice a little too loud. Darcy's eyes snapped open, and Abigail stirred. She just realized that your young friend there is the Dryad shapeshifter, Kaga translated. Emily told us about her, and indeed all the others. Hal glanced over at Darcy, who remained curled up on the grass as she blinked herself awake. Curiously, her feet and ankles were transparent. So what's been happening? Emily asked. She still wore her snakeskin dress, but her face had been washed and repainted. With 25 pairs of eyes staring down at him in silence, Hal explained about the poison hemlock, then briefly mentioned that Darcy had done something to the roots and grass. Kaga seemed to understand, and a grin spread across his face. "A good start, young Dryad," he said softly, his voice reverberating as he offered Darcy a bow. Miss Simone chose that moment to wake up. She blinked, looking around. Then she smiled. "How nice to see you again, Kaga." Kaga gave a bow. "Lady Simone, for once we have a common problem." "It makes a change, doesn't it? I appreciate your help. I'm hoping it will be a fairly simple confrontation, as Darcy has sickened and disarmed most of the men. She glanced up, searching for the moon. Goodness, have we slept all night? Dawn will be breaking shortly, Karga agreed. He tapped the bow that was slung over his scaly shoulder. We are ready when you are, Lady Simone. Abigail rubbed her eyes and yawned, and Darcy brushed herself down. Hal looked toward the hill, where an orange glow was creeping over the horizon. Miss Simone looked annoyed for having slept through the night. She took a deep breath, then nodded. My goblin friends can be trusted to look after things at the village and have been instructed to watch out for the other shapeshifters when they arrive. The villagers should, by now, be aware of what's happening. She looked at Karga. They will act suitably terrified when you attack, as will I. She glanced at his bow. I'm not sure how you will fake shooting people with arrows, but I suspect you will do a fine job. Do we take them here, on the hill? Karga asked, sounding eager. No, Miss Simone said. They have sentries posted. Besides, simply beating them in this battle isn't the objective here. We need them to develop a sense of hopelessness, a feeling that this world isn't the safe haven they thought it was. For that, my people need to appear terrified, as if they're reaching the end of their tether. I'll take the soldiers back to the village. That way, it will seem like we're on their side, all humans together, facing off against a common enemy. Karga gave a bow. As you wish. We will attack the village in 1 hour. Miss Simone nodded and began to hustle the children out of the woods. Come on, let's go wake the soldiers. Emily, are you with us or the Naga? Emily looked conflicted. Miss Simone smiled. That's all right, my dear. We'll see you in an hour. But please stay out of the fight. The soldiers may still be armed, and I don't want you getting hurt. Any of you. Darcy took Emily's hand. Be careful. You too. Then Hal, Abigail, and Darcy hurried after Miss Simone. The sun's rays were lighting up the hills as they walked up the grassy rise to the campsite. Clouds had slipped in during the night, but were beginning to evaporate. As the group neared the campsite, a sentry came to meet them, his weapon tucked under his arm. Like many of his colleagues, his biosuit had been discarded, and he now wore a green, patchy uniform. We need your help, Miss Simone called to him, putting on some speed. Her light, silky cloak billowed behind her. We've heard that the snake people are coming to attack the village. You need to come now. The sentry frowned. So you came to get us personally? You and 3 kids? Then he pointed. From the woods down there? What were you doing? Miss Simone clicked her tongue and swept past him. I don't have time to explain myself, she snapped. Take me to Bristol. She ignored the soldiers' protests and marched into the camp. There she went around kicking feet and nudging shoulders, waking the men. Before long, they were groaning and trying to sit up. The lieutenant remained lying down, holding his stomach. Lieutenant Bristol, Miss Simone said sharply, please rouse your men. We have very little time. We're about to be attacked, and we need your help down in the village. Later, the lieutenant groaned, his eyes shut tight. I ain't well. You don't have time to lie here feeling sorry for yourself, Miss Simone went on, adding a realistic sense of panic to her voice. She waved her arms around wildly. Don't you understand? The Naga are mounting an attack. In less than an hour. We've handled them before when they've been angry with us, but this time they mean business. This time they mean to drive us out of our village and far away from their home in the forest. My villagers are farmers, not soldiers. We need you and your weapons, now. Bristol moaned and slowly sat up, wiping his sweating forehead. You may have to fight without us, he said through gritted teeth. Around him, men began to exclaim in surprise and disgust. What the— Just a few feet away from Hal, a soldier climbed to his feet and reached for his clunky rifle. Then he froze, and his mouth dropped open. Overnight, the long, moist grass had inexplicably grown through and around the metal components, threading its way into whatever tiny gaps it could find and twisting into complex loops. Then it had slowly, steadily drawn the weapon into the soft soil so that it was half buried. Earthworms and giant bugs crawled over it, and the soldier edged away, a look of disgust on his face. His wasn't the only weapon to be sucked into the ground like this. At least 9 other soldiers were complaining of the same thing. When they tried to pull the weapons free, they found that the underside of the metal was anchored by tiny, sticky root systems of various shrubs and plants that had snaked their way across the campsite under the dirt. Meanwhile, those who had slept near prickly bushes found their weapons entangled in much thicker roots and curiously tendril-like branches. Thorns stuck out viciously all around the steel barrels, bulky stocks, hand grips, and triggers. Several soldiers struggled to release them, hacking at the roots with knives and cursing at the thorns and nettles. "What is this?" one yelled in frustration, and began to stamp on the roots and kick at the bush as if that might help. A bleary-eyed soldier sat up from a bed of poison ivy, scratching absently at his hands and face while looking around. Another busily cut away at a trouser leg. A weed had miraculously sprouted and grown 3 feet in length, looping around his ankle and up his uniform pants. Hal had to laugh at the look of horror and revulsion on his face. But while the weapons in the grass could be tugged free with some effort, and those caught in the roots of the bushes cut loose with a decent, jagged-edged knife, those who had slept under the solitary tree were not so fortunate. Sap had dripped off branches in the most unlucky places, landing directly on the metal surfaces and leaking into every orifice, spattering the weapons with an incredibly sticky orange substance and drying hard overnight. It would take hours to scrape the stuff off, and in the meantime, the barrels were clogged and the triggers jammed solid. Briscoe staggered around, holding his stomach and sweating profusely while barking orders at his men. "Clean 'em up! Get 'em loose!" He turned to Miss Simone, his face as dark as thunder. "What happened here? We got sick last night, and now this—" Miss Simone made a great pretense of looking puzzled. Then she laid eyes on the dying campfire and the blackened chickens, and her hand flew to her mouth. "You didn't eat the chickens, did you?" The lieutenant stepped toward her, quivering with rage. "So?" "Oh dear," Miss Simone said. "Lieutenant, you're in a new world. The water, the plants, the nutrients and minerals in the ground are different here. Even the air is different. Animals and birds feed off the vegetation and bugs, and they're bound to taste a little different to what you're used to." "They tasted great," the man named Hawk barked, looking furious. Lieutenant Briscoe kicked at the spit and sent it flying. A half-eaten chicken rolled across the grass. "But they made us sick." "And the water will probably make you sick too," Miss Simone said, her voice hardening. "Get used to it, but we don't have time for this. We need your men in the village, and if you don't come now, then you're probably in even greater danger because you're alone and unprotected up here on this hill." The lieutenant doubled over and stood there breathing hard, while soldiers bustled around. They had produced a couple of short-handled shovels and were trying to pry the weapons free. The ones in the grass came up easily, the grass tearing, but they needed a good clean-up. One of the men was sawing viciously at a root system near a bush, where his weapon had become ensnared. Those left with useless sap-covered lumps of metal seemed unable to think straight. After a while, they gathered their wits and stacked the guns together, hoping to get to them later. Right now, they had to salvage what they could. Hal, Abigail, and Darcy hung back, barely able to suppress their mirth. The soldiers and a couple of men and women scientists milled around, organizing themselves. With their rude early morning awakening and the setback with their weapons, they weren't quite as prepared for battle as they had expected to be. Nevertheless, 15 minutes later, a grim and determined platoon set off down the hill. Hal learned that there were 3 squads here, each with a sergeant, a total of 29 soldiers including Lieutenant Briscoe and Hawke, his NCO, although Hal hadn't yet figured out what that stood for. At first, they had all been armed. Now less than half were. Those who had no bulky weapons had taken to brandishing large knives instead. Some of the scientists were here as well, 2 women and 3 older men. They carried no weapons at all. Still, Hal thought as he counted, 12 armed soldiers was 12 too many. Briscoe barked an order for someone to radio ahead and get the flamethrowers and grenade launcher ready. Hal remembered that the soldiers had offloaded 2 cartloads of equipment at their temporary residence in the village. Although the equipment was guarded only by scientists, at least those men and women could reload the carts and bring the weapons to the perimeter to save a little time. But there was a problem with his order. "Are you telling me," Lieutenant Briscoe growled to a young man with sticky hands, "that our comms are down?" "Well, it's all the sap from the trees, sir. It's leaked over everything and made the butt—" "Enough!" Briscoe barked. "Down to the village! On the double!" Miss Simone looked worried. "Still too many guns," she whispered as they all hurried down the hill. "And grenade launcher? I don't like the sound of that. Any ideas?" "I could burn them," Hal suggested. "The guns?" "No, the soldiers." Miss Simone shook her head ruefully. "Sorry, not on my watch." Hal hadn't meant it anyway, although the idea of transforming and chasing them away appealed to him a great deal. But he also knew that he would be a primary target for the 12 armed soldiers. "What about your friends?" he asked her. She frowned. "What friends?" "Your friends. The other shapeshifters you grew up with. Like Charlie and Felipe. Can't we all get together and—" Miss Simone shook her head and kept her voice low. "A griffin would be helpful, but Charlie is busy up north. It would be wonderful if Felipe brought an entire fleet of dragons from the labyrinth, but it's a little late to arrange that, assuming they would have come at all. As for Orson, well, flying horses are not the best warriors." "And the rest?" Abigail whispered. "Ellie ran away with another unicorn, utterly useless. Kanan lives in the village, our wonderful resident elf. Have you met her yet? And she'll lend a hand, but she can only shoot arrows like the Naga. Blair is a phoenix, on a long voyage to determine just how rare his kind is. Lucas is still up in the mountains to the east, living with the lichens. He was badly maimed years ago, and not much of a traveler. Molly—" "Yes," Darcy said. "What about Molly?" Miss Simone waited until a soldier had hurried past before continuing. "Molly may be in the area, but she's dangerous to us as well as the soldiers. We couldn't turn her loose here. She needs to stay away. Gorgons are loners by nature. One look into her eyes, and you'll turn to stone." "Get a move on!" another soldier snapped as he shouldered past. Miss Simone veered off to the side and slowed, allowing the platoon to hurry by. Hal, Abigail, and Darcy stood with her in silence. "That's 9, Abigail said. "What?" For a moment, Miss Simone looked confused. Then she smiled. "Oh, yes, the 10th of us, Riley. He's already doing his bit to help." Hal was about to question her further, but she held up her hand. "We're running out of time," she murmured. "We need to disarm the men." "I'm going to slip away," Hal said quietly. "I heard that a few of them were going to get the flamethrowers, so I'll slow them down." "What do you have in mind?" Miss Simone asked anxiously. "A distraction," Hal said. "You go on ahead, Darcy. Get ready to be eaten." There was no time to explain further. The soldiers paid no attention as Miss Simone and Darcy hurried to catch up with the platoon, leaving Hal and Abigail behind. Abby, Hal said, fly into the village and see what you can do about sabotaging their equipment, especially the flamethrowers. Abigail frowned. They're guarded, though. Otherwise, the villagers would have sabotaged them already. That's why you need to do it, Hal said, grinning. You can't expect ordinary people to do the work of shapeshifters, can you? A smile spread across Abigail's face. I'll see what I can do. She checked to make sure none of the soldiers were glancing back up the hill at them, and then shrank with a curious popping sound. At a mere 6 inches high, she zipped away, dipping in and out of the long grass like a giant insect as she headed down the hill. The details of Hal's idea were a little fuzzy, but he would make it up as he went along. He just needed to create a distraction to give Abigail a little more time. He spun around and ran as fast as he could back up the hill, straight past the campsite and onward to the top. Once there, he paused and stood panting. The platoon already seemed far away by now, near the bottom of the hill. Nobody looked over their shoulders. The soldiers marched eyes front, as instructed by a yelling sergeant. Hal transformed. It felt good to be a dragon again. He launched into the air, straining and pumping his wings to get some upward momentum. Once he had that, he angled his wings and swooped down the hill, staying low, almost hugging the ground. The long grass whipped at his snout as he rushed down the slope. He felt as though he were on his bike, tearing along at breakneck speed, head down, eyes narrowed. Only this was a much smoother ride and many times faster. His long-clawed toes dragged once or twice. It felt good to have so much control, to be able to glide so low and feel the grass tickling his belly, and to dip his claws in the soil and feel a tug as if he were applying brakes. But then he was upon the platoon. He caught a glimpse of Miss Simone and Darcy near the rear, just before he let out a terrible roar. The soldiers jumped and swung around. Their eyes widened, jaws dropped open. And then the soldiers dove into the grass, yelling and screaming. Miss Simone and Darcy threw themselves down as well. Hal passed overhead, his giant reptilian underside missing them all by a yard. He made sure to curl his toes into balls and lift his legs to avoid clipping anyone. He gave another roar, putting on a show of frustration as if he'd just missed his dinner. He veered to the right over Carter's perimeter fence and soared over cottages as he came around. That was all part of his loosely formed plan. He wanted to attack the soldiers again, only this time from the direction of the village. He gained some height over the rooftops, then swooped toward the gate again, heading for a second pass at the platoon. The soldiers were already on their feet, fumbling with their weapons. But as he tore toward them, they scattered in all directions, screaming with terror. One weapon fired, and then another. Hal had a moment of anxiety, but the shots went wide because the soldiers were too busy running to aim straight. Hal snapped his jaws noisily, making his intentions clear, to snatch up a victim. Men and women dove to the ground again, burying themselves in the long grass. This time, Miss Simone and Darcy were the last ones standing. Miss Simone flung herself aside, Darcy to the other. Hal zeroed in on his friend. He threw up his wings, rapidly slowing his approach. His feet dropped low as he reached for her. If he were a bigger dragon, he could have snatched her up in the palm of one paw. But he was smaller, and his fingers weren't long enough to encircle her waist safely, so he used both hands, clamping them together with her squashed between. She was as light as a feather to him, and incredibly delicate. Hal took off with a lurch, roaring triumphantly, his wings beating so hard that he bashed a couple of soldiers on the downstroke. As he flew away, more shots rang out, and he veered to the side. Then a volley of bullets tore through the sky, and he panicked, climbing as fast as he could. Something stung his wing, and he knew he'd been hit. But the shots stopped abruptly. Looking down, he saw that the soldiers were far out of range already. He paused, hovering in the air for a moment, and then concentrated on Darcy. He doubted the soldiers on the ground could see much, but he played through his wild idea anyway. He tilted his head back and lifted Darcy to his mouth. Her eyes were already wide, and she was gasping with terror, most likely because he was dangling her from a great height. He brought her closer to his mouth, and then scooted her onto his head with one sweeping movement. He hoped that the soldiers far below had witnessed the terrified blonde being popped into his mouth. Darcy clung to his head, probably out of her mind with fright. He heard her gasping as she scrambled onto his back and clutched at his reins in a vicious grip. But had she turned invisible? Hal couldn't see her, but he hoped she had. From the soldier's point of view, it would really nail home the suggestion that the dragon had scoffed her in one bite, and that he and other creatures headed toward the village were not in cahoots with Miss Simone. It would look like one of Miss Simone's own had just been gobbled by a vicious monster. Hal strained to get a look at Darcy, but it was impossible to turn his head far enough. As if sensing his question, she patted his neck and said, "It's okay. I'm invisible. Cut the theatrics, Hal. You look like you're performing in a pantomime. They can't see me. I'm gone forever. Now go." With a roar and a blast of fire, Hal dove and headed back to the platoon. They jumped into action as he plummeted, tearing across the grass toward what was now the nearest cover, the forest. Mission accomplished, Hal thought happily to himself, as the large group of soldiers and scientists threw themselves into the vegetation, Miss Simone included. He flew over the treetops and peered into the shadows. When he glimpsed movement, he decided to try to land in a tree, something he'd never done before. The topmost branches gave under his weight and snapped, and the whole tree swayed, and he felt branches pressing painfully against his tough belly. But his flailing rear feet eventually found something solid to grip onto, and he soon came to rest, perched awkwardly in the foliage. 3 bird chicks squeaked noisily at him from their nest while their mother flew around angrily. "Oh, Hal, I hate you for this," Darcy moaned. "You know I don't like heights, or damage to trees." The tree continued to sway. When Hal shifted his foot for a better grip, the whole branch wobbled and shook leaves free. He saw movement again, off to one side, feet flashing through the darkness, lots of them. There were yells, too. He heard Miss Simone shout, "No, not that way, this way." The footfalls changed course and doubled back. Hal didn't think the soldiers could see him, perched high in the tree, so they had to be running from something else. Something like an arrow whipped through the air, and someone cried out. Then a serpentine body slipped through the undergrowth, followed by another and another. The Naga. Hal chuckled with a nasal woofing sound. He flapped his wings and, as he started to lift, bent his knees and pushed upward. The tree groaned under his weight and sprang back at him as he rose into the air. He noted that the small bird's nest remained fixed in place, although it tilted to one side and very nearly spilled its chicks. He returned to the village, glancing back at the woods. He saw nothing for a long moment, but as he descended into the dusty streets, he caught a glimpse of soldiers tearing out from behind the trees, with Nagas in hot pursuit. They would be running pell-mell into the village in a matter of minutes. Chapter 19. The Naga. Hal landed in a cloud of dust and shifted to his human form. Darcy promptly fell off and landed on her back. She glared at him as she got to her feet and brushed herself down. "Sorry," Hal said. "Come on, let's go find Abigail." They hurried along empty streets to the ant-infested home around the corner from Dr. Kessler. Farmers were already out and about in the fields, and some marketers were setting up stalls, but otherwise it was still early for many villagers. The sky was bright, but it couldn't be any later than 7 a.m. If Hal still lived on the island and had gone to bed as usual the night before, he would probably be getting up for school right about now. Instead, here he was, rushing through the sleepy streets with Darcy. They found the scientist's cottage easily. The carts remained outside, empty. All was quiet as Hal and Darcy stood in the street, wondering what to do next. Then Abigail appeared in the alley beside the cottage. She hurried toward them, grinning. "Hey, guys," she whispered. Hal looked at her expectantly. "Well, did you sabotage their equipment?" Abigail ushered them away from the cottage, glancing furtively over her shoulder. "Maybe." "What did you do?" Darcy asked. They huddled in the recessed doorway of the cottage next door. "The window at the back was open a crack," Abigail said, holding up a finger and thumb to indicate roughly 1 inch. "So I squeezed through into the bathroom where they're storing all the weapons. They're piled up in the bathtub, but I couldn't think of a way to wreck everything without it looking like someone had been there and sabotaged it all. I wish we could just go crazy and do some real damage, but I guess Miss Simone's right. The soldiers would turn on us and things would get ugly." "So what did you do?" Darcy asked eagerly. "They were all asleep on the floor of the living room, so I snuck into the kitchen and dug around. Found a jar of honey." Hal and Darcy stared, puzzled. Abigail grinned again. "You remember the place had a problem with ants? Well, I smeared a trail of honey." Light dawned. "You lured the ants into the bathroom?" Hal said. "There's a big nest out back, right up against the wall under a bush. I saw a few ants inside the house, coming up through the floorboards in the bathroom. Lots of squished ones, too. I guess those scientists are making do, but you wouldn't catch me sleeping there. Anyway, I smeared a thin trail of honey on the weapons out of the bathtub, up the wall and out the window, then down to the nest." Darcy gave a shudder. Abigail shrugged. "It won't keep the soldiers away from the weapons for long, but maybe it'll delay them a bit." A scream came from the scientist's cottage, then a man's yell. Moments later, there came the sounds of crashing and stamping feet. The cottage door burst open, and 2 women hurtled out, brushing themselves down. Then another woman and 2 men emerged. One man was yelping with pain and slapping at his pants. Hal recognized this one as Osborne, the man who had led the people to the village in the first place. Hal, Darcy, and Abigail pressed back into their doorway, watching nervously and wishing they were someplace else. Giant red ants nearly the size of Hal's hand were clinging to Osborne's legs. He knocked them off and stamped hard, jumping around in circles and yelling. "I had no idea the ants were so big," Hal said. "Oh, they're monsters," Abigail said, a wicked gleam in her eyes. "No wonder the old man had to move out," Darcy said, wincing at the sight of the huge red ants pouring out of the doorway. Osborne and his scientist friends backed away from the cottage with horror on their faces. "The bugs in this world are enormous," one of the men said. A woman, still wearing her biosuit but carrying her hood and mask, shook her head in astonishment. "It's fascinating how things have evolved here. We have so much to learn. But I'm not letting go of my biosuit yet. If I were you, I'd go back in there and grab yours too before those ants get to them." Hal had no idea what ants could do to harm a biosuit, if anything, but he gave a shiver at the idea of putting the suit on and finding ants inside. "Leave 'em," Osborne said. "We don't need them here." "But we might not be staying here," the woman argued. "We can't let the suits go to ruin. We have to take care of them. We need to get them out of there and store them in a safe place in case we need them." "I knew we should have put the food away," another woman griped. "The ants went for the bathtub," Osborne said, stamping on another. "We had crackers sitting out on the table, juice in a cup, and they were more interested in the guns. Did you see them all over the bathroom walls and floor and in the tub? The weapons are a writhing mass of red bodies." Neighbors had started to look out of windows, and the door that Hal leaned on opened suddenly. He nearly fell inside. "Sorry," he said to the puzzled, beak-nosed woman who stood there. "We're just, The woman's eyes lit up and she beamed. "Oh, I know who you are. Come on in. You want breakfast?" Abigail shook her head. "Thanks, but no, we were just watching them." She nodded toward the temporary neighbors, who continued to argue and scratch at painful ant bites. "We'd better go." They left the woman and hurried away. "Let's get back to the gate," Hal suggested. "The soldiers should be here by now." "You know," Abigail said as they jogged, "that scientist has a point. These people are going to need their bio-suits, and probably sooner than they think. If we send them back to their own world, that is." "Better hope they have them then," Hal said, remembering that many of the soldiers had discarded their garish yellow suits. But he didn't remember anything like that left behind at the camp on the hill, so either they had packed them away in backpacks or the suits were stored in the ant-infested cottage. As they hurried through the streets, 4 soldiers came tearing past in the opposite direction, yelling at them to move aside. If they were going to fetch their spare weapons, Hal hoped they were in for a lot of trouble with the biting ants. One of the men was Hawk. He gave Darcy a hard stare as he passed, then slowed and turned back, a puzzled look on his face. But he didn't have time to say anything. He shook his head and ran to catch up with his buddies. "You don't think he recognized me, do you?" Darcy said. "I wouldn't put anything past that one," Hal retorted. "He's a nutcase. You should have seen him last night. Anyway, you'd better turn invisible. If anyone realizes that you didn't get chomped by a dragon earlier, then the game's up." A crowd had gathered at the gate. "It's the Naga," one shouted as he waved his hands about. "They're going to kill us all. There's no hope." Villagers ran this way and that, seemingly in a panic, grabbing whatever weapons they could lay their hands on, mostly pitchforks and shovels. They affected expressions of fear and shock, but Hal thought their acting was terrible. Luckily, the soldiers were focused on the Naga. The men had taken up positions just inside the gate. The fence did little to protect the village from an invading army of monsters, but acted as a defining boundary, somewhere tangible to draw a line of defense. Sergeants yelled instructions, and soldiers hunkered down behind the fence, aiming weapons out between the thin wooden rails at the advancing enemy. 3 soldiers had already dropped out of the fight. They huddled against a cottage wall, grimacing in pain, as arrows were extracted from arms or legs by colleagues with medical training. The Naga were known to be good shots and had obviously aimed to wound rather than kill. Hal did a quick tally of the soldiers, discounting the 3 wounded and the 4 who had hurried back to the ant-infested cottage. 10 soldiers had weapons. Apparently, 2 had been lost in the woods during the scuffle. That was 10 weapons too many. The Naga lurked at the edge of the nearby woods. Their advance had ended when the men had retreated across the open field. But the Naga continued to shoot, and arrows stuck out of the grass all over the place, some just 20 yards away from the fence. The village was out of their range. Miss Simone emerged from the crowd of villagers and grabbed Hal's arm. "What were you thinking, being a dragon earlier?" she whispered, her eyes fierce. "That was incredibly dangerous. You might have gotten shot." With a start, Hal remembered that he had been shot, but it was just a tiny hole in his wing. Mentally checking himself, he wondered where on earth the bullet hole was now, if it hadn't healed already. "I was trying to delay them," he said humbly, "in case Abby didn't have time to put the flamethrowers out of action." Miss Simone peered over his shoulder, her eyes narrowing. She released her iron grip on Hal's arm and turned to Abigail. "And did you?" Abigail shrugged. "We'll see, I guess." "And where's Darcy?" Miss Simone asked. "Right here, miss," a voice said from Hal's side. A smudge in the air moved, and Miss Simone jumped. Lieutenant Briscoe marched up. He looked ill, but had no time to dwell on it. He held his stomach and winced every now and then. "Lady Simone," he barked, "these creatures, these snake people, what's their objective here?" Miss Simone frowned. "Objective? They must have an objective. A mission. What's their goal?" He stared impatiently while Miss Simone considered. "Honestly, Lieutenant, you'll have to ask them. They might be here to kill as many of us as they can. Or they might just be fed up that you're here. Yet more humans stinking up the place, as they might say. And they know about the portals. They probably know you're from Old Earth and are in danger of bringing more humans through. Their objective? Now that I think about it, it's probably to kill you and your men before you can go back and tell the others." Briscoe hissed and closed his eyes for a moment. "So it's not the village they want?" "The village?" Miss Simone exclaimed. "Good heavens, no. What on earth would they want with our stone houses? They're forest dwellers, Lieutenant. No, I would suggest you retreat, leave this place, and go back home." The lieutenant scoffed at that idea. "Never. We stand our ground. How many can there be, anyway? We only counted about 20, maybe 25 tops." He snarled. "Bows and arrows against assault rifles? You wait till the boys return with the flamethrowers and grenade launcher. The odds are in our favor, lady, even with our arms diminished." He marched off again, shouting to the soldiers, "Hold your positions! If any of them advance more than a few feet from the trees with their bows and arrows drawn, fire at will." Miss Simone shivered. "I really don't like the sound of a grenade launcher." Or flamethrowers, Hal thought. "Well, the ogres will be here shortly," Miss Simone said. "Really?" Hal said. "You've seen them?" "One of my goblin scouts just sent word." 4 soldiers came staggering out of the nearby street, pushing their laden carts and yelling at the milling villagers for a clear path. The commotion from the pending early morning attack had dragged everyone out of bed. The carts weren't anywhere near as full as they had been the day before, because the men had just grabbed what they needed, including boxes of ammunition and an assortment of strange weapons. 2 of the soldiers carried curious backpacks connected by hoses to long-handled weapons. What Hal had learned were flamethrowers. His stomach turned over. So the masses of giant red ants hadn't stopped the soldiers at all. Hawk looked haggard as he approached the lieutenant. "Sir, sorry, got delayed. Giant ants in the stockroom. Nasty great things. Bit us over and over. I haven't got time for sob stories, man," Briscoe barked. He eyed the equipment and nodded. "I want the grenade launcher up front and flamethrowers at the ready." As the men set about offloading a heavy piece of artillery from one of the carts, Miss Simone turned away, pinching her nose between finger and thumb. "This isn't good," she said quietly to Hal, Abigail, and the blurred smudge that was Darcy. I think I underestimated the soldiers. I thought they'd back down quicker. I guess I just hoped that—" Hal was disturbed to see the worry on her face. "Can't I just turn into a dragon and chase them away? I'm sure I can get them to drop their weapons if—" "No, Hal," Miss Simone said shortly. "The moment they see you, they'll panic and fill you with bullets. Think, Hal. We need a better solution. At this point, I don't even know how the ogres can help when they get here." The Naga were beginning to move. They didn't emerge from the trees, but Hal could see them slipping back and forth in the shadows. Something was going on. Seconds later, he realized what it was. The ogres had arrived. They came bursting from the woods, 5, 6, 8 of them, now 11, 12, and many more shambling around in the depths of the woods. They were enormous, towering 25 to 30 feet, covered with tangled, matted hair. Their huge arms swung back and forth as they shuffled like apes across the grass toward the village. Gigantic mouths lolled open, with uneven teeth poking out at angles. Soldiers cried out in astonishment and horror, and one jumped up and ran for his life, shouldering past the villagers and disappearing down a street. He left behind a rifle, which another soldier quickly snatched up. Briscoe was still holding his stomach, breathing hard, his face red. "Hawk, remind me to shoot that deserter later." Hawk was too busy barking orders at his troops to respond. Two soldiers hurried with the grenade launcher to the fence and set it up on a tripod. "Ammo!" one yelled. Another soldier dug around in the cart and brought out a metal box. "Fire at will!" Briscoe barked to the rifleman as the ogres shambled closer. They had already covered half the distance across the open field. A rattle of gunfire caused the villagers to jump and cry out. Abigail ducked and covered her ears, while Miss Simone drew in her breath in horror. Hal remained absolutely still, rooted to the spot, watching as the ogres halted in their tracks and looked puzzled. They were too stupid to duck. They just stood and looked down as their chests and shoulders and arms were riddled with bullets. After a few seconds, they began to realize it hurt. "Hold your fire!" Briscoe yelled. Immediately the noise cut off, leaving Hal's ears ringing. The lieutenant and his troops, along with horrified villagers, watched in silence as the ogres touched and prodded their tiny wounds. One held up its finger and stared at the blood, perplexed. By studying its expression, Hal could almost read its fuzzy thought processes. There were no sharp arrows sticking out, no biting creatures in the air. And yet all these odd little holes had appeared across its massive body. 3 ogres began to howl. Whether it was in anger or pain wasn't clear, but they turned and shambled away, apparently done with the fight. The rest of the ogres in the field, around 18 or so, looked uncertain. Many had been hit by bullets, and they continued to prod their wounds and suck on their fat fingers. But a few hadn't been hit at all, and they resumed their march across the field, weaving past the line of moaning ogres in front. A soldier dumped a green metal box of ammunition right next to the grenade launcher and opened it. Inside was a never-ending belt of giant-size rounds. The soldier fed these into the side of the weapon. "If those are bullets," Abigail said, her voice shaking, "then they're going to really, really hurt the poor ogres." Hal watched in horror. "They're grenades! Grenades explode!" Chapter 20. The Ogres. Briscoe stood in the center of the gateway and yelled across the field. "Whoever's in charge out there, call off your dogs. The next time we hit these monsters, it'll do more than just irritate their sensitive skin." Miss Simone fidgeted and danced from side to side. Clearly she was on the verge of rushing forward and throwing herself at Briscoe's feet to beg him to stop. At this point, Hal wished she would. It would be easy for him to transform and roast the soldiers before they had a chance to turn around, to put an end to everything very quickly, but Miss Simone wanted to avoid hurting them. So did Hal. Still, if the alternative was to let them mow down innocent ogres. The shambling giants continued to close the gap. They were so close now that their smell was beginning to waft into the village, a stale, unwashed stench that made Hal want to gag. The soldiers stood their ground, or rather hunkered behind the fence. It was almost funny to think they were using the flimsy wooden rails as protection when an ogre could simply walk through it without even breaking step, or worse, stamp on it and squash the soldiers underfoot. Briscoe stood with his mouth open as the ogres came within 40 feet. He stared up at them, apparently mesmerized. Some of the soldiers were craning their heads toward him, eyes wide. "Sir? Sir? Can we shoot? Sir?" The grenade launcher was now ready. The soldiers in charge had hurriedly adjusted the tripod legs so they could point it higher to take account for the size of the ogres. Now the operator had his finger on the trigger. His colleague was almost hopping up and down with anxiety, waiting for the order to fire. Hawk suddenly turned to Briscoe, his thin face drained and veins bulging from his neck. "Lieutenant!" he snapped. Briscoe jumped and opened his mouth to give the order. Then something unexpected happened. A terrible screech filled the air. It was so loud and so close that Hal lurched sideways and almost fell over in his hurry to get away from it. Abigail dropped and rolled too, looking around in fear, and for a moment Darcy flickered into existence before fuzzing out again. The villagers jumped and spread outward from Hal and his companions. Miss Simone stood perfectly still, her mouth open wide. The scratchy, hoarse, ghastly screech was coming from her throat. It stopped everyone dead in their tracks, including the ogres. All heads turned her way. Although there was very little breeze that morning, her hair and cloak whipped around as if she stood in her own personal whirlwind. Even the dust on the ground blew in a circle around her feet. Behind her, several windows inexplicably shattered. When her scream finally ceased, a long silence descended. She looked around slowly, her face dark. The strange wind had stopped. "Enough," she said quietly. "Lieutenant Driscoll, tell your men to lower their weapons, and I'll tell the ogres to stop. Let's end this now before it's too late." Driscoll winced and clutched his stomach. Sweating, he shuffled closer. "What do you mean?" he snarled. "You'll tell these monsters to stop? How can you tell them to stop?" Then, as he studied Miss Simone's dark and stony expression, he froze. "Wait a minute. You—" His eyes narrowed, and he pointed at her. "You arranged this?" He backed away, his chest heaving. He stumbled into Hawk and grabbed the man's arm. "They're traitors," he rasped. "Traitors, sending monsters after us. They're all against us." He yanked his handgun from his holster and peered around at the villagers, turning in a slow circle. "Is that it? You want us gone so bad that you sent these monsters to take us down? You couldn't do it yourself, so you enlisted the help of the enemy?" Miss Simone stepped toward him. "Lieutenant, the idea was simply to scare you, to frighten you away. We thought that if you knew how dangerous this land was, how many monsters there are out there, then you'd go home and nobody would get hurt. The Naga and the Ogres, they've been ordered not to harm you, just to advance and scare you away." "And you failed!" Driscoll roared. The rage on his face was terrifying. Hal watched him wave his gun around, certain it would fire at any moment. "We run from nobody, lady!" Hawk suddenly ran to where the two soldiers waited by the grenade launcher. He shouldered one of them aside. "Hawk!" yelled Driscoll. "What are you doing?" "The ogres are advancing, sir," Hawk mumbled as he knelt by the weapon and angled it upward. The ogre he aimed at stood perfectly still, a look of sheer bewilderment on its face, towering over the fence and the soldiers that squatted there. "We need to take 'em out." "Hawk, stand down!" Driscoll commanded, striding toward him. He reached out and grabbed the man by the shoulder, just as the thin-faced man pulled the trigger. The weapon gave a metallic, rattling boom and jerked in his hands. A single grenade zipped past the ogre's ear. The ogre reacted slowly, leaning back a little and reaching up to its face. But by this time, the grenade was tearing through the trees in the distance. A muffled bang sounded, and the tops of the trees shook. For a second, that seemed to be the end of it. But then came a splintering sound, and slowly a tree began to fall. It crashed down in a cacophony of cracks and snaps, violently shaking the trees that stood nearby. Birds fluttered into the sky in a volley of indignant chirps. All the ogres had turned to watch. Then they turned back to face the soldiers, their odor almost overpowering. The monster who had narrowly escaped being blown into small pieces rubbed his ear thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. He chewed his lip while the soldiers, Driscoll and Hawk included, waited with bated breath. Then the ogre grew angry. Hal, watching with Abigail by his side, could almost see the annoyance bubbling up in the giant. The long fingers balled into fists, Biceps flexed and bulged under long, shaggy hair. The stomach drew in, the chest expanded, and the ogre's head tilted back as its mouth opened. When the roar came, all the other ogres joined in and began a shambling run toward the village. People screamed and scattered. Many of the soldiers jumped up and fled, while others fired at random. Briscoe and Hawk at first fought over the grenade launcher, but the ogres were way too close by now. Seconds later, a gigantic bare foot crashed down on the nearby fence, instantly smashing it to pieces and narrowly missing the bulky weapon. Both men scrambled away. Briscoe yelled for his men to retreat. They did so gratefully, hurrying from the perimeter toward the cottages. The wounded soldiers had already staggered away, complete with Naga arrows sticking out from various places. In a rage, Hawk caught up with one of the terrified soldiers that carried a flamethrower. "Use it! Burn 'em!" But the lieutenant said to retreat. Hawk punched the man viciously on the chin. While the soldier reeled, Hawk yanked the backpack from his shoulders. "Cowards, the lot of you!" he screamed. The backpack consisted of a pair of rounded canisters with a smaller one in the center. From the bottom of this smaller canister ran a hose into the end of something that vaguely resembled a rifle. Hawk turned, lifting the weapon to the advancing ogres. They loomed overhead in just a couple of strides, ready to stomp on him. He frantically fiddled with the weapon. Then, as a giant reached for him, he pointed it upward and fired. Flames shot out. They were long and reaching, a powerful jet of fiery liquid that splashed over the ogre and immediately set it alight. The ogre was engulfed in an instant. It lurched backward and stumbled into another, and together they fell. The ground shook as they landed, and a cloud of dust flew up as the ogres rolled around in the dirt. One of the wooden goblin carts was flattened, and mangled equipment spilled out. Hawk watched, breathing hard, as the ogre continued to roll. It was slapping at its arms and body and throwing dust over itself. The second ogre, having sat up, dug its huge hands into the ground and clawed up dirt, flinging it calmly over the flames in an effort to help its friend. Hal was amazed. The burning ogre hardly seemed hurt at all, just annoyed. Its hair was black all across its chest and shoulders, and the air stank with choking fumes. But gradually, the flames were smothered, and a fresh roll of smoke poured from its charcoal torso as it sat up and looked around in anger. Hawk backed away, his mouth open and the flamethrower lowering. It was obvious he couldn't believe his eyes. These giants seemed too stupid to die. The ogres, one still smoking, climbed to their feet and turned on him in slow motion, their great arms swinging and their feet descending in ground-shaking thumps. They clearly intended to squash Hawk before he burned them again. Hawk snapped out of his shock. Apparently the man had no intention of retreating. He was either very brave, very stubborn, or just plain crazy. He lifted the weapon again, his sweat-soaked face a mixture of horror and desperation. But instead of firing, he barked an order at the nearest soldier. Hal barely heard the words because his attention was fixed on the two ogres. They advanced on Hawk, and the man hurried backward, then turned and darted for cover around the corner of a cottage. A terrified soldier sprinted across to the abandoned launcher. Since the ogres were no longer stamping around it, the man was able to cower there and aim the barrel up at the two angry ogres. "No!" Miss Simone screamed, but it seemed the man's orders were simply to hold that position. Hawk chose that exact moment to yell from around the cottage wall, "Call 'em off or we blow 'em to bits! Do it!" The ogres, unaware or uncaring of the danger, reacted to his voice and lumbered toward the cottage. But then a smaller ogre shambled in through the village gate and roared something unintelligible to Hal's human ears. Whatever the words meant, they caused the adults to pause. Towering over the cottages, they slowly turned their huge, shaggy heads. Robbie stood there, a mere dwarf compared to his companions. He roared again, although a little more softly this time, and pointed to the soldier huddled behind the grenade launcher. There was a long, tense silence. Ogres stood in the field by the perimeter fence looking puzzled. Behind them, a line of Nagas slithered warily through the grass, arrows notched. Meanwhile, inside the fence, the two angry giants stared first at Robbie, then at the man positioned by the grenade launcher. Hal could almost see the skepticism in their faces. Had they already forgotten that the weapon had brought down a tree a minute or two earlier? "Now, let's all calm down," Hawk said, breaking the silence. The ogres once more turned to him, and Hal heard a deep, rumbling growl. Robbie spoke urgently to them. This time, he mimed an explosion with his hands and made an appropriate sound effect. It would have been comical had the situation not been so serious. The giant with the smouldering hair heaved a sigh, turned away from the village, and stamped back over the fence toward the field. The second giant followed, casting a disappointed look at Robbie. Gradually, the remaining ogres turned and shuffled after them. The Nagas, still wary, remained where they were, swaying from side to side. Toward the back, Hal spotted Emily. He wished she'd retreat, head back to the cover of trees. He wished they'd all retreat. They were sitting ducks, standing in the open field like that. Hawk emerged from his hiding place. He barked an order, and more soldiers appeared. All were white-faced, but they quickly regrouped. "That's more like it," Hawk said, somewhat hoarsely. He came over to Miss Simone and brandished the flamethrower, aiming it directly at her. "Try anything like that again, lady, and there's going to be some fatalities around here. Take a good look around. We have assault rifles trained on your snake friends. We can take them all out in seconds if we need to. We got a grenade launcher currently aimed toward your village. Don't make my man accidentally pull the trigger. And as for this flamethrower..." Hawk made a sudden grab for Hal and spun him around. Hal let out a cry as his arm was twisted into a painful position behind his back. Abigail, who had been standing nearby, involuntarily sprouted her wings and shot 3 feet into the air. Darcy, visible for a second or two, stumbled back. Miss Simone was furious. "You're insane," she hissed, jabbing her finger at the thin-faced man. "What do you hope to achieve by all this?" "Order!" Hawk snapped from right behind Hal's ear. "This is all your fault, lady. Now stand down. Send the monsters away. Whatever you were trying to do here failed. It's time to behave before someone important to you gets hurt." Hal was ready to transform. He sought a nod of approval from Miss Simone, but she kept glancing over at the wide-eyed soldier by the grenade launcher, whose finger rested on the trigger while the barrel pointed at the nearby rooftops. Hal remembered the Soothsayer's warning. The second shot will bring doom upon the village. Maybe this, here and now, was what he had referred to. With Hal's arm pinned behind his back and pain lancing through his shoulder, Hawk brandished the flamethrower and yelled instructions at his men. The troops had regained their confidence, and they turned on the villagers. Most of the men and women had already fled the scene, but the stragglers were herded together. Among them was Hal's father. But his mother might be among the many running for the safety of the village, and if that nervous soldier fired a grenade over the rooftops, accidentally or otherwise... Hal fought to remain calm. He had to let this play out, allow Hawk and his men to take control of the situation and get their tempers in check. But something was happening in the open fields. The Naga were distracted. They turned their heads this way and that, and their posture suggested they sensed an approaching danger. Kaga hissed a warning to his tribe, and Naga slithered away through the grass toward the forest. Karga himself stayed behind, along with Emily and one other. They swayed from side to side as they hurried in through the village gate. Naturally, Hawk and his men brought up their weapons as the sinister snake people drew closer. But Karga ignored the frantic shouting of angry soldiers and the weapons that were aimed at his head. He approached Miss Simone. "We sense danger," he said simply. "Is this another of your tricks?" Hawk yelled, causing Hal to wince and try to break free of the man's vice-like grip. "What are you throwing at us this time?" Miss Simone ignored him. She opened her mouth to ask Karga something and then froze. She, like everyone else in the vicinity, had heard the same thing. It was a distant, booming moan. In absolute silence, Miss Simone, Hal, Emily, and her Naga friends, Abigail, Darcy, Hawk, a platoon of anxious soldiers and scientists, and a huddled group of villagers looked toward the fields. Even the ogres who had moved on up the hill stood motionless. Another moan filled the air, and one of the villagers whimpered. Then they all heard the distinct sound of giant footfalls. Hal could swear he felt a tremor in the ground with each dull thud. They made the stamping of ogres seem like the patter of small children. "Here they come," Miss Simone said softly. Then she strode forward, her arms raised. "Listen to me, all of you. Remain calm. They're just passing through. Do you hear me, Hawk? They're just passing through." Hawk was breathing hard, and Hal again tried to break loose. The man's grip automatically tightened. "What is that?" a soldier called out. "It's big, whatever it is," another said. It emerged from behind the forest at the foot of the hill and began to climb the slope to the top, an enormous, dull black lizard with bright red, glowing eyes and a long, slender snout. It was 10 times the size of Fenton, easily 100 feet long in head and body, with a tail that more than doubled its length. A jagged crest ran from the top of its head and along its back. The monster stomped by the soldiers' campsite, its tail swinging around and flattening the nearby oak tree. A second, nearly identical creature followed close behind. The creatures appeared to move in slow motion, but they covered a lot of ground with each ponderous, ground-shaking step. Hal saw clods of earth flying up as massive clawed feet lifted, swung forward, and thumped down. Their long tails dragged behind, leaving a trail of flattened grass and pulverized bushes. The leading lizard opened its mouth and revealed neat white teeth. Another low moan escaped, echoing and booming across the landscape. Weapons clicked and rattled as nervous soldiers aimed at the monsters and awaited orders. "They'll be gone in a minute," Miss Simone called again, hurrying to stand before them. She stared down the quivering barrels of multiple rifles. "Just hold still. Time out, everyone. Stay calm." "Dinosaurs," Hawk mumbled in Hal's ear. "Dinosaurs." "Let me go," Hal said. "Please, let me go." Hawk twisted Hal's arm even more tightly. "Keep still, boy." The second of the giant lizards swung its great head and looked toward the village. Even though the creatures were far up on the hill, the red glowing eyes burned brightly. For a second, Hal thought he saw pure malice in its gaze. Then he shivered. He was imagining things. Unfortunately, the soldier huddled behind the grenade launcher seemed to be imagining things too, because he gave a strangled yelp. Sir, they're coming for us. Shall I shoot?" "Hold your fire," Hawk mumbled, almost absently. He seemed mesmerized by the sight of the impossibly large lizards silhouetted against the sky. They made the landscape look like a scale model. "Sir? Did you say to fire?" "No!" Hal yelled. "No, he said don't fire!" Whether by accident or not, the soldier pulled the trigger. For the second time that morning, the grenade launcher let out a rattling boom and jerked backward. This time, the grenade found its target. It smacked into the broadside of the second lizard, somewhere just over its powerful rear leg. The grenade exploded on impact, and the monster convulsed. It swung around and snapped ferociously, finding a large, bloody, smoking, and extremely painful crater in its flank. The lizard bellowed, and its angry companion, enraged at the attack on its sibling, changed course and stamped toward the village. The soothsayer's words rang in Hal's mind once more. The second shot will bring doom upon the village. Miss Simone spun around and shouted a single word at Hal, "Go!" Hal sprang into action. Chapter 21. The Giants Attack. Hal transformed. He felt a surge of satisfaction as his dark green, armor-plated hide popped into existence and flung Hawk backward. Hal turned on him, gave a hearty roar, and breathed fire in his direction. The soldier stumbled away with a yell, the flamethrower weapon dropping from his grasp and dangling on its hose while his hands went up to protect his face. He fell backward into the dirt and stared in horror as Hal stomped closer and towered over him. With a dragon's fang-filled jaws inches from his face and a couple of dinosaurs coming down the hill, the thin-faced soldier appeared to lose his bravado. He rolled and scuttled away on all fours, making odd squeaking, choking noises, the bulky flamethrower pack wobbling from side to side on his back and the weapon dragging behind. Hal snatched the pack in his jaws and lifted. The soldier screamed and flailed helplessly, reminding Hal of the many times Robbie had plucked a beetle from the ground and watched as it continued walking in air. He gave a gentle shake, and the straps broke. The soldier dropped to the ground and continued scuttling, his eyes wide with terror. All around, soldiers fled. The terrified man behind the grenade launcher had started to back away, but now he reached for the trigger again. Hal leaped toward him and bellowed, and the man instantly scrambled sideways with a yelp. He crawled under the fence and sprinted away as though his uniform were on fire. Hal stamped viciously on the heavy weapon. The tripod buckled. Hal stamped again, and this time the barrel bent. Satisfied, he turned to go after Hawk. The lizards were stomping down the hill. The first was already close, red eyes blazing. The second lagged behind, dragging its hind leg. The noise they made was terrible, a cacophony of booming roars and moans. Hal became aware of Abigail buzzing near his ear. "Miss Simone's gone to evacuate the village," she called urgently. "She said you need to stop the lizards if you can." "Stop them!" Hal roared in his dragon voice. He stared at the approaching monsters, feeling utterly dwarfed. "Stop them how?" Not understanding him, Abigail buzzed away. But she didn't go far. She wrung her hands nervously, looking down on Hal from above. He glanced around. Villagers and soldiers alike had vanished. He saw no sign of Darcy nor Miss Simone, nor even Emily and her Naga friends, although he vaguely remembered a glimpse of long snake tails disappearing along a street. Out in the field, the ogres were standing around with open mouths. Robbie was with them. He had been leading them away from the village. Now he was hurrying back. "Stay clear," Hal growled at him, wishing he could make himself understood. He and Abigail could fly to safety, whereas Robbie could not. Hal launched into the sky. In seconds he was rising above the cottages, high over the lizards. He was just in time to see the first monster smash through the perimeter fence. In one bound, it flopped down on the nearest cottage. The thatch and timber roof, smoking chimney, and stone walls collapsed in a pile of rubble, and a huge cloud of dust billowed outward. Then the lizard lurched forward, uncaring of the damage its massive paws caused as it gripped neighboring cottages and pulled itself into the street beyond. The monster flattened a second cottage before Hal could collect his thoughts and decide what to do. He didn't want to hurt these creatures, but he had to stop them somehow. He circled around, wincing at the crashes and bangs as a third cottage was pulverized. He hoped nobody was home. As he came in for a dive, he glimpsed a crowd of villagers a number of streets away, running for their lives. They ran down every street they could find, streaming like ants in all directions, anywhere but the east gate. Hal aimed for the lizard's head and breathed fire. He wanted it to be hot enough to make the creatures think twice, but not harmful. Besides, he had already seen how a serious injury could provoke them. His flames licked at the creature's face. It jerked in surprise, twisting sideways and thrashing its head around. Another cottage fell. Then its red eyes locked on Hal. The long jaws opened in a display of teeth, and a rumbling snarl carried across the village. It snapped at him. Hal jerked backward in midair, his flames cutting off as the dull black head rose 10 or 15 feet straight toward him before falling back. It wasn't close enough to grab him, but it didn't need to be, because a stream of grayish liquid shot out of the monster's mouth. Most of it splashed to earth, but some spattered over him. He began to turn, but felt a blast of warm air rush over him. He knew what that meant, but didn't know how much it would affect him until the liquid glue hardened and his right wing stuck to his side. Then he began to tumble. Panicking, he fought to release his wing. He was tangled up in an elastic, sticky substance which tightened as he struggled. He hit the ground hard in the middle of a street. Too bad he hadn't landed on a soft, thatched roof. He rolled around, desperately trying to get loose, aware that the lizard was smashing its way over the rooftops to get to him. He switched to his human form, breathing hard. Great strands of glue fell away in heavy clumps. Some of it was stuck to his clothing, but he peeled at it with shaking fingers until he ran out of time. A gigantic black head appeared over the roof of the cottage he stood in front of. Hal ran. He had seen, just for a fraction, a look of annoyance as the lizard searched the ground for the dragon. It had seen only a small boy. Hal took advantage of that precious moment and disappeared along a side street, his heart thumping as he hurdled a fence and tore through someone's damp washing hanging on a line. He expected the walls around him to come tumbling down, tons of stones squashing him into the dirt. He turned into another alley and saw a dead end ahead. No matter. He had gained a little headway, and it was probably safe to become a dragon again. He transformed, but then realized he had very little space between the walls. He had no room at all to beat his wings and launch. Frustrated and annoyed, he scaled a cottage wall with scrabbling claws. Once on the thatched roof, rafters splintered under his weight, but he had room to spread his wings now, and he leapt for the sky. The black lizard monster was alarmingly close. It took very few strides to catch up to fleeing humans. As Hal soared into the air, he was appalled at the trail of destruction, a dead straight trench through the village, littered with stones, wooden beams, smashed furniture, bundles of straw, and clouds of dust. "Try and stop it," Miss Simone had said. All Hal had managed to do was annoy it further. The second lizard limped into the village after its enraged brother. It took the easy route, dragging itself along the flattened trench. Its wound looked horrible, and Hal wondered how on earth it could be repaired. Would the armor plating grow back over it? The creatures hadn't made it halfway into the village yet. There was still a great deal more damage they could do. If they continued in a straight line to the far side, another dozen or more homes would be destroyed, and that was if they continued in a straight line. If they decided to stop and roll around, perhaps do some exploring, then a lot more of the village would be demolished. There was pandemonium in the streets. Hal truly hoped every man, woman, and child had evacuated their homes. Dogs barked madly. He imagined several cats diving for cover and hoped they wouldn't end up squashed under tons of rubble. He felt sorry for the clucking chickens that darted around aimlessly and the goats that bleated from their pens, but there was nothing anyone could do for them right now. There was no time for anything except getting clear. And judging by the speed of the giants, time was running short. Many of Carter's residents were old, and they lagged behind the stream of evacuees. An elderly man at the rear of the crowd was being helped along by a couple of frantic young men. As Hal flew in to help, he glanced through a window and saw another old person, a white-haired woman staring out of her kitchen with a puzzled look on her face. She was an even more urgent case. Yet even as he turned toward the cottage, he saw another villager in need of help. A young woman emerging from her home with 3 very small children, one still in a crib. The other 2 were toddlers, happily unaware of their impending doom. The woman struggled with them, trying to sweep all 3 into her arms, crying with desperation as one of the monsters towered over the rooftops. Torn with indecision, Hal hesitated, and then a thunder of hooves caught his attention. Startled, he looked around, aware that another cottage was collapsing just a street or 2 away. A shadow fell around him. One of the giant lizards was right there behind him. Horses galloped into view around a corner, 2, 3, now 5 of them, all white and grey. On their backs were petite figures with blue skin and flowing white hair. Elves. One leaped alongside the old man, and the younger men wasted no time hoisting him onto the horse's back behind the elf. The blue-skinned rider was the size of a child in comparison. He urged the old man to hold tight, then kicked and yanked on the reins. The horse spun and galloped away. The 2 young men who'd helped him sprinted off. Another 2 elves on horseback trotted to a halt by the struggling woman and her children. She gratefully accepted their help, and all sped away to safety. Hal spun around, feeling hot air on his back. A monstrous black snout hovered over him. A clawed paw rose above the cottage roof and smashed down, sending rubble flying outward. Glass tinkled and wood cracked. The lizard opened its mouth and roared so loudly that the ground trembled. Hal could smell the monster's breath and see bits of unchewed food lodged between its teeth. He smashed his way into the nearby cottage through a living room window. It wasn't nearly big enough, and the bony ridge along his back got wedged on the wooden frame. With a grunt, he pushed through and fell into the living room, taking the frame with him. With seconds to spare and the frame hanging around his neck, he rushed into the next room. The doorway was too small, so he took out large sections of the wall on either side. He burst through in a shower of wood and plaster. In the room beyond, the old white-haired woman turned to look at him. "Oh my," she said. Hal reverted to his human form. The window frame clattered to the floor around his feet. "What on earth is going on?" the woman said, her cheeks red. "My hearing isn't what it once was, but I—" Then half the cottage collapsed. The floor shuddered, and daylight appeared in the next room. The entire ceiling, several thick oak beams along with dozens of thinner supports and a thick covering of thatch, moved and twisted, then started to sag. Dust billowed everywhere. "Out!" Hal yelled and shoved the woman rudely into the hallway. The walls were contorting wildly as he and the woman reached the door. Bangs and pops sounded behind them. Hal glanced back to find an enormous glowing red eye peering down at him, where the roof had fallen in. The front door opened before he or the woman got to it. It burst inward, and 2 elves stood there, their blue eyes even bigger than usual. One of the elves was female, a full head shorter than Hal. "Oh, Canaan," the lady croaked, "is the world falling apart?" "I knew you'd still be here, Maggie," the elf said. She grasped the old woman's hands and tugged her toward the door. "Come on, quickly!" The room darkened, and Hal sensed a huge foot descending on him. He gave the woman a push, sending her into the arms of the elves, then spun around. The hallway collapsed, and the roof fell in. Wood and plaster fell on Hal's feet and ankles, and then wooden beams and bundles of thatch began to rain down on him. He reeled backward, transforming as he did so, grateful for his tough reptilian hide as he was swallowed in a choking cloud of dust and debris. But then he was blinking in bright, hazy daylight, clambering over piles of stone and the remains of a front door. Amazed, he saw a flash of white as a horse galloped away. Clinging to its back were the two elves and old Maggie. Another bellowing roar filled the air. The monster was pouring through the rubble, trying to find him. As the dust began to clear, it caught sight of him standing not 10 feet away. Hal launched into the sky, giving the creature a hot blast of fire as he went, distracting it long enough to get clear of its sticky spit. The thick stream of liquid came moments later, arcing under his feet as he climbed. The lizard sprayed frantically, trying to catch him, but he was already out of range. Looking down, Hal saw dozens of white horses and diminutive blue riders, each with a passenger, pounding along the streets to safety. He also spotted a shiny black horse with wings. That was Orson, one of Miss Simone's shapeshifter friends. 2 small boys clung to his back as he spread his wings, launched into the air, and flew off over the rooftops to safety. Gasping with exertion, Hal began to glide in a large circle. From this height, he could see that many villagers were fanning outward from the center, getting out of the path of destruction, while many more poured toward the west gate. 3 Nagas slithered effortlessly alongside, but several people tripped on their long, thick, serpent bodies. Ahead of them, the elves hurdled the fences, their white horses dazzling in the sunlight. Hal's eyes widened. There was something outside the village to the west. He blinked, and his mouth dropped open. A 3rd black lizard stomped toward the village. It was notably smaller than the other 2, less than half the size, but was still an impressive sight. It came down the road that Hal and his friends had become so familiar with. The colossal reptilian creature filled the width and several yards of long grass to either side, and moved in an ungainly, somewhat lazy fashion. Its belly never quite touched the road, although it came close. As Hal flew overhead, he heard the creature grunting and huffing with each gigantic movement. Perched on the monster's back were 2 familiar and very welcome figures, Blacknail the goblin, stiff and grim, and Fenton, who was in his own lizard form. Hal had been up close to this creature already, actually stood on its back, and it had seemed huge at the time, 40 feet of scaly fat and muscle from snout to rump, and it still seemed huge, walking free on the road, out in the open. However, it was petite compared to the 2 bulls stamping through the village. Even if Fenton could talk to them, what could he achieve with those rampaging creatures? They were angry. He glanced back. The first of the 2 giants had paused and was sticking out its tongue as if tasting the air. Almost directly ahead, it smelled... what? Fear? Meat? Or something else? It resumed its stamping and slithering, pulverizing more cottages as it went. Hal dropped onto the grass. The mother lizard rotated one glowing red eye and fixed a steely glare on him, then returned her attention to what lay ahead. Hal was no expert, but he thought there was now a sense of urgency to her shuffling. Hal shifted to his human form and ran toward the lizard. "Fenton, you've got to stop them. Talk to them. Tell them to stop." Blacknail looked down at him as the monster stamped onward. "We know. We got eyes." Fenton slithered along the armor-plated surface, sticking easily to the side. He put his snout near the mother lizard's ear and whispered. Villagers poured out of the gate just then and stopped dead. Fenton's lizard mom came to a halt before them. She let out a bellow, a cross between a hiss and a rumbling roar, and everyone began to scream. People scattered, some running off the road and into the forest, while others turned and headed back into the village. Elves on horseback dashed around, getting in front of people and yelling, blocking the way and urging them to regroup. Hal realized the riders knew this third lizard monster was friendly. Then, gradually, all went quiet. People slowed and stopped, exhausted. Dozens of white horses trotted in circles, and the elf riders carefully deposited their passengers. Orson, the winged horse, swooped down and landed. Near the center of the village, the hulking black creatures paused, sniffing the air. Although one stood behind the other, both heads were plainly visible, sticking up above the chimneys in a fine haze of dust and smoke, red eyes glowing. The leading lizard emitted a huffing bark sound, rather like a dog standing at a door with its head tilted and ears cocked. Its meaning was obvious. Mother? After that, the creatures began communicating in a series of urgent moans and hisses across the rooftops, their necks stretched and heads held high. It grew so loud that people covered their ears and babies cried. The lizard mom inched forward, her clawed toes flexing as though she could barely restrain herself from smashing through the village gate and stamping across homes to get to her sons. Somehow, Fenton had managed to persuade his giant companion to stay out of the village. Even more remarkably, she in turn had impressed upon her long-lost rampaging sons the need to stand still for a minute and quit squashing houses. Hundreds of people stood silent, both inside and outside the gate, spread around the perimeter and huddling in alleys. Most of them couldn't see what was happening in the center of the village. But Hal could, because he stood on the sloping road a short distance from the gate. The bull lizards were very close to the large pond in the center, and having been told not to advance any farther, they decided it was fine to take a drink before turning around and retracing their oversized footsteps. The lead monster shifted sideways, and yet another cottage collapsed under his weight. Hal winced. Then the creature dipped its head out of sight. When it came up, its slender snout was glistening wet and dripping. Slowly, it swung around, twisting its body almost double until it faced its sibling. Then it squirted a stream of water. The second lizard opened its mouth almost lazily and accepted the drink. Chapter 22. Troops in the Woods. "Where are the rest of the soldiers?" Miss Simone demanded. She looked worn down, not from the frantic dash through the village, but from the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. She blamed herself for everything that had happened. So many homes destroyed, such destruction. She wished she could turn back the clock and start over, handle the situation differently, perhaps deal with the soldiers more harshly from the outset. Half the soldiers and scientists had been rounded up. Their temporary prison was quite ingenious. They stood in the middle of the road, staring up the mother lizard's nostrils, eyeing her teeth with horror. They couldn't run anywhere because the creature's long tail encircled them. One had already tried to hop over and had promptly been stuck to the ground with a spurt of sticky spit. Nobody had tried to escape after that. However, the other half of the invaders had disappeared into the forest, including Briscoe and Hawk. Unfortunately, many of those men were armed. Gristletooth was busy organizing his own goblin troops. "Lady Simone's got her hands full with the people and the elves and the giant lizards," he said to Hal. "It's up to us to go round up the missing soldiers." "Round them up?" Hal repeated. He looked toward the forest. "How?" Gristletooth scowled and turned. Behind him, dozens of goblins armed with swords awaited his orders. He gestured with his thumb, and the goblins hurried past, headed into the forest. Their armor clanked, and their breath came in heavy rasps. "Look, I'll help," Hal said. "Maybe I can get around to the far side of the soldiers and herd them back this way." "Then go," Gristle-tooth grunted, and hurried off after his comrades. Hal was about to shift to his dragon form when something white flashed above. Startled, he glanced up. "Hi, Hal," a familiar voice said. "Lauren!" She swept down, her white feathered wings flapping once, twice, as she glided in for a perfect landing on powerful talons. She grinned, leaped closer, and gazed at him with yellow eyes. "I've been watching from above," she said, folding her arms and wings in unison. "Those monsters make the ogres look tiny." "Where's Robbie?" Hal asked, looking around. "I could do with his help." "He's in the field on the hill, making sure the ogres don't go rummaging around in the village. There's enough mess there already." Hal shook his head ruefully. "How did Robbie get them to come along?" Lauren sighed. "It took him ages to convince his moronic friends to come with us on a little trip. He promised them all sorts of things, stacks of food, juicy insect eggs, treasures, you name it. But what did it in the end was the challenge." "Challenge?" "The challenge of who's the strongest ogre," Lauren said. "If there's one thing ogres like, it's breaking and throwing things. Robbie convinced them that there was a creature so big that not even the strongest ogre could lift it. They didn't believe him. As far as they knew, there was no such creature on land." "So you took them to the stone quarry," Hal said, itching to go after the soldiers, but curious to hear the story. "And they rebuilt the crane? Obviously you got the shadow demon out of her prison okay?" Lauren nodded. "It worked great. Robbie kind of crawled around inside the giant treadmill wheel and winched the lizard up. After that, the ogres seemed lost, so they followed Robbie everywhere." She shielded her eyes against the glare of the morning sun. "Who's Miss Simone talking to?" Hal looked to where she was pointing. Miss Simone was among the crowds, deep in conversation with a thin woman. The woman wore a curious hat with a veil hanging down in front. "No idea," Hal said, shrugging. "Look, I've got to go." "Be careful," Lauren said. Hal transformed and shot off over the forest. Peering down through the trees, he looked carefully for movement. He found the goblins first, even heard their clanking armor and short, rasping breaths. Much farther in, he saw the first of the soldiers, a straggler. It was a man laden with the second flamethrower. Hal continued on. It wasn't long before he came across the rest, most of them walking now, clearly out of breath. Their sweaty scent rose up through the trees and caught in Hal's finely tuned nostrils. He snarled and dove recklessly into the forest. After crashing haphazardly through branches, he landed heavily on all fours, his clawed feet sinking into soft soil. Twigs and leaves rained down on him, along with a couple of hefty branches. Shaking himself, he swung around. The soldiers had frozen, perhaps thinking that if they didn't move, the dragon wouldn't see them. But when Hal faced them with a deep, rumbling growl, swishing his tail from side to side and flattening bushes, the soldiers backed off. "Hold your ground!" a voice shouted. It was the thin-faced man, Hawk. He leaned forward and placed his hands on his knees, breathing hard. Two men were half-carrying Lieutenant Briscoe. The big man was limp, his feet only vaguely helping in the march through the forest. He lifted his head and struggled to focus. What's... Hal decided it was time to remind them he was there. He stretched his neck and gave a roar loud enough to shake the trees. Many of the soldiers and scientists whimpered and stumbled back, and the lieutenant's eyes widened. But Hawk stood up straight and stepped forward, approaching Hal with a steely look on his face. "You're that boy," he said. He came to a stop no more than 10 feet away, well within burning range. "I don't know your name, boy, but you're that shapeshifter, the one who can turn into a dragon." Hal stared at him, wondering where the man was going with this. Unfortunately, his pause helped to confirm Hawk's point. See? He swung around to his fellow troops. If he were a real dragon, he'd have attacked by now, but he hasn't, because he can understand what I'm saying. Sure looks like a dragon, someone muttered. Hawk strode up to Hal and stared at him face to snout. I've seen a lot of stuff from nightmares today. Snake people, Bigfoot monsters, dinosaurs, and a dragon. Only you ain't a real dragon. He wiped his brow and grinned. So, Dragon Boy, what are you going to do now? Burn us all? Are you up to it? Hal growled while flexing his claws and swinging his tail back and forth. But the man was right. Threatening to burn them and actually burning them were two entirely different things. Hawk laughed and called back over his shoulder. See that, guys? He won't burn us. He can't. The kid doesn't have it in him. He let me go earlier when he could easily have chewed me up. He didn't eat that girl either. Remember the blonde he snatched up on the hill? We all thought the dragon took her off and ate her. There were several murmurs and nods. But then I saw her again, alive and well, this morning in the street. I couldn't figure it out at the time, thought she must have been a different girl. Then I put it together. He faked her death, hid her somehow. He couldn't eat her because he ain't a real dragon. This dragon is nothing but a kid. Hal felt his anger growing, and he growled again. Nothing but a kid? Though the entire platoon shifted nervously, Hal inwardly quailed at the assault rifles they held. It didn't really matter how big or small he was, those bullets could kill him. Lieutenant Briscoe shook himself free from his helpers and staggered forward. He reached out to lean on Hawk's shoulder as he peered at Hal. Sweat dribbled freely off his forehead. Look, kid, Hawk's right. You ain't gonna hurt us, and we don't want to shoot you. So give it up. We're tired and need to restock. We get the message, okay? You don't want us here, but chasing us out of town with your pet monsters ain't the answer. Hawk frowned, but said nothing. Uncertain, Hal shifted to his human form. Oddly enough, it was this simple act that sent grown men reeling and stumbling, gasping in amazement. Some of them had seen him change earlier, but most hadn't, and they fell over themselves in their effort to get away from the impossibility that stood before them. Impossible, a woman murmured, shaking her head in astonishment. Briscoe and Hawk blinked in surprise, but remained where they were. A triumphant look came over Hawk's face. Good boy, he said, barely able to keep the contempt out of his voice. I came to bring you back, Hal said, with a sinking feeling very much like the one he had experienced when trying to ask the dragons in the labyrinth to refrain from eating people. You're wanted out by the road, so you can be sent home. Which is exactly why we ain't going anywhere, Hawk snapped. You send those snake people after us, and we'll mow 'em down. He listened briefly, and Hal became aware of the distant clanking of goblin armor. And whoever that is, you tell him to turn around and go home, you hear? We ain't going anywhere. Briscoe closed his eyes again. Shut up, Hawk. You're not being practical. How long do you think we're going to hold out here, in a forest? We need to... He doubled over and then sank to his knees. A man and woman rushed over, carrying boxes that had red crosses on the side. Hal recognized the woman. She was the plain-speaking, curly-haired doctor that had visited Dr. Kessler's home. I told you earlier, Hawk, he needs a hospital, she said sternly, pushing past the thin-faced man. He's been poisoned. We all have, Hawk retorted. It was that food. His eyes opened wide, and his mouth fell open. He stared at Hal. You did that too, didn't you? You poisoned us. It was just supposed to slow you down, Hal said. His confirmation caused a commotion throughout the group. It slowed us down, all right, the doctor said stiffly. What did you give us? A surge of guilt swept through Hal. It wasn't supposed to... Look, my friend used a hemlock plant and... As soon as he said that, the doctor gasped. You poisoned us with hemlock, are you nuts? Everyone shuffled restlessly. Fear was ebbing away now, and there were angry rumblings. Several rifles clicked as they were brought up to point at Hal. "You people are crazy," the doctor said. "Hemlock?" She shook her head and scowled. "I don't know why Briscoe is worse off than the rest of us, but he needs proper medical attention." She turned and called, "Get me a breathing mask." Hawk watched as Briscoe was lowered gently to the soil and a transparent mask placed over his mouth and nose. It had a fat, tube-shaped airbag sticking out, and the woman doctor began to squeeze it gently. Then Hawk spoke to his men. "Listen up. We're staying right here. Set up a perimeter, armed guards, shoot anything that comes near." "But there are goblins headed this way," Hal said desperately. "They'll be here any moment. You can't fight everyone." Even as he said this, a shout went up. Soldiers hurried to positions behind trees and aimed their weapons in the direction of the approaching goblins. "There are loads of them, sir," a soldier yelled. "Then start shooting," Hawk began, looking exasperated. But then he stopped as a strange zipping noise filled the air. He clutched at his throat and staggered. Many other soldiers did the same. Hawk looked shocked. He turned all the way around, stumbling, his legs wobbling. His neck and face had several needles sticking out. As he plucked at one and stared at it, his eyes rolled up, and he collapsed into a bush. Behind him, 8 other soldiers, all armed, dropped to the ground without a noise, likewise drained of the urge to fight. The rest of the soldiers and scientists threw themselves to the ground, looking fearfully around for their attackers. The curly-haired doctor bravely stayed with the lieutenant, holding his head and staying low. Briscoe was already out of it, blissfully unaware of the latest development. "Lions!" a man cried. "Red lions!" another said in disbelief. Out of the bushes came 9 creatures that resembled lions, but had manes of vivid red hair. Their eyes were icy blue, their mouths lined with 3 rows of needle teeth. Black lips turned up to form distinctly human grins as the creatures circled the platoon. Their long, segmented scorpion tails rose in the air to show off ugly black stingers surrounded by quills that stuck out at all angles. "What on God's clean earth are those?" the doctor whispered. Hal grinned ruefully. "Manticores. You think Hemlock is bad? Those quills are poisonous, but they're just meant to bring you down. It's those big black stingers you need to worry about. Those are deadly." The nearest manticore, as if to prove a point, stepped closer and waved its arcing tail in her direction. A thick glob of yellow liquid oozed from the end of the stinger and hung there. The doctor stared at it with her mouth open. The sounds of clanking armor came closer. The soldiers lay flat in the dirt, faces down, eyes squeezed shut, some temporarily paralyzed from the poison quills and others just wishing they were someplace else. The only exception was the curly-haired doctor, who continued to stare in morbid fascination at the manticore's stinger quivering over her head. Hal studied the manticore too. It looked exactly like all the others, but was marginally smaller and perhaps a little cleaner. "Thomas?" "Who else?" the manticore replied in a high, fluty voice. The doctor moaned and promptly fainted. The goblins confiscated the soldiers' weapons. Under careful supervision, flanked by manticores, with Hal bringing up the rear, the soldiers were marched through the forest and back to the road. Manticores prowled back and forth. They were in stealth mode, hardly making a sound, slipping in and out of view around the trees. Every time Hal glanced at one, it froze with a paw in mid-air. Thomas kept a close watch on the thin-faced hawk. Watching him like a hawk, Hal thought, wishing Abigail were here to appreciate the pun. He marveled at the situation. How had Thomas persuaded these untamed, vicious beasts to help in this way? What was in it for them? he wanted to ask, but didn't want the soldiers to overhear. In any case, he was jumping for joy to see his old friend again. Surely this proved beyond a shadow of doubt that Thomas had plenty of humanity left in him. Bristol slipped in and out of consciousness. Osborne, the scientist who had brought them all to this world, was silent and sullen. As the large group neared the edge of the forest, the manticores slowed and hung back. Thomas remained at Hal's side, but appeared nervous. When Hal asked what was wrong, the boy visibly shivered and licked his black lips. "We don't normally leave the forest," he said in a quavering voice. Still, he forced himself to continue with Hal to the outskirts, leaving the other manticores behind. Their sudden absence was marked with a sigh of relief from the soldiers. Thomas looked back and made a strange sound, a cross between a moan and a woof, perhaps some kind of farewell or thanks. At that, his red-furred, blue-eyed friends turned and slipped away into the trees, dashes of crimson in the gloom. Then, with a deep breath, Thomas stepped out of the trees with Hal. Everything seemed to be under control in the village. Fenton remained with his newfound lizard mom, and the rest of the platoon sulked in their makeshift jail within the confines of the long black tail that encircled them. Miss Simone and Blacknail leaned on it as though it were a fence, peering in at the prisoners. Most of the villagers had wandered off to survey the damage to their homes, now that the two bull lizards had, somewhat clumsily, turned and headed back to the field, where the ogres waited. As the goblins marched out of the forest with their prisoners, Miss Simone came to confront Lieutenant Bristol. The sweat-soaked man, supported by his colleagues, frowned and struggled to focus. "You're going home," Miss Simone said quietly, "and you're taking your weapons with you." "There are others," Bristol rasped. "There's a squad on its way from the north. You can't just expect us—" "When that squad arrives," Miss Simone said, "they'll be rounded up to join you on your journey home. Look around you, Lieutenant. You can see that I have all the resources I need to make this happen. You're beaten. Go quietly so nobody else gets hurt." Bristol dropped his gaze and gritted his teeth. "You may have won this battle, Lady Simone, but it ain't over. You must know that, right? With everything we've learned about your world, you think we can just go home and never speak of it? Never try to come back?" He shook his head and laughed bitterly. "We'll be back, and next time I'll bring an army and so much firepower." "Get them out of here," Miss Simone snapped, dismissing him with a flick of her hand. "Go lock them in a barn somewhere until it's time to go." The long black tail curled upward out of the way, and the goblins bustled around, brandishing swords and gathering the platoon together. The curly-haired doctor called out, "We're not all soldiers, you know. It's not fair that you're treating us all like common criminals." "You associated with them," Miss Simone said sourly. "You came with them, so you're going back with them." "And what about me?" a man yelled. It was Osborne. "I have a right to be here. My wife and I were one of the chosen couples all those years ago." Miss Simone frowned. "But you left the island. We never saw you again. If you'd stayed on the island instead of going off to check things out, your wife would still be alive today, and your son or daughter would be all grown up." "Move it!" a goblin growled, tapping the man's leg with the side of his stubby sword. The group shuffled toward the village. Osborne twisted his head around. "If my wife and I had stuck around, what kind of monster child would we have ended up with? I've been wondering about that for years. I have a right to know. Tell me." Miss Simone didn't answer until Osborne was well on his way. She stared after him, then answered in a low voice that hardly anyone heard. "A troll," she whispered. Chapter 23. Cleaning Up. The prisoners left through the gate, and villagers fell in behind them, murmuring and pointing. Miss Simone sighed and turned to Hal, then beamed as a manticore nudged into view between them. She ruffled Thomas's mane. This has been a very strange few days, but it's good to see you again, Thomas. Are you here to stay? Yeah, I guess, the boy manticore said, his furry forehead wrinkling. He looked nervous, being out in the open. Hal still thought it unsettling how the broad lion face had distinctly human characteristics. Emily wove into view, swaying from side to side as she slithered through the grass. 2 Naga friends followed. One of them was Kaga, but Hal didn't recognize the other. Emily gave a wave and smile, but continued on toward the village. "Going to introduce my friends to my parents," she called. Kaga bowed politely to Miss Simone as he passed. "My lady," he murmured in that odd, reverberating voice. "I'll never forget your help today," Miss Simone said. The Naga spread his hands. "We did what little we could." Abigail came buzzing up, moving fast. She zipped around Miss Simone and landed next to Hal. She linked her arm through his and grinned broadly. "I see you managed not to burn anyone." "I wanted to," Hal fibbed. "That hawk guy, I know he was awful, wasn't he?" Darcy and Lauren ambled out of the crowd. "All together again," Darcy said, clapping her hands and beaming. "Well, not quite," Lauren said. "Robbie's still with his ogre friends." Hal glanced toward Fenton. The big boy remained in his lizard form, lounging on the hard-packed dirt road in front of the shadow demon, gazing up at her thoughtfully. The monster was calm, her chin resting on the road, but alert. "And where's Dewey?" Hal asked. "Anyone seen him?" Miss Simone reminded him that she had sent Dewey off to find the centaurs the previous evening. "I expect he'll be along shortly." Thomas sat heavily and placed his powerful front legs together just like a domesticated cat would. He was a proud animal, sitting straight and tall, his thick, fluffy mane blowing gently in the breeze. For a second, Hal forgot how dangerous he was, but then the giant-sized scorpion tail rose into view. Thomas absently flexed it, and the poison-tipped quills stood on end as if ready to pop. Then he yawned, showing his 3 rows of teeth. Hal glanced toward the forest, imagining red faces lurking in the bushes. "How did you persuade your friends to help?" Thomas looked sheepish. He lowered his fluty voice to a murmur. "I had to exaggerate a little. I told them they had to help stop the bad guys, otherwise those bad guys would bring hundreds of people to live here, and the first thing they would do is start cutting down the forest and getting rid of dangerous animals." He spoke the last word as if it were distasteful. "That's probably not far from the truth," Miss Simone said. "Still, they just agreed? I never thought they would be so amenable to a truce. I'm surprised they didn't just eat the soldiers and be done with them." Thomas frowned. "We're not monsters, you know. We eat people if we're hungry, but that's no different than people hunting wild boar." Miss Simone tilted her head. "Here's where we differ. Humans aren't wild animals. They're intelligent, civilized beings. Besides, manticores have human traits too. You talk like humans, have vaguely human features. How can you kill and eat a creature that is as smart as yourself, a creature that might be considered your equal? Doesn't that seem like a form of cannibalism?" Thomas narrowed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smirk. He seemed to be enjoying the discussion. "And what's wrong with that? Manticores occasionally eat manticores too. Is it better to hunt and kill a dumb, innocent, terrified creature like a boar or deer, even though it's done nothing to harm you? You don't think it makes more sense to eat a creature who sets out to cause you harm?" Miss Simone frowned. "I'm not sure what you mean." Thomas grinned. "And that's why you created me, to educate you in the ways of the manticore." Miss Simone bowed her head. "Fair enough." Hal was astonished. He'd assumed his red-headed friend would be lacking in education, having been a manticore since the age of 6. He'd missed out on so much classwork and interaction with friends and family, and yet here he was, speaking intelligently and giving Miss Simone something to chew on. It seemed his education had continued in the forest. The black lizard monster suddenly gave a huge sigh through its nostrils, and a cloud of dust blew toward them. It closed its eyes. Abigail, who still had her arm through Hal's, pursed her lips. "Are we ever going to give Fenton and his type a name? How about Fen Lizard?" "Or Reptili Fen," Darcy offered. Miss Simone narrowed her eyes. "I do hope you're joking." Hal grinned. "Fenigator." "Crocofen," Abigail added. All laughed except Miss Simone, who gazed fondly at the monster lying across the road. "This species really isn't like any other. There's so much to learn, and with Fenton's help. Yes, we should name these wonderful creatures, but none of these silly names you're coming up with." "So not Fenguana, then?" Abigail asked. Darcy chimed in next. "Fenster?" "Lizzo Fen?" Hal added. "No," Miss Simone said. "Enough of this. I have to go. I have to arrange prisoner transport and go speak with the elves." She smiled as she turned to watch gleaming white horses trotting out of the village gate, their small blue riders nodding and waving at the crowd. There was a dozen of them, and with a jolt of surprise, Hal suddenly spotted the elf queen herself, with her long, flowing white hair and blue eyes as round as saucers. Queen Adeline had come along personally to offer assistance. "Finally, a breakthrough," Miss Simone murmured. "Humans and elves have never worked together before, and now they're here, helping us. Just in time, too. The moment they arrived, our resident elf, Kanan, led them to where she knew assistance would be needed." "Oh, like Maggie," Hal said, remembering the old woman. "Who were you talking to earlier?" Lauren asked, scratching absently at her arm. As she did so, yellow dust sprinkled down. "The woman with the veil?" Miss Simone stared at the dust, her eyes narrowing. "What?" she said. "Oh, that was Molly. For the past decade or so, it's been her job to keep track of these lizards. She's a Gorgon, if you remember, and she prefers to wear the veil even in her human form. Just in case, you see. Sometimes transformations occur instinctively, and accidents can happen. If she looks at anyone—" Hal shuddered, imagining people around her turning to stone. Yes, it was best that Molly wear a veil at all times, and better still if she steered clear of people altogether. But what a sad, lonely existence for her. Miss Simone was still staring at Lauren's yellow-smeared arm. "I have to go. I have to figure out how we're going to keep these soldiers from returning. But first, we have some cleaning up to do." As she headed off, Hal spotted a wizened old man standing by the fence, leaning on a long staff. He had only one eye. Flies buzzed around his shoulders. The Soothsayer tapped his head and mouthed the words, "See, I was right." The cleaning up Miss Simone referred to involved Blacknail, Robbie, Fenton, and Lauren. They were subjected to the same decontamination that Hal and the others had suffered the day before. Miss Simone even arranged for the giant mother lizard to be hosed down, a mammoth task in itself. Later that morning, Hal and some of his friends wandered around the village. After his decontamination, Fenton returned to keep an eye on the lizards. Emily was still absent, presumably enjoying a late breakfast with her Naga colleagues. Hal had a funny vision of the three snake people crammed around the kitchen table with Mr. and Mrs. Stanton, trying to make polite conversation. Dewey had not yet shown, but apparently Miss Simone was meeting with centaurs right now. Hal, Abigail, Robbie, Lauren, Darcy, and Thomas hurried through the streets to where the prisoners were being held. As expected, they found Miss Simone standing outside a padlocked, heavily guarded barn, talking to three centaurs, one of them small and familiar. It was good to see Dewey again, but the boy was busy. Miss Simone and the centaurs were deep in discussion and kept glancing down at a strange contraption on the ground. The conversation had an air of importance, and Hal didn't want to interrupt, so he and his friends waited near the barn. Then a boy came running around the corner. "Miss Simone!" he yelled. "More soldiers!" Miss Simone simply gave a curt nod, and a large group of goblins hurried away, armor clanking. The rest of the goblins stayed put. Hal took the opportunity to sidle closer to the centaurs, hoping to eavesdrop. To his annoyance, all his friends came with him, and the element of stealth was lost. Miss Simone and the centaurs glanced over. "Yes?" Miss Simone asked. One of the two adult centaurs was Fleck. He looked nervous. The other, a female, was unfamiliar. She looked somewhat sullen. Nothing," Hal murmured. "Just wondering what that is." He pointed to the contraption standing by one of the centaur's hooves. It was an iron box with a door in front, rather like a tiny oven. A metal frame stuck up at the backside, and various crude boxes were welded on here and there. There were also a couple of small sacks with tubes and funnels linking everything together. The whole thing stood on 4 stout feet. Dewey gestured to one of the centaurs. "You know Fleck, right? He's spent years working to find a cure for the virus." Fleck bowed politely. "Only now we don't need a cure or antidote because you've found the source. Many types of plant and fungus eject spores and seeds into the air to reproduce, but most don't travel very far, and yet this so-called virus spread worldwide very quickly." Fleck's eyes shone with excitement. "The fungus you discovered on Whisper Mountain reproduces rapidly but contains spores of an entirely different nature. Biologically altered, highly aggressive mushrooms that replenish their deadly spores within hours, continually bombarding the stratosphere at 9 different locations around the world, falling to Earth, coming into contact with human skin, and developing into what we know as the virus." "The Strato what?" Hal said. He was aware of Miss Simone rolling her eyes, looking impatient, and figured he had less than 30 seconds before she cut in. Fleck waved his hands around. "The air we breathe is part of the troposphere, a thick blanket of humid, heavy air surrounding the planet. The majority of clouds we see in the sky are contained within the troposphere. Spores that rise from the ground on wind currents rarely make their way out of the troposphere and easily fall back to Earth when there's a lull in the wind. So they don't travel far." He pointed to the sky. "Now, about 6 or 7 miles up, above the clouds, is the stratosphere. That doesn't sound very high," Lauren said, looking upward. Fleck slowly lowered his hand and stared at her. "It doesn't? Well, bear in mind that Whisper Mountain is just a couple of miles high. Does that help?" "Oh," Lauren said, her eyes widening. "The biggest mountain in Old Earth is Mount Everest," Robbie told her. "About 5.5 miles high, I think, so Whisper Mountain is small." Lauren nodded rapidly. Wow. Hal thought of the clouds around the peak of Whisper Mountain, and the view while he had been flying around the temple about halfway up. He tried to imagine a mountain twice that size, and his mind began to spin. Fleck continued, growing excited again. "Those portals you found behind the temple? They're located no more than a mile or so up the mountain, but according to Salak here, they emerge in the stratosphere of your old world at least 6 or 7 miles high. It explains the powerful tug of wind as the pressure continually fights to equalize between the worlds, and it explains how the spores spread so easily across the world. In the stratosphere, where the air is thin, the spores can travel a very long time on the faintest of air currents floating around the planet. Tell them, Salak." The female centaur sighed and shook her head, staring at the ground. Fleck spoke for her. "Salak and her colleagues got the idea from a volcano. Volcanoes can eject dust high into the sky, into the stratosphere. They thought of the Elves' mountain and of the enormous pit within. It was perfect. Dark and damp, plenty of room to cultivate vast quantities of the fungus in absolute secrecy. They just needed a means to get it into your world, children, and that's where Salak came in. You see, her former partner, Roc, developed a machine." "Sorry," Miss Simone cut in. "It looks like the goblins are back. The point is, children, that we can now destroy the mushrooms. In time, the spores will be gone forever. Meanwhile, with this machine here, we might be able to do something to keep the soldiers from returning." Hal and his friends looked hard at the curious oven-like contraption, trying to fathom its purpose. The goblins returned, escorting a squad of 5 weary men. 7 hot and sweaty horses trotted along behind. 2 were loaded up with equipment. The squad came peacefully, apparently unaware that they were prisoners. "Centaurs!" one of the soldiers exclaimed as he stopped dead in his tracks. "I never thought first it was dragons, then a griffin, then goblins, and now centaurs? This place is like a dream." "Or a nightmare," another mumbled. The tired soldiers were ordered to disarm themselves. Suspicion registered on the squad leader's face. "Look, we don't want any trouble," he started. "Nor do we," the goblin grunted. He touched the hilt of his sword. The goblins were so solid and immovable, so stern and humorless, and there were so many of them that the soldiers reluctantly agreed. They laid their weapons on the ground in a neat pile. "Where are my people?" the squad leader asked, looking around. "I've been trying to get them on the radio all morning, but nobody is responding. What's happened? Why is there so much dust in the air?" "If you wouldn't mind," the goblin said in a surprisingly polite voice. He nodded at a couple of guards by the barn door, and they quickly removed the padlock and chain from around the wrought iron handles. "Look, what's going on?" the squad leader said, growing red in the face. He stared at the barn, then eyed the pile of weapons. Goblins stepped closer, drawing their swords with soft metallic scrapes. The soldiers grew even more tense and backed toward each other, facing outward as the goblins pressed in on all sides. Miss Simone hurried over. "Gentlemen, please, do as they say without a big fuss. It's for the best, I promise." "We got a much better reception at the other village," the squad leader snapped. "That Duggan fellow welcomed us, and you want to lock us up?" "Well, you did steal their horses," Miss Simone said. But clearly the man knew there was more to it than that. It didn't help that raised voices could now be heard inside the barn. Hawk appeared in the open doorway, and the goblin guards pushed him back inside. "Don't let them take you!" Hawk yelled as he disappeared. The squad leader looked like he was contemplating something drastic. The man's gaze flicked between the short, stubby swords held by thick-necked, pig-faced goblins and the pile of discarded weapons. He also glanced over at the 2 loaded horses, one of which had a flamethrower draped over its back. Hal transformed and pounced. In one leap, he landed on top of the weapons, his powerful reptilian claws scrabbling on metal. The men backed off in a hurry, exclaiming in shock. The goblins moved aside to give Hal room. Then Robbie switched to his ogre form and, towering over the soldiers, beat his fists across his broad chest. The men yelled and stumbled away. With Hal breathing fire and Robbie stamping around, it was a simple job to herd the men into the darkness of the barn. Hawk yelled in frustration as the goblins closed the heavy doors in his face. Chapter 24. A Reckoning. The centaur named Salak remained sullen as she clip-clopped along. She hadn't said a word throughout the entire journey. Aside from Roc, she was the only one who knew how to operate the strange machine, so here she was, accompanying Fleck, who had been ordered to watch and learn in order to discover how the machine worked. Earlier that afternoon, Blacknail had rumbled up to the barn in his enormous, steam-driven, 6-wheeled iron buggy, complete with a half-finished roof of metal panels. The unfinished part had been covered with canvas. The prisoners had been loaded inside. About 30 were seated, the rest huddled on the floor. It was crowded and hot, but the powerful vehicle chugged along without effort. Accompanying the buggy was a long procession of goblins, humans, and centaurs. First, the prisoner detail, 2 wagons full of goblins, led the way, followed by the buggy at a leisurely pace, and then another 2 carts of goblins behind. A little farther back, away from the noise and dust thrown up by the buggy, 2 more carts carried Miss Simone and shapeshifters. Centaurs brought up the rear of the procession. The Centaur Council was done with its investigation and was headed to Whisper Mountain. But first the centaurs felt it prudent to come along with Miss Simone. They trotted with purpose, led by warriors with bows slung over their shoulders. A regal grouping in the middle held aloft pikes with colourful triangular flags that fluttered gently in the breeze. They travelled with dignity and poise, their golden buckles and hasps glinting in the sunlight. More warriors followed, these with shields and swords, flanking a sorry-looking trio of centaur prisoners. One was the former Khan Gratic, with his long, flowing grey hair, equally long beard, and drooping ears. His red velvet cloak seemed dingy, his gold buckles tarnished. His wrists were bound in front with heavy iron shackles. He trotted with a limp, his face screwed up in pain. Hal remembered he had some kind of ailment in his legs, so was not enjoying the long journey. There were 2 other centaur prisoners, equally garbed and bound. They too looked grim. No doubt a terrible sentence awaited them. Another centaur prisoner, Salok, had the temporary freedom of walking by Fleck's side, just ahead of Miss Simone's cart. She had been deemed only partially involved in the virus plot and would serve a lesser punishment. The road led to gentle, sloping fields and pastures surrounding an enormous lake. Its surface reflected the small forested area that lay ahead and the mountains beyond. Hal felt a strange sense of belonging as they trundled past the lake. It was there, right on that grassy bank, that they had all arrived on their first night, dripping wet as they struggled out of the water with semi-conscious parents. The remains of the little campfires were still there, marking the exact spot he and his friends had lain on the grass and slept under a starry sky. Abigail linked her arm through Hal's, something she had been doing a lot lately. He didn't mind. "Funny to be back," she said softly. "I was just thinking that," he replied. They continued on a little farther and then slowed. The road had turned into a meandering path through the woods, and Blacknail's buggy was clipping the trees. Finally, the journey ended. The iron vehicle's engine rattled to a stop, and for a moment the only sounds were the puffs of steam from underneath. Then, one by one, the soldiers and scientists descended the ladder while goblins pressed in on all sides. Miss Simone hurried back along the road to have a quick word with the Centaur Council, then returned a few minutes later. "This way, children," she said. "And you, please, Salok." They entered a very small goblin village, where one of the locals quickly recounted the events of the day before. A couple of guards had been seriously injured when Lieutenant Briscoe and his men had arrived and started shooting. 11 others had suffered what they called superficial wounds, bullets in a leg or arm rather than the abdomen. The wounded hobbled into view on crutches, some with arms in slings, and stood aside to glare at Briscoe as he and his team shuffled past. Simmering with anger, Miss Simone led the old Earth soldiers and scientists through the trees to the old fog machine. There, the entire platoon was ordered to put on their biosuits. While they were donning the yellow suits, Miss Simone handed Osborne some dog-eared papers. He looked puzzled until she explained, rather shortly, that they were detailed diagrams and formulas for the old fog machine. "Maybe your people can expand on the idea," she said, "until the air is clear of spores." 10 minutes later, a small team of goblins led the way into the tunnel. "Bye," Hal murmured, as the last of the bio-suited men and women vanished into the darkness. More goblins followed. Somewhere deep within that narrow tunnel was a pulsating, smoky portal, and the soldiers would soon be stomping through it, to emerge from the old fog hole on the island in the middle of black woods. Miss Simone grabbed a lantern and urged Salak ahead of her. The centaur sighed and clip-clopped into the tunnel with the odd machine hanging off her shoulders. Fleck followed close behind. "I'm going in after them," Hal whispered fiercely. "Who's with me?" "Me," Abigail said. "Who'd have guessed?" Fenton said, rolling his eyes. "Count me out. I've had enough of dark tunnels, thanks." "Me too," Emily said. "I'm staying here." "No thanks," Darcy said, and went to sit in the sun. Thomas hung back, looking bored. Even Robbie, usually up for adventure, was content to remain in the daylight and talk to Lauren. "Dewey?" Hal asked. The boy nodded. "I'd like to see," he said quietly. So Abigail grabbed a spare lantern and hurried with Hal and Dewey into the darkness. It was a long, awkward walk in the darkness, slipping and sliding on smooth, moist rock. They stayed well back from Miss Simone and the babble of voices ahead. Soon after, the babble died away. Then came the shuffling of returning goblins. Hal, Abigail, and Dewey pressed themselves back against the wall. The booted footsteps grew louder, and suddenly the tunnel was lit up with a dozen goblin lanterns. "Are the soldiers gone?" Abigail asked the goblins as they stamped past. "Every one of them," one of them muttered. "Good riddance. Lady Simone's still back there. Watch yourself." In moments, the goblins had disappeared out of sight around a bend, their lights fading. Alone again, the three shapeshifters hurried onward. They came upon the faint glow of Miss Simone's lamp ahead. They crept closer, trying to block the light of their own lantern and stay in the shadows. Miss Simone and her centaur colleagues stood by the pulsing black portal that led to the island. She turned her lantern towards Salak, who was stooping to avoid banging her head on the hard ceiling. "Do it!" Fleck clip-clopped restlessly. "Is it dangerous?" he asked, sounding nervous but also eager. "Can be," Salak said. Her voice was oddly deep and unattractive. She twisted around, grabbed the strange machine from her back, and dumped it noisily on the floor. The iron scraped on rock. "I need light," she snapped. When Fleck moved his lantern closer, she produced a bundle of papers tied together with string. She flipped through them, looking thoughtful. Dewey whispered, "I recognize those papers, the scribbles, all those strange symbols and equations. I've seen them before, in my head." To Hal's shock, both Salak and Fleck spun around and gave Dewey a long, curious look, apparently seeing him quite clearly in the darkness, even though Abigail was trying to hide the lantern behind her back. Miss Simone clicked her tongue in annoyance. "I told you to stay outside," she said. "This might be dangerous." "We won't get in the way," Abigail assured her. "Make sure you don't," Miss Simone warned. With the need for stealth no longer necessary, the three inched forward. Abigail held her lantern high to shed more light on the group. Salak reached down to the iron contraption and opened the small door of the thick metal box. Inside was a rounded lump of glowing rock. A georock, Hal thought, suddenly nervous. Is she going to crack it in half? The rock was nestled snugly within a collection of supports and brackets so it didn't roll around. After checking all was satisfactory, Salak closed the door with another scrape and thunk. The centaur peered at the papers again, then started twisting small dials at the top of the contraption's frame. While she did so, she pointed to the papers and showed Fleck what she was doing. "This sets the duration of burn, and this one is to do with the force of impact, and this is the temperature." Fleck watched closely, nodding and grunting in agreement. "Now, this is the crucial part." Salak murmured instructions to Fleck, who nodded sagely. Then, with her work done, she handed the papers to Fleck, took a deep breath, and gazed into the portal. I never wished for this, she said. Fleck nodded. I know. That's why you're only being exiled. A fate worse than death. With a sigh, Salak stepped into the portal. The smoky blackness engulfed her, and she was gone. All right, here goes, Fleck said, sounding nervous. He leaned over the odd machine, waited while a faint hissing and bubbling sounded from behind the oven-like door, and then yanked on a cord to release a bagful of liquid mounted on the frame. It gushed down a tube into the iron box, and the result was a muffled boom from inside that caused the contraption to leap a few inches. A flash lit up the tunnel. The ground trembled, a blast of warm air rushed past them, and dust trickled from the rocky ceiling. Hal felt a wave of nausea in the moments following the explosion. Fleck, Miss Simone, and the three shapeshifters rubbed their eyes and shook their heads. When vision returned, Dewey gasped and said, "There's another one." Instead of closing the portal as Hal had expected, a second one had opened in front of the first. They were so close that their smoky masses touched, becoming one. "Well, goodness," Fleck muttered. "I think it worked." "What worked?" Hal demanded. "Dewey's right. All you did was create another portal." "As planned," the centaur said. "Salak got the settings just right. All I had to do was activate it at the right moment." He gestured for the others to stand clear. "I must test this. Please wait here." Hal stared, dumbfounded, as Fleck tentatively stepped into the portal. He stayed to the left side, as if afraid of tackling it head-on, and he only entered halfway, plunging his front end into the blackness. As he did so, his head and shoulders appeared on the right-hand side, emerging from the same portal at the same time but in the other direction. It looked like two centaurs passing each other in a narrow passage, only these two halves were Fleck. Abigail gasped. "What?" Miss Simone simply chuckled. "Oh, that's very good." Hal's mind reeled. "I don't understand." But it seemed Dewey did. Two portals in one space. You cross from New Earth to Old Earth and back again at the same time. If the soldiers try to come through the original, they'll end up where they started. With his head protruding from the opposite direction, Fleck was staring sideways at his own back half, his eyes wide with wonder. Remarkable! "Wouldn't it have been simpler to just close the first portal?" Hal asked. Fleck chuckled. "Indeed, but we have no idea how to close portals, only create new ones. If we could close portals, perhaps our rogue leader might not have spent his life cursing humans for opening so many. This contraption was designed and built by the geologist Rocs, at our leader's request, in an effort to control where portals open up on the other side. But he never achieved the ultimate goal of closing them." "So it's okay for centaurs to mess with portals, but not us," Abigail retorted. "Only in an effort to combat the continual damage being done by humans," Fleck said. He cleared his throat. "Portals eventually close on their own, after years, decades, sometimes even centuries. But for now, all we can do is patch up the damage." "And Salak?" Dewey asked. "She's now on the island with the soldiers?" She and Rocs were used for a specific job, to create portals. But Salak was not aware of the virus until afterward. The council decided to be lenient. Her punishment is exile to your world rather than execution. Dewey sucked in a breath. "The others will be executed?" "Not until they've cleaned up their mess at the temple," Miss Simone interjected. "They have a lot of work to do, destroying those mushrooms and somehow plugging those 9 portals properly." "And the portal in the labyrinth?" Hal asked. "Ah, well," Fleck said as he reversed out of the double portal and turned to face him. "All those dragons. I'm not sure I can manage that mission on my own, young man." Hal groaned. "I get it. You need my help." "Back to normal?" Miss Simone said, as they approached the village of Carter later that evening. The moon slipped out from behind a cloud, and three enormous dark shapes loomed on the horizon as the carts trundled along the road. Abigail had fallen asleep, leaning against Hal. Darcy clearly thought it was sweet, but Fenton kept smirking. "Now we have ogres to send home," Miss Simone went on, "Nagas and elves to thank, and these wonderful giant lizards to study." "They can't stay," Fenton said, frowning. "They need a place with a lake." Miss Simone nodded from her forward-facing seat next to the driver. "I didn't mean here, Fenton, but I'd love to visit them when they get settled somewhere. Molly will keep her eye on them, see where they go, and report back." That reminded Hal of something. "You said there was a 10th person in your group. Riley? You said he was already helping in the battle?" Miss Simone grinned. "Riley was a supremely ugly boy at school and very grumpy, but he loved to tinker with machines. When he first transformed, well, it was like he'd found his true self. He kind of stuck in that form and never looked back. He was tremendously helpful to us in later years, really gave us an insight into the goblin psyche. With his help, humans and goblins have grown to be great friends and allies." Hal stared at Darcy, then at Fenton. "Blacknail?" they exclaimed. Miss Simone shrugged. "As he likes to be called." They rode in stunned silence. When their cart passed the hulking black lizards on the hill, Fenton jumped down. Miss Simone called to him. "It's wonderful that you feel so close to these lizards, Fenton, but don't forget you still have a real family back home." As the boy nodded and headed off, Miss Simone turned in her seat. "Speaking of which, Hal, I think I might take a ride with you to Lewis and see my old friend Charlie, and then go to the Labyrinth." To see your brother Felipe, Hal thought. Suddenly, he looked forward to it. With Felipe in charge, perhaps the dragons would be a little friendlier toward him, especially if he could make them understand that he was there to prevent more of those soldiers coming through with their deadly flamethrowers. "What about all the other portals?" Darcy asked sleepily. "What if the soldiers find another one? They probably won't announce themselves so loudly next time. Does Osborne know there are 2 other portals around the island?" "He knows of them," Miss Simone said, "and I'm sure he and the soldiers will be looking. They'll have to dive deep to find the one under the cliff." "But they might find the one off the lighthouse grounds," Hal said, a surge of panic rising up. "There are little green floating balls that lead the way to it." Miss Simone chuckled. "And what are the chances of coming across those balls?" Then she sobered. "You know, I'm still having trouble believing everything that's happened. To cap it all, the elves actually helped us. I heard that Canaan has an open invitation to the temple now. Once the mushrooms are eradicated and the portals plugged, the temple will be restored, and the elves will move back in, thoroughly grateful to us. A remarkable couple of days, Hal. Things are returning to normal, and in a week or 2, I want you kids back at school." Hal's mouth dropped open. "School? Of course. Do you think you know everything there is to know already? No, you have a lot to learn. About this world now. You know nothing of our history, and very little of our ecology apart from what you've seen with your own eyes. You have an awful lot of catching up to do." Hal was silent for a moment. "All back to normal, then," he mumbled. One important mission remained before Hal and his friends could go to sleep that night. Fenton was still off with the monstrous lizards on the hill, but the rest of them walked together in the moonlight. It was a little late in the day to be knocking on doors, but they all agreed this couldn't keep until the morning. "Look at the size of the lightning bugs," Robbie exclaimed, walking ahead of Hal. "Remember how we used to collect them in jars? That was cool. Those were the days, right, Hal? Before all the monsters, Miss Simone, this new world, and, well, you know." He glanced over his shoulder at first Hal, then Abigail. Abigail clung even tighter to Hal's hand and grinned broadly. "What, you think I won't let you hang out with Hal anymore?" Robbie snorted and stalked off ahead. After a moment, Lauren sighed, mumbled something, and hurried after him in the darkness. The group followed a winding path up the side of a hill. They were well outside the village, and Miss Simone had given them directions. It was an easy route to the house, but quite long. It took half an hour to get there. "This has to be it," Hal said softly, staring at the large house that stood on the side of the hill. In the daytime, he guessed the view was magnificent, looking across the valley with countryside stretching for miles. But at night, it was just a big, hulking shape in the dark, with several windows glowing orange. "Now that's what I call a house," Emily said. "This is the sort of place Miss Simone promised us." One of the first things the woman had said when they'd arrived in Carter after leaving the island was that their humble village cottages were temporary and that they would all wind up owning enormous houses like this one. Hal's mom liked being in the village. She said it was dangerous living in a secluded spot in the country, but Hal loved the idea of living in a place like this. Maybe he could persuade his mom soon, especially now that so many cottages in the village had been destroyed. After the incident with the giant lizards, quite a few people were now homeless, yet these large country homes stood empty, waiting for the shapeshifter families to take them over. "Well, go ahead, Thomas," Darcy said, giving the boy a gentle push. "I'm scared," he said. "We'll be right here just in case," Lauren said, putting an arm around his thin shoulders. "But you'll be fine." The boy was trembling. "You can do this, Thomas," Hal said. "You have the heart of a lion." Reluctantly, the boy ambled up the long pathway. He stopped halfway along, then continued. When he reached the front door, he turned and gazed back at the group. His red hair shone in the light of flickering lanterns that hung from the eaves overhanging the porch. "Go," Abigail whispered. Thomas turned to the door and reached for the knocker. Tap, tap. They all stood in silence, waiting. Then the door opened, and a tall red-headed man stood there. "Yes," he said, but then his mouth fell open. Thomas murmured something. The man stared and stared. "Who is it?" a woman called from inside. The man took a half-step back and turned his head slightly, keeping his gaze on Thomas. He called over his shoulder, "You won't believe this. Come out here." Then the man stepped toward Thomas and placed his hands on the boy's shoulders. At first he was tentative, but then he began to nod vigorously, saying something that Hal couldn't make out. He wished he were closer. He felt Abigail's hands squeezing tighter and tighter. A short woman appeared in the doorway. "What's wrong?" But the moment her eyes fell on Thomas, her hands flew to her face, and she made a strangled noise. "Look who's returned to us," Mr. Patton said softly. His wife gave another cry and rushed out onto the porch. Thomas looked like he was about to turn and run from her, but she was too fast. She threw her arms around his neck and sobbed openly, hugging him tight and crying over and over that her baby had come home. The Island of Fog series. The series continues in Lake of Spirits. Hal and his friends meet Jolie, a beautiful mermaid-like creature, and are tasked with helping her settle into the village. But is she as friendly as she appears? Visit islandoffog.com for all the most up-to-date information.